I am not prepared for tech issues tonight. That is not. I am not going to have that.
There was that one time where we just had to reset the stream key, and that got it back on.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah.
As a last desperate maneuver, if necessary.
We can just run the entire thing through Sora AI and just let AI take care of it.
Yeah, I don't even know what that means, but okay. Fuck it, let's do it live.
Hello.
Pretty much, yeah. That's what that means.
Am I misspelling podcast? Oh, I am. It's podcast there. That's not good.
Yeah, when you misspelled podcast to poke-ass, I think you may have
a different kind of stream.
Yeah.
Wow. You look like you're joining us from the secret garden.
So, Tyler, did you choose the debate prompt MLK overrated? Yeah?
That's not me, no. I think
Good
MLK
to see you.
substantially necessary.
Tyler, I love your background. It's so beautiful.
Thank you. My wife set it up for me. She's
I was gonna ask if your wife's. I figured that. Good taste in design.
If you have like some like Halloween like fairy wings you could throw on, that would be amazing.
I do.
You could do like a little cherub. Have the wife put on some like rosy red cheeks for you too. Take the shirt off, wings on, rosy cheeks. Make
you got
it
a sub.
I agree.
$9.99 a month. You get to see up my butthole.
Oh, someone's losing their debate tonight.
I'll pay you not to see that.
How much to hold the camera?
Just keep your $9.99 if you don't want it. Ain't no one shaming you.
I'll get my credit card out right now.
But Leafy, I could just say, if you did cake sitting in a diaper, you would make a killing.
You guys are seriously.
It's a wild compliment, or I'm not sure.
Just saying, just throwing it out there. You got the face for it. You can cake sitting.
I just have to take the compliment.
All right, so I figured out what the problem was. I didn't notice that on my other screen it keeps asking me to confirm that I am me. So I have now told it officially that I'm me, and it seems like it is allowing it.
Set your security question to, would you watch Leafy squat in some fucking banana cream pie? And it's yes is obviously the answer.
Whoa. It went from eating to squatting in?
Yes, that's what cake sitting is.
That's cake sitting.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a thing?
Yeah.
Sadly, it is a thing. And Leafy probably would. He probably would be good at it, I guess. Like, I guess I do agree with Tyler. I don't know why, but I do agree.
If you looked over your
this
shoulder,
is the internet we're talking about. If the question is that a thing? The answer is yes.
If you looked over your shoulder, covered in some lemon meringue, oh my!
The objectification is real.
No. Like,
can you like make him full screen so we can objectify him a bit more? You know,
Leafy, you knew what this was when you started. Don't give us that shit now.
I keep being told this, but I don't know it to be true.
All right. So before this gets any further in the fucking gutter,
are you live right now, HorseRadish?
I am indeed, yes, sir. So hello, everybody. Welcome in, and here we are to the most depraved debates on the internet. Again, as always, we have a few people who are running a little bit late, so we're just going to kind of bullshit for a couple of seconds. But we are going to go ahead and get started with the people we have on hand. So Confluence, last time you were here, you did dip out early. You're welcome to dip out at any time, as everybody here knows. Our regulars know. But if you stick around, the real fun generally happens after the debates. That's when people take their shirts off and start yelling at each other when they get drunk. Or really, I yell at them.
I should have stayed around. Is there going to be cake sitting at the end? That's what I want.
I was about to say, now that we know that there is the possibility of cream pies, is that right? Am I using that correct?
No, I don't think you are. Leafy didn't sign up for that. I mean, you have to pay a lot more to Leafy for him to do that, you know?
I'm sure he's left a few cream pies in his day, but, you know.
Well, given
Leafy, can you comment?
Given I know for a fact he has a child, fairly certain that's true.
It's not far from
there probably has been one or two. All right. Well, and just like that, we went from being family friendly to hard R. And when I say hard, boys. All right. So Welcome in, Rufus.
I want to point out, all I did was say he had a family. So if that's not family friendly, I don't know what is.
It was a mix of.
Well, no, it was the cream pieing, I believe, that actually I was the one who pushed us over the cliff. So
yeah. Come on, man. You always take it there. Why do you got to do that?
I take full credit for it. So why do I always take it to the cream pies? Is that what you're asking me?
Yeah, come on, every time.
Do you really have to?
That's a good question. It's a good question.
Because he's not an edgelord.
Better question is why wouldn't he?
Oh, I like the edgelord joke, right? If I'm understanding that right,
That was indeed, yes. So
okay, I got that. I picked that up.
All right, so because we're doing this out of order, it unfortunately will confuse a lot of people, anybody who has already started voting. But for those of you who are just tuning in, we are going to try to get this party started a little quicker since we do have 2 of our judges and 2 of our debaters. Poor Tyler here was supposed to go first because he's got a hard bedtime, but unfortunately his opponent is running a tidbit behind. So
he must retire back to the garden before the hour gets too late.
I need to tend to the owls.
So, okay, I actually got to ask, did you use that in your wedding? Like, is that what that is, man? Because that's really what it looks like. It looks like you guys were like, go ahead.
It looks like his wife likes plants.
The first frost happened last week, so we brought everything in. That's all. We just
it looks like some midsummer festival that you have going on.
Yeah, it really does. Like some
looks like you rented it out for a wedding this weekend.
Tyler, you're so pagan coded right now. It's crazy.
I'm loving it.
Neighborhood kids trapped in the closet for sacrifices later.
You have to, just in case.
Yeah, that's exactly what we all expected.
We rejoice in the winter solstice.
All right. So, is anybody, Lethe, are you going to be streaming? Is anybody else on Twitch streaming?
I am currently streaming.
You are. Well, then I'm going to go ahead and send you that invite for the touching tips. Oh, did you? How do I let you in? Oh, right. No, that's somebody else. Lethe, it says that. Okay, hang on. Notifications. Yeah, I don't know how to let you in the door, sir.
Let's see.
Yeah, I know. I'm trying to work on it there, Rook. Appreciate the good looking out. I'm running late today because now that I'm working on Saturdays, I only have like a 3-hour window and I had to go blow some leaves. I put that pause in there intentionally. So yeah, I had to like.
And that's how Tyler got his background.
Exactly. And then for all the fun, I locked myself out of the house, so I had to shimmy my fat ass in through a fucking bathroom window. Wasn't pleased about that. So
like the Beatles
here we are. What Beatles song involves?
She came in through the bathroom window from Abbey Road.
Oh, okay.
Get hit.
Yeah, no, I guess that lyric.
The Beatles, you heard of them?
I'm a bit of a fan. Oh my, those are some lovely begonias.
Yoko Ono, right?
Yeah, she was the thumping heart and soul of the band.
That's what I heard.
I don't know if those flowers were brought in early enough. They looked a little droopy.
All right. There we go. Yeah, they did look a little droopy, but
no, it's just the plant. Those are nice. Everything's healthy.
All right. So now I also have to tell you, Encom, that Confluence, in full disclosure, was not thrilled because I did kind of fuck him over. I waited a little longer than I maybe should have. I was busy all week and did not let him know about the prompt change in a timely manner. And by that, I mean like he found out 5 minutes ago.
Oh, well, I am so sorry. Yeah, no. So when he first sent me the prompt in question, I was like, I don't agree with the wording of it, but I agree with the basic spirit of it. And so
someone disagreed with the prompt?
Right. So when he gave me, when he told me about the prompt, I was like, okay, I would like to make some changes to it if I can, because I'm like, that way I can defend it more ably if I actually agree with the substance of the prompt. And he was kind enough to oblige me there, but you and I both found out fairly early or fairly late in the game of the prompt change. I was, I was hoping that would, or I was hoping that the prompt would change. I did not know if that would be the case. So, yeah. Sorry. I guess.
Don't worry, we'll grade it on a curve.
Yeah, it's 100% my bad.
Yeah, friend, keep that in mind. Keep in mind.
Yep. And for those of you who do not know, I was out of town for a full week. That's why I didn't stream it all last week. I was supposed to be doing my debates last week, but instead I was in Vegas. So that said, I'm still trying to play catch up on everything now. Trying to get back into the swing of real world. So yeah, so that said, it was definitely me who dropped the ball. I was like literally at a poker table when I was texting you, Ancom. So like I said, it slipped my mind and I fucked up.
Speaking of Horse, do you mind checking your audio devices and making sure that you're using the proper mic and everything? Because you sound different.
Do I?
That's what happens when you have
or maybe
it's on everything.
Maybe just not super close, or I don't know, something's different.
Nope. So what it is you guys are probably, I'm guessing that my, Discord has decided to change its microphone. Yep. There we go. Thank you. Good call.
That's why I make the medium bucks.
Yes, it is.
And listen to that.
There we go.
There you go.
Oh, so much
better.
We got
the sexy horseradish voice.
All the blood rushed from one head to the other so fast, I got dizzy.
Yeah.
This flower is wilted.
Y'all were getting me through the microphone on the camera. So that was the Logi special. Do you say Logi? How do you spell that? Or how do you pronounce that? Logi. We all use the same fucking brand, I'm sure.
Oh, Logitech.
You talking about Logitech? Yeah, I've never said just the Logi part of it. I always say the whole word.
On the actual camera, it just says Logi. It didn't even occur to me as Logitech. So yeah.
Are you using that 822 or whatever it's called?
CN20.
You probably are
92. I don't know.
It's 922.
Yeah, that's
yeah.
Not made for its audio. For sure. So,
no, bad audio.
No, it is not Odd Rook. The after party is going to be starting at about 8:00. However, we had a couple of late arrivals, and so I'm just kind of getting everything situated and set up now. So, that said, now that we're actually going to go ahead and get this, I think everything's dialed in. I think everything's working, except Lethe's walking off. But you know what? He's not in this debate. Our first debate is not. Yeah, and you guys aren't even set up in the right placement. This is so goddamn janky, people.
Scuffed.
All right. It's okay. Logi like logic. Got it. All right. So normally the way this would work is there's going to be 9 people, and all the A's are going to be on the top, and all the N's are going to be on the bottom, and the J's and M's are going to be in the middle, and it's all fucked. So people are probably going to trickle in as they see fit, hopefully. Also, oh, you know what? I'll bet you that's the new guy right there. Nope. That's okay. Nope. It was Ancom calling out my wife. She's going to love that. All right. So, as I was saying, we're going to go ahead and get this fucking party started, gents. So, for those of you who are just now tuning in, tonight is debate night. We have a whole slew of, 3 1v1 debates tonight, and they're kind of going to be going out of order. So for those of you who are tuning in from the Discord channel, the voting is going to be out of order. We're going to be doing 2, 1, then 3, I believe. So with that said, I have put the debate vote in the chat. Nope, that's not it. I'm going to do that one more time for everybody, just so that we can get those votes secured. For those of you who do not know, the way that this is going to work is we do not go based on popularity. We go based on persuasion. So what we're going to do is we are going to have a vote at the beginning of the debate, and we're going to have a vote at the end of the debate, and we are going to award the audience participation vote to whichever debater swayed the audience more, which side changed the most. So that's why your votes are very, very important, especially if you voted before. Make sure you vote after. Otherwise, why are you even here? Now, the way that this is going to work, our format is going to be a modified Lincoln Douglas format. We're going to do a 3-minute open followed by a 2-minute cross from the negative. Then negative is going to have a 3-minute open followed by a 2-minute cross from the affirmative, which is going to roll straight into a 10 to 15 minute open conversation period, which can go up or down based on the judges and frankly my own whimsical decision based on whether or not I feel like the conversation is productive and moving forward. Following that with a 3-minute close from each side, starting with the affirmative. Then after that, we will go to questions from the judges. If the judges during the course of the debate feel like there are some questions that should have been asked or that they want to kind of get some clarification on, or they're still on the fence about where they're going to put their vote, sometimes they will offer us questions. I will actually be the one who reads the question to you so that way you guys aren't persuaded by the reactions of the judges. After that, we're going to go to the two judges. We have Doomer down there on the bottom, and we have Let's Chief in the top right. Both of them are the most unbiased debate judges I think I've been able to find yet. Yes, Lethe, you're on the top 5, my friend, but the two of them really do have a tendency to have a record of voting based on your actual skill and not their opinion on the prompt. So that is super. Oh, there's your, yes, I accept you. I accept you. Nope. Okay, so it's still not working. All right, I'm going to try and send you that invite now, Lethe. Shit, can you? I forgot that we weren't actually fucking streaming together yet. Yug. So if you would be so kind as to, when you do get in, send the invite, or I'm sorry, send the vote. There you go. I sent you an invite. For some reason, it wouldn't let me. Whenever I clicked yes to yours, it said no. So, there we go. All right, there we go. Cool. And we're in. And I guess, you know what? Now that we're sharing, I will go ahead and just do it myself in case. There we go. All right. So our first prompt of the night, everybody. Once again, this is going to be ANCOM in the top left versus Confluence in the bottom right. Well, at least there's that sort of balance there. And our prompt today is going to be about sex work. Voluntary sex work should be legalized in the U.S. and regulated for health and safety. Now, once again, for those of you just tuning in, you may have missed the fact that I kind of changed the prompt on the two debaters last minute. Originally, it was just sex work should be legalized and regulated in the U.S. But we did want to put a little bit of more specificity in it so that we didn't get too far into the weeds. So I'm going to read that one more time. It's written above their heads. Voluntary sex work should be legalized in the U.S. and regulated for health and safety. I don't feel like there's any terms in there that I need to help clarify. So without further ado, if everybody is ready, judges, are y'all ready?
Yep. Yeah, I am.
Cool. Debaters, are y'all ready? ANCOM Confluence? I will take that as a yes. So we got 3 minutes on the clock.
Is my camera working?
Yep. We see your beautiful ginger beard, sir.
It's not going on my side, so I was.
That's
what
okay.
the hell?
Yep, that's
I'm
right.
judging you for that.
That's it. Yep. Points
right,
gone.
Well, as long as y'all can see me, it's. Oh, it's gone. Okay, let me just.
No.
I said your points were gone.
Yeah, you're all good.
Okay.
All right. So, without further ado, let's go. ANCOM, 3 minutes on the clock for your opening. Are you ready, sir?
Yes, I am.
Go ahead when you're ready.
All right. So I believe the sex work in the United States, voluntary sex work in particular, should be legalized throughout the country. There are a number of countries which already do this in some form or another, varying the legality of it. The prime example I'm looking at is New Zealand, which has decriminalized its sex work industry since 2003. In that time, they have seen significant improvements in the safety and health of their sex workers within the industry. They have seen a massive decrease in STIs and violence against sex workers, and generally seen a better standard of living among sex workers in that country, as well as a reduction in the number of people that are in sex work for coercive or other, otherwise involuntary reasons such as poverty, things of that like. No matter what you do with the law about sex work, it's still going to occur. There's a reason it's called the oldest profession, and while it may not strictly speaking meet that definition, it has been around for as long as exchange for products or services, or as long as sex has been considered a suitable payment for any sort of other product or service, going back as far as you care to go within human history. There, no law banning it will be likely to actually stop it. Most likely, all such laws are going to do is make it more dangerous and harder for people who use sex work to survive to do exactly that. And it's going to end up with greater amounts of violence and disease among the community, rather than simply decriminalizing it and making sure that safety measures are put in place to allow sex workers to have the sort of freedom and protection they need to be able to do that work safely. So I think it's pretty clear from my perspective that legalizing it, or decriminalizing it more particularly, would be the best way to go in the way that New Zealand has done, and that's my opener.
Right, and time. With plenty of time left on the clock. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and put 2 minutes on the clock now for you, Confluence. I'm going to try to put 2 minutes on the clock for you now, Confluence. Why is the 2 not typing? Why am I not able to change the goddamn time?
Believe in yourself. It starts in here. I'm pointing to my heart right now.
You're a fake time lord. We can just bullshit for a minute until it gets down to 2.
Yeah, we could just give you shit for a whole minute about...
Look at this Luddite retard.
Like, seriously, bro. This is so annoying.
We could talk about like cake sitting or like what's good if you want.
There we go. No,
we have like 60 seconds to do
Thank
that.
goodness.
I figured it out. Thank you. All right, 2 minutes is on the clock for you.
We should legalize cake sitting in the United States.
That's the new debate.
Arguably that is the debate. All right, 2 minutes on the clock for you, Confluence, for you to use as you want for cross-examination. The floor is yours, sir. Go ahead.
All right. Okay. So first of all, just to understand your position, you brought up New Zealand, and I don't know if you misspoke or if you because I don't know New Zealand. You said New Zealand decriminalized. That's not the same as legalization. Do you understand that?
I do.
Okay, so we agree. So we agree on that. So I guess what I would say, if it's decriminalized, do you think that adds kind of the same safety as a country like Germany or the Netherlands that have actually legalized sex work? Like, well, what is your preference?
I believe it adds more safety to decriminalize rather than to legalize, because legalize puts certain levels of regulation that tend to be detrimental to sex workers. So we can. Well, I
would agree, but the prompt is about legalization. The prompt is not should sex work be decriminalized. That's an entirely different topic. So I feel like the New Zealand argument.
They're related topics.
They're related, but you just said legalization has like more problems, right? So do you think sex work should be legalized, or do you think it should be decriminalized?
I believe it should be decriminalized, which is a step beyond legalization in my view.
It's definitionally not. It's not. You can decriminalize drugs. It doesn't mean I can go and buy cocaine at a store. It just means that if I'm caught with cocaine, then I don't go to prison. That's very different than like legalization. Okay. Legalization is a step beyond that. But but moving beyond that,
that entirely depends how you want to define the terms.
Sure.
There, because...
But okay, I only have 2 minutes. I want to move past that a little bit. Just how does New Zealand judge coercion? I only have like 20 seconds left. But like, what do you have any idea what metric they use to say that they're not going into it because of poverty? Like, how would you possibly judge that? Like, what's the stats on that?
through various surveys, which they have done multiples of over the years, to determine why. Basically, you ask sex workers, why are you doing sex work? Is it because you're in poverty? Is it because you are being coerced or forced by someone else? Or is it because this is a line of work you actually enjoy?
That's actually time. I was going to let him finish his answer. But yeah, no, that
went so fast. That went so fast.
It does go fast, but it's now 3 minutes on the clock for you to go ahead and do your opening, good sir. So are you ready for that?
Okay. Yes. Okay, the Webster's Dictionary defines sex work as degenerate behavior that no sane person would ever want normalized. I agree with that very real dictionary definition. I'll expand upon it. My argument will be three-pronged. Prong A, that legalizing sex work makes it more socially acceptable, which leads to bad outcomes. B, that countries that fully legalize sex work often see more sex trafficking, not less, which leads to more exploitation. And C, that legalization does not get rid of black market prostitution anyway. Argument the first, legalizing literally anything makes it more socially acceptable. This is almost a truism. And I can't think of a counterexample. I'm going to ask my opponent if he can think of any counterexample. If you decriminalize opioids and other drugs, like they did in British Columbia, it emphatically did not lead to less drug use. Even the off-cited Portugal model didn't reduce drug use. And so, again, I would, that's just an example. But the point of that is that, like, anything that we make legal, it happens more often. Okay, that's just like, I think that's, and if you want to argue against that, I would love to hear it. Now, briefly, the bad outcomes I speak of are less pair bonding, less impetus to actually go and get married, leading to negative marital outcomes and fewer children in Western countries where we're already screwing ourselves with record-breaking, horrific birth rates far below replacement level. Argument the second, countries that fully legalize sex work often see more sex trafficking. So while it sounds compassionate to sex workers to make it legal, it can actually make the problem much worse. Germany, after legalizing sex work in 2002, saw an increase in sex trafficking, not a decrease. And this was analyzed by the German Institute of Economic Research using 20 years of German data, because this was a long time ago where it became legal. This is because it provides cover to bad actors who want to force women into an industry under the guise of it being legal. We also see this in the Netherlands. Argument the third, legalizing sex work solves very little problems as it doesn't get rid of the black market prostitution anyway. Not everyone will want to submit to be registered as a sex worker, which would have to be done if it's legalized, which is what the prompt is. Again, we're not arguing about decriminalization, we're arguing about legalization. Not everyone will want to be subjected to mandatory STI checks. Not everyone will want to pay taxes on their hard-earned cum dollars, etc. In summary, I would like my opponent to explain how legalizing prostitution doesn't increase harm to society by socially normalizing it, which happens with literally every illegal behavior we legalize. We see more of it. I would like him to contend with the data that shows legalizing prostitution leads to a paradoxical effect where sex trafficking actually goes up. And I'd like him to refute the claim that black market prostitution will nevertheless still exist, even in a society where sex work is fully legal. The end.
Yeah, both of y'all left 20 seconds on the clock. That's really interesting. So 2 minutes is on the clock now for you, Ancom, to control a cross-examination. Go ahead when you're ready.
Does legalization require registration by definition?
Yes, in any country that's legalized prostitution, in any country, it has.
You can argue perhaps
find me a country where it hasn't.
Well, I mean, if you look at the countries that follow the Nordic model, where it's legal to sell sex but not to buy sex, sex workers have not been forced to register with the government.
That's not legalizing sex work. With all due respect, that's not legalizing sex work. The Nordic model is about penalizing Johns. It's not about legalizing sex work. Entirely different situation.
And I don't think that is a good way to go about it. But legalization does not necessitate a registration only because, just because the two countries that have, by your definition, legalized it have done so, does not mean that it's a requirement. And if I said that
every country that's legalized it has done it.
If I said the U.S. should legalize it, that does not necessarily mean that we should be registering sex workers in that process.
You're saying, if you're saying it's, I mean, this is your cross-examination time, but if you're saying it's legal, right, then like it would have to follow like OSHA protocols, like it would be a job, right? If you're saying it's like, and how it is in Nevada, we have an example in the U.S. where certain brothels are illegal. They do have to do STI checks. They are legal workers. They have to pay taxes. All that stuff happens. So we already have an example in this own country. And you're saying that somehow legalizing it would somehow fundamentally change that.
Do they have to register with the government as sex workers in Nevada?
Yes, they do. Yes, they do.
Okay, fair enough. I will yield the rest of my cross-exam time.
All right, sounds good. Then in that case, we're just going to go ahead and put 10 minutes on the clock, and y'all just roll right on in. Go ahead.
All right, cool.
Okay, so
go
ahead. Oh shit. Okay, we're both being polite. Okay, I'll go ahead. Okay, so how do you contend with countries that legalize sex work see more sex work? Do you agree that's at least like on its face true? That if you legalize anything, again, Mike, the cannabis example, you make something legal, it's obviously going to happen more. Do you think sex work is a positive thing on society or a negative thing?
Neither. I think it's morally neutral.
You think it's neutral, so you don't think there's any like harm. That's an impossible position to defend, in my opinion, because there's going to be some amount of women, obviously, like you can ask people on a self-reported study. There obviously is some women that will turn to sex work out of like desperation, out of poverty, out of all of the things that presumably we don't want them to do. We don't want people to be desperate. Just as people will turn to Lyft and Uber and DoorDash and all of these other forms of work out of desperation. And you think those things have morally the same consequences, both on the human psyche and on society at large? You think like a woman choosing to drive Uber or Lyft, does that have the same personal consequences in her own life and also the same consequences on society writ large? Given the rates of violence that we see against female drivers for those sorts of services, I would say they have. Do you think? Is that comparable at all to the violence that like sex workers see, even in Nevada, right? Like you know, there even if you add all the safety stuff, and to go to the Netherlands, right? Netherlands has had many instances where there's been like I don't know if I can say TOS stuff, but like child prostitution, right? That has been caught, right? Where some brothel comes in and they find out like the girl was like 14, 15, and it's like a legal thing, and they're adding that. It's that like that doesn't happen with like Uber and Lyft. That doesn't happen with like any other job. It feels like an impossible position to maintain that's not causing more harm than Uber or Lyft. You don't think illegal child labor happens in any other industry in the U.S.? I think it does, but I think it is almost like it's almost on its face. And I think you would agree. Illegal child labor is worse if in a sexual way than in a non-sexual way. I agree they're both bad, but there's like different degrees of bad, right? Like forcing a child into sex trafficking, far worse than like, I don't know, making some like 16-year-old like work at your like, little family shop that you have, right? Whether or not that's allowed or not. As we saw a few years ago, various meatpacking plants in Arkansas wherein they were exposed to various forms of disease and unsafe working conditions. I'm not saying that that forcing children into sex work is equivalent to this, but you have to accept that like there are many industries in which illegal child labor occurs and puts them in danger. I fully accept that. Yeah, I don't think you would want to commit that the same level of like child labor is at all even remotely morally comparable to like forcing a child into like sex trafficking. Like that's not. If we're talking levels of harm, I know, but then we agree. Yes, you have like a small amount of harm in the industry because you could have child labor. The point is, we agree. Regular labor is legal in these other industries, and yet illegal child labor happens. So saying illegal child labor happens in the sex industry in a country where it is legalized is not a good point, because you're effectively saying that bad things happen in legalized industries. No, because I'm not saying they do. That's not an argument against legalizing them. It is, because all harm is not equal. So yes, you could bring up industries where like be equal, but the point is, so if the harm is so severe against legalizing the act. Okay, if you don't accept that, I mean, that's fine. I think that's crazy, because I think obviously there's different levels of harm and stuff. But okay, I want to move to a different point if you're willing, because we have limited time and stuff. But like, okay, so do you not think like this is has a deleterious effect on society with marriages, with childbirth, with all that stuff? Like, I'm just trying to get because I haven't talked to you before. Do you not think that's a problem?
No, I think sex work occurs whether or not it's legalized. And while you may be correct in that it may increase the rate of sex work, I don't believe the existence of sex work in a country reduces, successful marriage rates, reduces childbirth rates, reduces any of the things that you are suggesting are good for a country to have in this implication.
Well, I guess that's because, I mean, as you said that you think it's morally neutral, which again, yes. I think I'm unsure. Actually, yeah, I want to go back to that. How do you think it's morally neutral given all the stuff we talked about? Given if you trust me on the German thing about how sex trafficking has actually increased after they legalized it in 2002, and if you admitted that, yes, a certain amount of people, like in the Netherlands, right, and other countries, right, that minors get involved and that sex trafficking happens, then in what sense is it morally neutral? Like, I could see if you're arguing from like a harm reduction point of view, and then like maybe I could grant that, but you're arguing that it's morally neutral. I don't see an argument how it's morally neutral. I feel like I've given many vectors of harm.
Here's the question. You're talking about sex trafficking going up in Germany after they legalized it. What is the comparative rate of sex trafficking in Germany versus other nearby countries that still have sex work as legally prohibited?
Yeah, it hasn't gone up in the same amount.
Okay, so you're saying that the rate of sex trafficking in Germany and the Netherlands is still lower than surrounding countries where sex work is illegal. Yes?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying the opposite.
That's okay. I think you need to clarify because you said it's not as high.
Okay, I don't know if I misspoke. I don't know if I misspoke.
I asked you how. Okay, then let me re-ask the question. What is the comparative rate of sex trafficking in Germany and the Netherlands as compared to rates of the same in nearby countries such as Belgium, France, Italy, Switzerland, Poland, etc.?
Yes, if you compare it to developed countries, it is higher. The countries that have legalized it is higher because it provides an avenue for people to do sex trafficking under the guise of the law. Whereas like otherwise you're like trying to sex traffic people, and that happens in the States, right? But like we can see like it's hard to do because you can't launder women in the same capacity. That's why if you look at a country like Romania or like Thailand, you see a ton of sex trafficking. But if you look at developed nations, there's laws in place, there's people watching out. It's a lot more of a difficult thing to do. So when you make something legal, then all of a sudden it's like you have a legal avenue that you can and that's how underage people in the Netherlands ended up in legal brothels, right? How do you think that happens? That happens because it's legal. And so you have these people, and if you lie about their age and you get them into the country, then now all of a sudden you have like a bigger problem than you did otherwise.
Okay, so then what you're saying is that the regulation should be tighter and the checks should be more frequent, but that is not an argument against the basic concept of legalization. You're saying that the regulations surrounding that legalization should be better.
No, I'm saying it should be fully banned because I don't think, despite you saying it's morally neutral, I think I've given you a bunch of moral vectors where it's bad, and I think you've agreed to a lot of those. And so I want to know what the argument is on why it should be legal. Like what good does that do for society? Like even if you think it's morally neutral, which again I think I've given a lot of reasons why it's not, why do you think it should be legal? Given that it doesn't actually like help anything, it makes people turn to prostitution more often. So like what's the benefit? Like it leads in all those countries like Netherlands and Germany and stuff, there are more prostitutes doing it, right?
I don't think you've demonstrated that the prostitution rate is actually higher in those countries, mainly because in those countries, yes, while sex workers have to register in those countries, they don't have to register in other countries where it's not legalized. In fact, doing so would probably put them in both legal and physical danger to do so. So I don't think you've actually demonstrated that the rates of it are actually higher.
I quoted a study. I understand that we don't have time to look it up. I understand that. Yeah. But do you not just think on its face, just like logically, right? Like in Nevada, obviously you have like You have a legal route for people to do this, right? If we go to the rest of the US where it's illegal, right? If someone is like trying to pay their way through college, are they going to become a prostitute and stand on the corner of a street? They're probably not going to do that, right? There's a lot of safety risks, so that will go down. So that option becomes more available. I think you would agree with that at least, right? And you probably should, because you think it's morally neutral. You don't think there's anything bad if some young girl decides at 18 to go prostitute herself. Because you said it's morally neutral.
Morally neutral is not demonstrating that like it happens more under these legalized things. I think that it's likely that it does, but I haven't. But
you know it does. Can you again? This is what I asked in my opening. Yeah. Can you name anything that has ever been made legal and then the incidence goes down? Anything, like literally, you could punt to any topic.
Yes, I could. In Portugal, various forms of drug use were made legal, wherein if you were caught, you were not sent to jail. You were sent to a board of doctors who would argue against drug abuse and give you resources for detoxing. And we've actually seen rates of illicit drug use go down over the past decade in Portugal.
No, we haven't. We've seen from a harm reduction point of view, we've seen things like overdoses go down. We've seen things like hepatitis B go down. The drug incidence in Portugal has actually gone up. It hasn't gone down. So from a harm reduction point, I agree with you, but you're not arguing from a harm reduction point. You're arguing that this stuff should be legalized.
I am in part arguing from a harm reduction point because I do think that there are many harms associated with sex work, just as there are many harms associated with many forms of work in any country. But
sure, I asked you for an example where it goes up, and you brought up or where it goes down when something's legalized. And first of all, Portugal didn't legalize drugs; they decriminalized them. So again, that's a thing we keep coming back to. Legalization, not the same. But even in Portugal, incidence of drug use did go up, even though other metrics, which I agree are good, things, again, people dying, people contracting, needle-borne stuff, right, has gone down. But can you think of any example if you legalize something where it does not go up? Because any example, I tried. I was writing these notes. I can't think of anything. If you make something legal, if you made burglary legal, if you make gambling legal, if you make anything legal in all the places where it happens, it goes up. That's human nature. Humans want to do what they can't do. And so if you make something legal, it's gonna rise. And I don't think you can come up with a single unless you're more creative than me, because I can't come up with a single example.
Well, it's interesting because the example you gave just there, where humans want to do things that they're not allowed to do. So you will find in a lot of cases that, yes, immediately after legalizing a lot of things, the use rates do spike, but then they come back down and they plateau, usually at or near the same level of use as they were before legal.
Can you name a single example where that's happened? Any example where something has been legalized?
Cannabis in the various states.
Cannabis use in all those states has gone up. Canada, the whole country legalized it. It's gone up. It has not gone down.
Decriminalized.
Definitely. No, Canada legalized it.
No, Canada decriminalized it.
No, Canada legalized it.
Not really.
You can go to any. There's like 1 million pot shops in Canada. You can just go and buy it. You don't need any license. And I'm saying pot use has gone up. Again, you can look at the stats on this, especially amongst Zoomers, right? Pot use has gone skyrocketed. It's not showing any signs of stopping. Maybe I agree there could be some slight rebound, not to the point where it's going below legalization, which is what I'm asking you for. I'm asking you for any example if you legalize something where the use actually goes down. I think we both know that just never happens.
Okay, fair enough. I don't have any. I don't have any points where I can think of where use has gone down. I don't necessarily think in all cases it's gone up. But my point here is that just because we might see sex work rise, again, I think it's morally neutral. That voluntary adult sex work is overall morally neutral. All of the other shit that you're associating with legalization, the underage shit, the sex trafficking, I agree with you that those are all bad, and I think that we should be taking steps to end those while protecting sex workers through legalization, or my preference would be decriminalization, but since that was not the prompt, I got to go with what I'm given.
Right.
So
I just want. I need to point out. I need to point out. This is the one thing that HorseRadish already covered. Voluntary was not in the prompt to begin with. So like that, that is a bit of a separate argument. And I know, but that I was given like 5 minutes ago. But I just want to point out that like I feel like that's taking a lot of stuff off the table, and it's almost in some ways begging the question because like. If a woman is like fully agentic and the guy's fully agentic, then maybe, but that's not the case in reality. Even if it's the case in the prompt, you can't figure out if someone is doing voluntary sex work. Sex work is so tied to people in desperation, people in bad economic positions.
That's true of all forms of work, though.
I know, but with the harm that you agreed happens, then it's not the same as all kinds of work. And if there was equal levels of harm with a woman driving Uber, then I would say we should like probably stop that. But there's just not. If you look up the violence sex workers face, even when it's legal, it doesn't matter. The violence, the STD rates, the harm in general, right? The psychological damage that these women go through after, like, I mean, it's not comparable to any other
rates. I know for a fact STI rates in Germany and Netherlands are down after legalization.
I'm saying a prostitute has a higher STI rate than an Uber driver. That was my point with that.
Okay. I actually gave y'all an extra 5 minutes already. That was great. 15 minutes, but we are going over. So that said, I do have a couple of questions coming in from the judges. I'm going to give you guys those after your closing arguments because it's possible you guys are going to touch on them in that time. I have an unrelated question because this has happened to me before and I'm a fucking idiot. Can somebody remind me my Discord window? For some reason, I've got it so that the bar to be able to move it around is currently behind my taskbar. How can I make it so that like goes full screen or something so that I can move it around? Does anybody know?
Yes, if you hover over the Discord icon on your taskbar and then you see the little preview, you should be able to right click on that or on the little bar above it and you get an option to move the window.
Ancom, you're a fucking god, dude. All right, thank you. Now, we're going to go ahead and put it to 3 minutes on the clock. We're going to go back to the affirmative, which would be Ancom. And we're going to go ahead and do our 3-minute closings right now. Ancom, are you ready for that?
Yes.
All right, go ahead when you're ready.
So unfortunately tonight has been a confluence of, some mistaken understandings of the prompt, which, they are what they are, and, some disagreements between the prompt in my position, possibly the prompt, almost certainly the prompt and my opponent's position, and so that has kind of muddied the waters a little bit, which is unfortunate. That said, I do think tonight that though my opponent has brought up some interesting points about the flaws of the legalization implementation in some countries and the fact that they haven't achieved the goals that they sought to, and that the fact that decriminalization seems to have done a better job in achieving these goals in New Zealand where it has been done. Yes, legalization does have flaws. I won't discount that, but that's true of any form of legalization for any form of activity because laws are imperfect. They're written by imperfect humans. Still, I think the point that sex work is morally neutral when it is between consenting adults, that you can't really argue against because sex work is just another form of work. The fact that it happens to involve certain parts of the body that other forms of work don't include isn't really material here, and I think a lot of people just see that as a morally icky thing rather than looking at it from a more objective point of view. It seems clear to me that when we're talking about legalizing sex work, we're talking about legalizing something that has happened throughout human history, and the goal of it is to try and reduce the amount of harm that's going to occur while this particular action was always going to occur. Like, the fact that the use might go up, okay, so what? Like, I don't really see a problem with that. So my opponent's argument doesn't make a lot of sense. Yes, he's pointed out that there are imperfections in the legalization process. I don't disagree with that, but I don't think that's an argument against the concept of legalization as a way to reduce the amount of harm that currently exists under the system. It needs revisions, it needs refinements, but overall it is a solid answer to the question. Maybe not the best. Like I said, I prefer decriminalization over legalization, but I think both have their place and, can potentially be, be used to solve the problems that we're looking at today.
All right. And we're going to go ahead and put 3 minutes on the clock now for you, Confluence. Same thing, 3 minutes. You don't have to use it all, but go ahead and put a cherry on it for us, sir. You're muted, just so you know. You're still muted in case you didn't know. I know I hate it when that happens.
Yeah, sorry, I was typing. I didn't want. Thank you for not starting my timer. That would have been bad if I just talk for 3 minutes into silence. Okay.
No, sir. You're not the first. Go ahead.
Okay. So my 3 arguments. The first one was that legalizing sex work makes it more socially acceptable, which leads to bad outcomes. I don't think. I think. My opponent, I think he did a good job, but I think he actually agrees with me that it does lead to more bad outcomes. And my second point is that countries that fully legalize sex work see more sex trafficking. And I want to hit on what he said in his closing, if I'm allowed to do that, I think, right? He said sex work, it happens. No, sorry, wrong note. Sorry, I was typing. So he says the use has gone up in countries that have legalized it. No, that is not what I'm saying. It has gone up, but I'm saying with the German study, sex trafficking has gone up. That's what we see in these countries. When they legalize it, it's not just that use goes up. That is bad, and I think that's the first point, is that it leads to bad outcomes in pair bonding and all that stuff, which wasn't addressed by my opponent. But the actual issue is sex trafficking goes up when it's legalized. Okay. He said he's again, I think we're conflating decriminalization with legalization, and he wants to be more on the decriminalized side, which that's a separate debate, and maybe I would agree with him on that, but that's emphatically just not the debate topic. And he admitted that legalization has a bunch of problems, so I mean, we agree on that. He thinks sex work is morally neutral between consenting adults. And again, that's the crux. Just because you make sex work legal, you can't make it so that it's between consenting adults. My opponent is acting that all sex workers, if you make it legal, they are all of a sudden magically transformed into agentic beings that aren't possibly coerced in any way, that aren't sex trafficked in any way, that aren't doing it from some fiscal need, that aren't damaged from childhood and are now doing it. None of those things have been addressed at all. And I think that yes, it's to imply that they're consenting. Sure, if I was to grant that, if they're all consenting, sure. I'm not saying moral yuck, although I also am saying that, but that's not my argument. My argument is that you can't say consenting adult and just assume that they're all going to be consenting. And my last point was that legalization does not get rid of black market prostitution anyway, which again, that point was also not touched on. There will be people, and we've agreed on this when we talked about Nevada, that yes, you do have to register, you do have to do mandatory STI testings. There's a lot of red tape to jump through. There's going to be a certain amount of people that will still do black market prostitution anyway. So we're trying to fix for a problem that we're not actually fixing for. Yes, it's the oldest profession and whatever, but we're not actually legalizing does nothing to actually do anything from any harm reduction point of view. The stats bear this out, and it increases the prevalence of it. And even again, looking at the German study and in the Netherlands, it actually leads to worse outcomes when it comes to sex trafficking and other things.
All right.
The end.
That is time. So we do still have one question from Judge. If the other judge would like to ask any questions, go ahead and shoot those to me. I'm just going to read this exactly as it is said, and I'm going to give you guys each 1 minute on the clock. Each of you have given specific examples when bringing up the issues of safety. Could each of you please go into some detail about one of the specific examples you found during your research? So as an example, how the rates of violence or crimes have been affected after legalization, or any specific examples of underage people in brothels.
Who do you want to start?
1 minute on the. I was about to say I'm going to put 1 minute on the clock for each of y'all. I'll start with the affirmative here, and Ancom. Go ahead.
Okay, before you start the clock, can you just read the question one more time for me?
I certainly can. So let me stop the clock and restart.
Sorry.
So no worries. Please give a detail or go into detail about one of the specific examples you found regarding the issues of safety during your research. So, in other words, examples of how the rates of violence or crimes have been affected by the legalization, or any specific examples of underage people in brothels. Like there were generalizations thrown around, but there was no actual specific cited cases or anything of that nature. So again, just looking for any sort of pro or con effect to the safety based on your research. Go ahead.
Okay. So I will, just because it's where most of my research was based, in New Zealand, we have seen a decrease in overall violence against sex workers. There have been fewer issues where women in sex work have been assaulted, fewer issues where they have reported rapes. There have been more cases in which the lesser violence has been prosecuted and the people responsible have been held accountable for those actions, as well as lower rates of STIs, lower rates of underage sex trafficking. Unfortunately, there is still an issue in New Zealand where people cannot get visas to do sex work in New Zealand. So, it hasn't completely removed the underground problem there, but it has significantly decreased many of the greatest harms typically associated with sex work.
All right, cool. And now, Confluence, same question to you. Can you give any examples, pro or con, specific examples or any sort of evidence that supports the negative effects to safety that you were referring to? Go ahead when you.
Sure. And I don't know if this is below the belt, but I just want to say again, New Zealand did not legalize sex work. So I don't know why we're bringing up a country that didn't legalize it. I will bring up one that did, which is Germany. And this is from the German Institute of Economic Research. Again, I mentioned this. It used 20 years. Germany legalized sex work in 2002, and it saw an increase in sex trafficking. That is a specific example of harm. They legalized it. They thought, like my opponent did, that, hey, this is a way to solve it. This is a way to make it safer. We saw sex trafficking go up, and there's a whole study that talks about minors and stuff. I could link it if you want. I mean, I don't have enough time to, but I will send it to anyone who wants to see it. They did a whole deep dive on this. It has not produced positive outcomes. It's resulted in more minors being trafficked, more sex trafficking in general, less agency, and it hasn't done any of the things that the German government thought it would back in 2002.
Okay, fantastic. And for what it's worth, yeah, anytime you want, you can drop it into the Twitch chat, or if you want, you can also drop it into the chat room chat, and we can move it onto the chat for the viewers as well. So, with that said, that brings us to the end of our first debate. Everybody out there in the audience, please, this vote right here, go ahead and vote for us. And I don't know if you're able to grab that Confluence and put it into your own chat, because that would be that's the only downside to you being on YouTube and not over here.
Yeah, sorry. So, where'd you send it?
It's you know what? Actually, here's what I can do. I will put it into the conversation chat for you. Boom, that bottom.
Oh, perfect.
One. And that way we can go ahead and get that vote in. Now, once again, just so everybody knows, this is going to go based on percentage sway. It's not based on popularity or like who has the most votes. It's about which side had the most persuasive arguments. And so with that said, that was a great debate, gentlemen. I enjoyed the hell out of that. I'm sure everybody out there did. This one's going to be a little bit tough, I think, but I don't know, maybe not. I'm going to go ahead and throw this one to Let's Chief first, if that is all right, Chief. Do you think you're ready to go ahead and judge?
Yeah, unless Doomer wants to go real quick, if he knows.
You know what, Doomer, are you ready?
I'm still kind of mulling it over.
Yeah, no, like I said, this one's kind of a tough one. So I'm going to babble.
Give us
for
a little girl
seconds.
from Ipanema, please.
Yeah, I was about to say I can babble for just a few minutes, and I will actually go ahead and weigh in on my own, which is just to say that my position going into this was pretty solid, right? For what it's worth, my significant other did a dissertation on this particular subject, and it was a pretty goddamn persuasive paper. But this debate actually kind of swayed me a little bit. So I'm eager to see some of those details and some of those facts, because what I was hearing didn't line up with my own research.
this is a debate. So again, I'm looking forward to seeing some examples of actual like evidence and such. But one thing that did stand out to me was the legalization versus decriminalization. This is my own personal question to the two of y'all. And this one I'm not even going to bother putting on the clock, but I'm going to throw this to Confluence first. Can you, just for my own edification, give me a quick synopsis of what you believe or how you perceive the difference between the two? Like, I know what I think it is, but I'm curious if you guys both agree the same. Go ahead.
I would. So my opponent brought up the Nordic model. I actually agree with that. I don't think we should be like throwing sex workers in jail. I think that we should be punishing Johns, and I think that is the most effective way to do it. And so that type of decriminalization, I think, is good. And legalization then would be, right, obviously everything is like fine, you know, you're in a brothel, the John is doing everything, he's like not legally responsible, neither is the prostitute. I don't want to see sex workers get punished, because again, I think they're already probably down bad for most of them. I agree there's hypothetical people that just like want to do sex work and stuff and want to work in a brothel, but I think ultimately there's a lot of like harm that is probably going on in your life if you're doing this. And so, so I don't want to see them thrown in jail. So that's why I prefer the Nordic model, because I would rather the Johns are probably the ones with the money that are taking advantage. And I feel like it's definitionally, I think, exploitative in my opinion. That's my personal opinion. So that's why, I don't want to see them punished.
Fair enough. Ancom, if you could do me a favor, same thing. Can you just kind of explain to me in your perception or in your view, what is the difference between decriminalization and legalization in this context?
So when I'm talking about legalization, and I was using New Zealand as my example there. So in 2003, they fully decriminalized sex work, making it a legal form of employment. And so the research conducted since then, including a 5-year review by their Ministry of Justice, showed that the long-term effects of that were, as I said, better screening, better ability to screen clients and refuse service, lower rates of violence, lower rates of STIs. So that's the kind of thing I'm talking about. I see the Nordic model that Confluence is talking about here as being overall more harmful than either legalization or the New Zealand form of decriminalization. And we've seen that in both the Nordic countries that have implemented and in Canada, which has done something similar.
Okay. All right, cool. Chief, are you ready yet?
Hell yeah. I'm just, I'll flub through it. I've got notes. So ANCOM started off with really strong arguments. And I feel like, the solid arguments were in the open, and because of that, and I feel like Doomer's question tried to kind of pry this out of you, is that the stats from Germany should have been your whole entire argument. I wouldn't have swayed from whatever stats that you had on hand, and then you just have to bridge the gap between decriminalization and legalization, saying if we got this effect from one, then we could assume a similar, effect from the other, and that they're not citing a place that is decriminalized doesn't fully disqualify, what you're bringing to the table there, and just be confident about that. I feel like the word, voluntary was added to the prompt, but really the biggest detractor for ANCOM, it felt like, and first major punch that hit was that the prompt should have been more about decriminalization than legalization. So I feel like that kind of was the first time where, ANCOM's knees got a little shaky, underneath them, just not being able to kind of bridge that gap when it wasn't really that big of a deal to begin with. I do feel like he did a good job explaining how Confluence maybe misunderstood the moral neutrality point. Just because, when we're talking about moral neutrality, if you think of an exception to the rule where someone found a way of doing something bad, that doesn't make the entire act not morally neutral. So I think that was just a misunderstanding there and how that was used. Confluence also didn't need to use like the 100% magical consent argument because I feel like he had done solid work up until to that point. Whether or not the data either side used was accurate, Confluence definitely, waded through the arguments, with kind of like, I don't know, like the power to remain upright. The second time I saw ANCOM really kind of shaken was when Confluence brought up that legality means that the job would be more likely to be chosen. It seemed like ANCOM didn't really like have think about that or have like a prepared answer for that. So he just kind of left a little bit reeling there. And overall, I give the victory to Confluence today.
One vote for Confluence from Let's Chief. All right, so real quick reminder, audience, I'm going to drop this in here one more time. Please go ahead and secure your votes. They do matter if it comes down to a tie between the judges. So let's see how that happens. Mr. Doomer, you ready to go?
Yeah.
All right, lay it on us.
It was close. Like a coin flip pretty much came down to like right before you guys started answering Horse's questions. So yeah, I thought ANCOM opened really strong. And I think Confluence hit on most of everything that ANCOM brought up in his opening and addressed it really well. And then I kind of like what Let's Chief said. I thought the little check on decriminalization versus legalization kind of threw ANCOM a little bit. And I do think the whole like if voluntary wasn't in the prompt, it could have been a much different debate. But yeah, beyond that, I barely eked it out to ANCOM. Just kind of over the main points that Confluence brought up, I thought were more moral than kind of like objective versus like good and bad. Not that you can really separate those two. But yeah, the overall like question of like, is more of this bad? In like a general sense, I don't really think tracks like on that reasoning. And yeah, outside of that, yeah, I just think the more objective reasoning was in ANCOM's corner.
Okay, have we ever disagreed on a decision before?
No, that's a
I think
brand
we have
new
one time.
I don't remember it. I'd have to go back to the tapes, but this is interesting.
I think you might be
So
right.
This means that it comes down to the audience vote. So, with that said, hopefully everybody go ahead and get that last vote secured if you haven't already. We're going to go ahead and go up here and we're going to look at our previous debate vote. Let me look. Voluntary sex work should be legalized. All right, so the first one. Show me the results. Looks like it was. Oh, well, this could be interesting. So the original vote was 100% in the affirmative favor. So if literally even one person voted for the negative, it is going to the negative. That was a 100% in favor of the affirmative. Let's go back and look at the second one.
Let's tabulate the delta.
Tabulate the delta. Is that what that's called?
Does that mean all I need is a single vote, or all he needs is a single vote?
No, you. And you got two. Yeah, so 22%. You went up. You got a 22% of the vote there, which means that the audience was persuaded by the negative. The win is going to go to Confluence. Good job, sir. Yeah, well, I need to get like applause or something like that going. So.
I will say, if it's 100%, that's almost like impossible to lose the because like there's got to be someone that's changed their mind. So I feel like
yeah. So and that's,
I feel like that's a
exactly
technical win, but like
yeah.
Was there more votes?
Every win's a win. Well, it was 3 votes more this time. So yeah. So
I will grant that my argumentation was not my best work. So.
That's okay.
I thought you did a good. I had a good time. I thought you did a good job.
I enjoyed the hell out of it, but I would also err towards Confluence on the actual presentation. And mostly for me, it was just because of the fact that you had three very well articulated points of contention, which, as you said, Ancom sort of kind of engaged with two of them, but he didn't even touch on that third one. And I feel like you.
What was the third one that I missed? Because I'm sure I meant to.
You
say
just
something.
you just missed it. Yeah, absolutely. Well, and that was the thing was, like I said,
The third is
that
the
he
black
brought it
market
back-
won't stop, or no?
Yeah, the black market
Yeah.
doesn't go or it doesn't impact the black market, correct? So, just the fact that he brought that back up in his closing like he did, it was very well executed in my opinion. So,
Let's be
but
real.
yeah.
It has nothing to do with the arguments. Confluence looks like he's about to start a cult, and I'm just ready to join it.
I've always wanted to start a cult, brother. So you could be my
All right,
first member.
Let's
yeah.
Chiefs down to drink your Kool-Aid, man. All right, so
Easy.
Ancom, you're welcome.
Out of
to
a
stick
wine
around. I'd
bottle.
love for you to stick around. Same thing with you, Confluence. You guys are more than welcome as always, and I'd love to have y'all. But we're gonna go ahead and roll straight into this because I know Mr. Tyler here is on a timeline. And Castle, am I saying is it Castle or Cassell? How do you say it? You're muted. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, you can say Castle. It works.
Castle. Very, very cool. All right. So, Castle, this is your first time debating with us, but it's super cool that you got in here in the time that you did. So, you were able to see sort of the format. It's going to be a 3-minute open, followed by a 2-minute cross examination. That is your time. Well, it starts with affirmative, then the negative gets 2 minutes. That is their time to do as they see fit, which is to say, some people have actually used that just to make their opening longer because they had too much opening. Ideally, it is your opportunity to be able to ask questions and or set yourself up for success for your opening or poke holes in the argument of their opening. Either way, it's your choice. And again, you do not have to use all of the time for it. After that, then you goes to the 3 minutes opening for the negative and then followed by a 2-minute cross-examination from the affirmative. Now, that one's going to roll straight into a 10 to 15 minute open conversation. I kind of add the 5 minutes if I feel like the conversation is still going. But if I feel like you guys are just beating a dead horse, or there's a whole lot of him and hawing, or you guys are just like circling around, then I'm just going to cut it at the 10 minutes. Followed after that by each of you going with a 3-minute closing. Once again, you do not feel obligated to use the whole thing. But if the judges have any questions, they're able to feed me those questions in DMs, which I will then pose to you guys to just kind of clarify or put some finer points on it. As I have said before, we're going to go ahead and give the vote to the audience before and after the debate. I'm going to be honest with you. You guys were supposed to go first. I know you had life, and that's fine. It's no problem. But I was excited about this debate, and primarily because I didn't have to do shit for it. So that said, this is also probably going to be the most controversial of the night. And this is a topic that I have been kind of thinking about putting out there. We have not had this particular debate before, so I'm eager to see how this plays out. Now, with that said, bear with me 1 second. I'm going to drop the Castle. Are you streaming by chance?
I am not right now. No.
You are not. That is fine. Okay. Do you generally stream on Twitch or on YouTube?
On Twitch, if I do.
Okay, very cool.
Yeah.
Well, just so you know, in the future, anytime you do this, we tend to share chat just so that way everybody can see, first of all, if the debaters are getting fed prompts fed information by their audience, but also so that we can kind of get a bigger spread of exposure. We can kind of get to talk to audiences and chats that we wouldn't normally be able to. So just so you know, if you decide you want to come back and play with us again, that is always an option. We also don't mind if you're streaming in any channel or anything. Do whatever you do. It's not a competition. So we're all here to help each other. Now, in the chat, everybody, I just dropped a link, and I'm going to go ahead and put it in here. So if Castle's going to stick around, he can give it to his chatters as well. This is the link to the first vote. This is the opening vote. And just so everybody knows, it is free. It costs you absolutely nothing. Just go ahead and quickly go in there and click yes or no or undecided if that's what you are. And this next prompt, it's a doozy. So the next,
and if you don't vote, it's a vote for the whatever one you don't like. So
that's so mean.
Be bullied.
Yes, be bullied. Be persuaded. Peer pressure counts. So our next prompt, give me a second, is boom. Let's make sure it's not too long-winded. Nope, looks like it's going to fit just fine. Boom.
That's what she said.
That is what she said. The Republican Party of America is more prone to violence than the Democratic Party. Now, arguing the affirmative for this is going to be Castle on the top row. Arguing in the negative is going to be to that side. Tyler, the average debate enjoyer. So one more time, I'm going to read that again. The prompt is, the Republican Party of America is more prone to violence than the Democratic Party. So everybody go ahead and lock in your votes on this, see where you're standing now. And with that said, is everybody ready to go? Affirmative, that is going to be you, Mr. Castle. Are you ready with your 3-minute opening, sir?
Yeah, just to clarify too,
Yep.
and I know it's not part of the question.
No, go
and
ahead.
It might have just been what Tyler and I discussed before, but in terms of like time frame of this question, does that
you guys
matter?
get
Or
So there's a lot of stuff like that. Welcome in, Dizzle. There's a bunch of stuff like that where I have a tendency in my prompts. Some people think that it's an oversight, but it's not. I intentionally leave some wiggle room for the debaters to be able to define their own terms, right? Or I try to. But what I found is then we end up getting bogged down in bullshit. So anytime, if I have a more vague prompt, I will do what I can to make clarifying statements. But in this case, what y'all said works for me, and I will actually tell the audience. We are specifically, for the purposes of this debate, referring to both of the American political parties, or the main political parties, since 2000, since the year 2000. So this is only within the last 25 years that we are going to be discussing that the Republican Party of America is more prone to violence than the Democratic Party. Does that work? And both debaters agree with that term, right? All right, fantastic. Well, then in that case, 3 minutes is on the clock for you, Mr. Castle. Are you ready for your opening?
cool, sounds good. Yeah, ready when you are.
Everybody secure those votes. I'll start the clock when you start talking.
Awesome. Well, thanks for inviting me to this, and also thanks, Tyler. I know I owe you this debate too, so excited to get into it. But I am Castle. I'm going to argue for the affirmative of why the Republican Party has seen a rise in violence since the year 2000 more than the Democratic Party. And when you look from the year 2000 to today, the U.S. has witnessed a measurable rise in domestic political violence, intimidation, extremism. And when we assess the political violence we're seeing, and when I talk about political violence, I mean violence or threats used to influence elections, or public policy, or any type of government authority, a clear pattern emerges. And the modern Republican Party and its rhetoric, I believe, it's aligned movements that have been more closely associated with this kind of violence than the Democratic Party. And this debate is not about labeling individual voters or claiming that Republicans are inherently violent. It's about analyzing which party in the last 25 years has been more prone to creating, normalizing, or benefiting from environments in which political violence becomes more likely. And on that measure, the evidence overwhelmingly supports the affirmative. And I mention that specifically because I know my opponent will bring up groups like Antifa or BLM. And again, I want to label that this is about the parties themselves, Republican versus Democratic Party. And I think that's important for the topic at hand. So point number one, patterns in political violence since 2000 is important to kind of ground ourselves in this time frame. And the most serious and deadly acts of extremist violence in the U.S. has come disproportionately from actors aligned with the right-wing ideology, not left-wing or democratic movements. And when we list the most infamous and politically motivated attacks, you can talk about the Charleston Church Massacre, Tree of Life, synagogue shooting in Pittsburgh, El Paso, Walmart shooting targeting Hispanic Americans, and the Buffalo supermarket attack against Black Americans. They share common traits, which is white supremacy, anti-immigration sentiments, or anti-government narratives that align with far-right ideological ecosystems, not within the Democratic Party. These attackers weren't quoting Democratic platforms. They were echoing replacement theories, invasion rhetoric that we have seen from top officials in the Republican Party, especially the President of the United States, and anti-government paranoia that mostly circulate primarily in Republican-aligned media spheres. And this is not an anecdote. It's a clear pattern that we're seeing. As for my second point, January 6th is a unique event in U.S. history. There's only been one time in American history that a violent mob has attempted to overturn a certified presidential election by force, and that event was January 6th on the U.S. Capitol, which was carried out explicitly in support of the Republican candidate and justified through claims of Republican officials and media that was supporting this claim that the president had espoused. There's no Democrat equivalent that I can think of in history or had seen throughout history, and no Democratic-aligned mob has ever stormed Congress to stop a peaceful transfer of power. If being prone to violence means being closer to the possibility of force entering our democratic process, this point alone makes my case. And lastly, legislation and political culture that heightens violence and risk. Republican. All right, cool.
I'm sorry. I tried to let you finish your sentence.
I tried to get to the end, but yeah, no,
nope,
all
you're
good.
You're good. All right. 2 minutes is on the clock for you there, Tyler. Are you ready for your cross-examination time, sir?
All right. I got 2 questions for you. So when you're talking about the parties, you're defining this as normalizing, benefiting from, condoning these actions that correlate. But then you turn around and invalidate Antifa and the Black Lives Matter message when we see the Democratic Party was pandering to them. They were repeating their messages. They were bailing out protesters. They were downplaying. They called the Summer of Love a 6-week insurrection that took over city property and turned it into an autonomous zone. Backing their rhetoric, and repeating their diagnosis of a cure, which is systemic racism and defunding the police. I just wonder how you can decouple those two things.
Well, when we're talking about Black Lives Matter, for example, one of my points that in my intro that you mentioned too is how we're determining the prompt is between political parties, right? Black Lives Matter isn't a political party. And that's basically my point here is that you could assume or associate BLM with the people who were part of those protests, people who may have even thrown Molotov cocktail or burned down whatever building as being on the left, but there's no way that you can make the claim that the Democratic Party was in support of any of that type of violence and rhetoric. Now you can, I know that you mentioned that they were
benefiting from it. I'm just wondering because I only got so much time here, so reclaiming my time. But my question is then how the January 6thers aren't a political party. They were a very small percentage of Trump's movement. They just like Trump repeating the rhetoric that they use as go ahead with the same thing that these other organizations were doing. They were mirroring the same exact rhetoric as Black Lives Matter and Antifa and actually putting into policy action as well. So why is one invalid and the other one's the crux of your argument?
So I agree with you that a large majority of Republicans are not who I'm talking about. And I think I mentioned that too. And I'm not talking about them, but if you mention a small amount of Trump voters, I think it still fits the case because January 6th was very unique in that you could argue, and I will argue this, that Trump has led them specifically to endanger the Capitol Police and the Capitol and the inhabitants of the Capitol themselves that day. This wasn't something that they had even done themselves. This was a president of the United States calling for them to attend a speech at the Capitol in which he encouraged them to take their country back. Now, I know there are a lot of different ways you can interpret that, but I think it's pretty unique that the president of the United States specifically was there and encouraged them to take their country back, whatever that means. So I think that's where the difference lies.
All right, good. Just so you know, I let you finish your question there or finish your answer there. That was a really long sentence with no punctuation. Well done. All right, 3 minutes is on the clock for you, Tyler. Are you ready to go, sir? Go ahead.
All right, tonight we're going to talk about political violence in the party. I think this is kind of a two-pronged thing. First, I want to talk about political violence generally, and we pretty much agree somewhat on the terms. I just think we disagree on how they're being applied. And second, I want to talk about the tactics being used to make them even seem close. It is downplay violence from some of the most violent groups in our country that have done some of the most violent things, and always blame X, which is Christians, which is people that don't like Islamophobia after 9/11 and Islamophobes after 9/11, or the police. It's the police and the systemic systems that's actually the reason why certain demographics are more prone to violent crime. The Democratic Party has been doing this for 25 years, and I'm going to go through each one of these examples. At the end of the day, like, we're at a more extreme version of it where everyone's called fascist, traitor, things of that nature are being thrown around, but there is a history of this, and it started with, again, Islamophobia. After 9/11, we saw if you didn't want a mosque in New York City right next to where there was an Islamic terror attack, you were actually engaging in Islamophobia, and you're the real problem. The real problem is we need to lie. The Obama administration went through all these different instances, like the Pulse nightclub, San Bernardino, where they lied about radical extremism, and that was the only good thing they actually got out of Benghazi as well, were them lying about Islamic extremism to protect Islam or Muslims in the United States, because it's really the U.S. that's bigoted, that needs to be lied to in order to get them to not be violent. It's always displacing it to the most peaceful people in the country. I think that at the end of the day here, we're going to kind of get down to the brass tacks on that, because again, we pretty much agree on what political terrorism or political violence is. The parties themselves aren't going out and doing violence. You don't see Republicans and Democrats out there committing violence, save a handful of Democrats that have been arrested for committing violent acts against ICE. Besides that, though, you don't see a lot of them going out there. What we see is groups that parrot the same messages, that move for the same causes, like, again, Black Lives Matter wanting to defund the police. That's directly correlated to the Democratic Party then moving to defund the police in something like 60 different cities. We can see the correlation there. So if you're going to use the January 6th protesters believing Trump's rhetoric on this, I don't know how you can decouple that from Antifa, Black Lives Matter, and these things being played down by the Democratic Party, who say, at the end of the day, they don't endorse violence. Trump says in January 6th, be peaceful, I don't endorse violence, etc. That doesn't necessarily mean much if you're actually benefiting off of it like we agree to. So I'm going to go through a lot of examples here, but what we see here is it's always somebody else. It's the U.S. voter. It's the school boards. It's the Christians. It's the bigoted people angry about 9/11. It's the police doing their job. It's the criminal justice system. But at the same time, these people are ignoring criminals. If you look at a lot of state policy down the line, they are decriminalizing things, letting people out same day with no bail for doing armed robbery. That's something that would destroy somebody's life. And I don't know, at the end of the day, it's just kind of being covered up, ignored, and blamed on other root causes.
That's time. All right. Brought it home right at the wire. 2 minutes is on the clock for you, Mr. Castle. Go ahead and use any or all of that to poke holes or question as you see fit.
Sure. So I think when you mentioned some of the policies that Democrats have used from these protests, for example, BLM, I know had an effect of some Democratic cities and policymakers talk about defunding the police. Whether or not that happened the way that a lot on the right had said it would is another argument. But do you think that those policies were actually violence on people that the Democratic Party enacted, or were they stupid? Because I would argue, like, I'm not somebody who's for defunding the police, but I don't think that would be enacting violence or a type of violent behavior.
Well, the argument was that the systemic racism in our society is causing police to focus non-white people more often. And the only way to solve this is to get rid of, abolish, or defund the police and bring in other government workers that are trained in more social sciences and social studies. They were anti-police movements saying that the police were the problem causing escalation. They weren't de-escalating, they were actually causing more violence because they wanted to target these communities. So vaguely, yes, but once you actually start to get into the epistemology behind defund the police, absolutely not.
I guess to follow up on that too is like the way that Democratic lawmakers in these cities had approached that was actually kind of pushing back against that, because I think you could argue a lot of people who believed in defunding the police, literally taking police budget away, was kind of counteracted by a lot of Democrats saying, well, we can maybe put police budget towards kind of like social welfare or checking up on the mentally ill, but we're not going to literally take money away from the police. At least in the larger police departments like LA or New York City, I know that the police budgets are billions of dollars. They've only increased since then. So wouldn't that prove that the Democratic Party kind of pushed back on saying, we hear you, but we're not going to defund the police. Maybe we can spend resources towards other places.
Yeah, I could address that even though we're out of time here real quickly. So they did most of the LA.
Go ahead and answer it in the regular time. Yep, go ahead.
LA and New York did defund the police, as well as three other cities did as well. And then they, about a year and a half later, after crime spiked, which it did, the largest year-over-year crime spike was after what's called the George Floyd effect, where we saw these defunding in particular cities. They raised their budget back and tried to rehire a lot of these police officers, and they've been understaffed since. On top of that, we see that because they're understaffed, arrest rates are going down because police just can't get to everything. So people are saying that there's actually less violent crime, but when we compare that to victimization data, we're seeing that because there's less police, there's more victims that just aren't even reporting crime or are reporting crime without any recourse to it. So the defund the police movement actually made the most victimized people even larger victims.
Are you saying, and HorseRadish, let me know, like, is this time part of just regular discussion now?
Yes, this is open discussion time. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Cool. So in terms of the budgets themselves, I don't know, and I could be wrong on this, but when you talk about actually defunding the police and taking budget away, are you talking about 2020, 2021? Because I know because COVID, a lot of budgets were just naturally decreased because of the decrease in funds that were coming into the city at that point. But even if your argument is that they still decrease, you just mentioned they increased a year later. So if the argument is that, well, a police budget went down for a year and then increased the next year, I think it's clear that the Democrats increased police budgeting after that. So I don't know.
After an election
was.
Yeah, you're right. After they got crushed in an election and Joe Biden was the first president in over 100 years that didn't win the Senate with his presidency. Democrats were coming out saying in purple districts that the defund movement hurt them. They hurt them bad in elections. Some lost because of it. 33 cities, major cities, defunded the police in 5 different states.
I think the rhetoric definitely hurt them. But to my point, Democrats federally got crushed on a statewide level or citywide level. New York and LA still reelected Democrats to their city. So I don't think it was like, we were seeing Republicans become elected. But again, I think to get back to the point of the prompt about, which party is begetting violence, I still don't see how Democrats are responsible for BLM even after we've seen now record level city police budgets now in 2025 for major cities in America. And that hasn't done anything but help limit violence, and you've seen crime in these cities go down. So I think if your argument is that it's hurt people, this rhetoric from BLM, the Democratic Party has shown that, hey, we don't really care what you think. We're going to increase city budgets, and we're going to keep working on decreasing crime in these cities.
Well, that was because of future activism and elections didn't show up. The fact that when these movements were in their full swing, they substantially swayed the Democratic Party's platform to their favor. The Democratic Party was pushing everything that was being demanded by them. It's a much closer tie than trying to say some Aryan Brotherhood prison gang is the fault of the GOP, which is what that most of the data tries to do. It takes Aryans that were involved in drug murders with other Aryans and tries to say that is a form of political violence that should be blamed on the right wing, when it has nothing to do with right-wing politics besides what their personal politics were. It was a drug deal gone wrong. I think there was multiple instances of 4 or 5 of instances of that in that study being used to say the right wing is more violent. So if we're going to say that Black Lives Matter can't be attached to the Democratic Party, even though their prescriptions of how to handle these issues that they agreed were both problems lines up perfectly, I don't know how we can associate somebody like the shooter in Buffalo with the right wing, because that's significantly further off from what Donald Trump is proposing and what the Republicans have been proposing.
Well, I think that when you look back at Aryan Brotherhood, white nationalist sentiment, that definitely goes back further than Trump. But to my point about Republicans using this type of rhetoric, when you look at the victims of these crimes, especially in Buffalo, where a majority of these people, or the supermarket that I mentioned, where a majority of them were either Hispanic or Black, I think it's pretty clear that a lot of the rhetoric that is coming from anti-immigration sentiment is helping confirm to these folks that something has to be done. I mean, for the shooting in Pittsburgh with the Tree of Life, I think anti-Semitism has been on the rise on the right as well. I know that people on the left have been accused of this, but I think when the party in power, the president specifically, when that attack happened, and then we're seeing that emerge again while he's in power, and I can't think of any anti-Semitic shooting that happened under Biden, I think it's kind of evident that there's something that isn't being done at the top level that should be to tamper down on this type of rhetoric and violence that's going on. So I think that when you talk about white supremacy and Aryan Brotherhood, yes, these have existed before, but I think the amount of attacks that are happening and the patterns that we're seeing since the year 2000 becomes more than just a what's the word here? Not conspiracy, but just a kind of one of those things where it's not, just a coincidence. That's the word. Just a coincidence. I think this is actually something that we're seeing.
For how rare these mass shootings are, Mother Jones' database goes back to the 1970s and doesn't even have 200 mass shootings. So for how rare these are, to correlate them with, there's one or two more when this president's in office, seems like you're really grasping at straws there for this really scant data to make generalizations that aren't there. Like, using that same data, I could say, well, transgender people are 4 times more likely to commit a mass shooting. So, it's such scant data. You're looking at 170 examples over almost 60 years. Like, the average doesn't really, like, it skews maybe 1 or 2 in the direction, but I don't think you can blame that on the Trump administration being in office for 9 months, especially when they're one of Trump's few polling positives is crime, what he's doing with crime in cities, cracking down on it, putting the National Guard, and that's one of the few things he's over water with right now in polling is his handling of crime and cracking down.
Well, I think to get back to kind of the back and forth between the events that happen, and I think that's one of the points I wanted to bring up was, like, you can go back between, a Democrat did this crime, a Republican did this, or Republican adjacent person. So let me bring it back to the actual legislature, the people in power in the Republican Party. The Republican controlled legislature have championed policies that expand and broaden certain gun laws, stand your ground laws, firearms that allowed at polling places, demonstrations, even protecting drivers who strike protesters. And these aren't laws that explicitly call for violence, but they are there to reduce safeguards and increase armed intimidation. Wouldn't you agree that having a law that says, if you strike a person with your car at a protest, that you're more likely to see people taking advantage of that or exploiting these loopholes or bring a gun to a polling place? Like, why would you need a gun in a polling place? I don't know, but apparently
if you're saying that there's an epidemic of people skirting around gun laws so they can kill people, I think that's such a minuscule, microscopic point. I don't even know if I should address it, but we do have only 2 minutes left in Cross, and I got a few things I want to get to. So going back to again, the Obama administration, what we saw was them lying about several instances of radical Islamic terror, from Benghazi to the Pulse nightclub shooter, who wasn't even targeting a gay club. It was his second choice. He was trying to get into Disney World, and they tried to make it seem like he had a Grindr account. And then San Bernardino, all these things were talked down. The Democratic Party, when Ilhan Omar was saying all these things about the Jews, they couldn't even get a censure vote on if being anti-Semitic was bad without also including Islamophobia. It's always the constant play down. When we look at actual deaths from terrorism, we see 87% come from Islamic radical terror. If you're worried about dying from terror, that's the thing you should be worried about because of just one event in 2021. But we have one party constantly saying, no, that's not them. It's actually you, the bigoted U.S. citizen. We also have these same instances with, like, Mike Brown. Mike Brown, hands up, don't shoot, completely fabricated narrative. The Obama administration did 2 different investigations and found the police officer was clear. Democratic Party still repeats Mike Brown as an example of police injustice. At this point, they are just repeating the narratives of Black Lives Matter and blaming the system. Blaming the police who did nothing wrong in that instance, and most instances, blaming systemic racism. At the end of the day, it's always deflect, and then we find out that the person was actually being violent, like Mike Brown, who charged a police officer and tried to grab his gun.
Well, I think both parties are very much should be ashamed for what they do when events happen. I see it all the time now where it's like a shooting happens and everybody's like, I hope it's a Republican, or I hope it's a liberal or whatever, just so they can win points. I think that's disgusting when any party does that. But I don't know how you can make the argument that is Democrats either downplaying or saying that the Pulse nightclub shooting, like downplaying that violence means that they're more violent I think that you could say that they're naive, but I think that Republicans as a party are more explicitly making lives and laws easier for people to commit violence. Like I just mentioned, from a legislation standpoint, I'm not talking about individuals. The party itself is making it easier for you to shoot someone and say, oh, it's self-defense. I just struck that protester because I was fearing for my life. And, that's for the court to decide. But I think just making those laws even easier, because the right sees that more people on the left are protesting in the streets and taking action publicly, and they're giving credence to people who disagree with them to attack them, essentially. And I think that's more a gross negligence than somebody saying on the Democratic Party saying like, well, the Pulse Nice Club shooting was bad, but we shouldn't judge, all Muslim people or whatever. That's another argument, but I don't think it means that the Republican Party is less violent.
Well, you're saying that the Republican Party is more violent because we made hitting somebody with your car a use of lethal force that could be met with lethal force in self-defense in a particular situation. I think that argument's really weak personally, especially when, again, we have all these instances on the world stage of the most violent groups in our country. I gave you the political terror numbers for murders and homicide, and that group is being covered up by the Democratic Party. The Republicans, when they have violence on their side, always denounce it. It's always denounced by the Proud Boys are denounced. Trump was asked about that on the stage. Now, he didn't personally denounce it because he's an idiot, but the entire party did. They were not behind. They didn't even endorse Trump when he ran for president in 2016. He won that without the Republican endorsement. So the party itself has generally been always against violence on their side, but there's all sorts of violence that gets played down, mostly peaceful protests. When you have the most destructive riots in U.S. history for almost a year, mostly peaceful protests were how they were described by the entire party, then we have one riot from the other side, and it's still being used as the main example of right-wing violence years later. You could easily see, if you're looking at instances of violence, millions of people, hundreds of thousands at least, participating nationwide for months, destroying hundreds of buildings in cities. Minnesota had damage to 700 buildings, including federal property. Federal property is being destroyed in Portland, in California, all sorts of places, and nobody cared. It was always played down because that got them votes. They got them votes to say, we're on your side, we're defending you at every instance, we're going to say this is just peaceful protest. What you're even describing is doing that. You're saying, if somebody hits you with your car, you're allowed to use deadly force back to them. And these are just protesters, and protesters are going to be in harm as well. Don't hit somebody with your car, because then you're not a protester anymore. You're a violent attacker.
Yeah, so to that point, Tyler, I think that when you talk about BLM burning down buildings, a lot of people think that nobody went to jail or people weren't arrested for that. They absolutely were. And there were people to this day who are still in jail for, I think they were not in Minnesota, but in either New York City or some city. I remember there were two lawyers who threw a Molotov cocktail at a cop car, and they went to jail for that. Nobody is saying that the Democratic Party is asking for them to be released, whereas January 6th people are being pardoned every other week from the Trump administration for their crime of going to the Capitol and trying to overturn an election. And I think that just goes to show you that the Republican Party and their priorities are so misaligned and are okay with people committing violence. There's no Democrat in the Democratic Party, whether it's a leader of the Democrats or anybody in the party, asking today for somebody who committed a crime in Minnesota during these riots and Black Lives Matter riots to be released from prison. And I think that's a clear example of the parties being in two totally different directions when it comes to crime.
I don't want to get too far down that rabbit hole, but you're mischaracterizing that. Trump said most of these people got punished, and because of the terrorist upcharges to all their charges, he disagreed with the enhanced charges. A lot of these people were locked up for trespassing plus enhanced charges. Those are the majority of the people. He absolutely shouldn't have pardoned the handful of violent people, but it was only a handful. I think it was like 150 people out of the 1,000 that went in, potentially 2,000 that went in, were violent. And Kash Patel flat out said that was a dumb move. Most Republicans disagree with it.
There were people that Trump also pardoned and released that went on to recommit crimes too, and have ended up back in jail, or have either, I think one of them even committed suicide by cop or something of that fact. But I think that also goes to show you that a lot of the people, or at least some of these people that he's releasing, should not have been released based on their own recognizance, whether or not he thought January 6th was justified. So I, Donald Trump's the leader of the party. He has to take responsibility. I think it's evident, even if you say Kash Patel disagreed with it, well, he didn't really have much say in that at the end of the day. So I think Trump being the leader of the Republicans and him showing that type of leadership goes to show that he's okay with you committing some type of treason against the U.S. as long as it's on the Republican side.
Again, I think labeling it as treason is a little wild, but at the end of the day, Joe Biden was also letting tons of people out. You're framing all the January 6th criminals as violent when that was only like 150 people.
All right, we're going to go ahead and call it there. So once again, I was enjoying that. I gave you guys the extra 5 minutes, but it has come to a close. Judges, if you guys have any questions or any clarifying probes, go ahead and send them my way. But until I get those from you, I'm going to go ahead and put 3 minutes on the clock. It's time for our closing arguments. Castle, are you ready to go ahead and put a cherry on it?
Sure, I don't have too much, but I'll go ahead whenever you're ready.
Go as long as you can. I'll start it whenever you talk.
Cool. So when we look at the period from 2000 to today, I think the attacks and rhetoric and attempted overturning of an election, the alignment of an armed extremist group and legislative environment show that the Republican Party has been more prone to political violence than the Democratic Party. And this is not about demonizing individuals. I think it's more about recognizing those patterns that matter for democratic stability, and those patterns support the affirmative. I think some of the examples that Tyler brought up when we were talking about denouncing certain folks or acts or people who were involved in protests or mobs, that's something that the Democratic Party could have done a better job at the time. But I think that we've seen since then, they aren't still looking back at those instances as a positive for the American public and for the people. I think that we've seen that one party still focuses back on instances of violence, especially when we talk about January 6th in a more positive tone. And the Democrats have not taken that stance today and have denounced the defund the police rhetoric. We've seen that in New York City, even with Mamdani saying that he disavows that and we're not going to defund the police. So the Democratic Party, you could argue, has maybe downplayed certain events in the past, but they've certainly acted on it in the future to fund these initiatives and to look back at them with disgust. And the Republican Party has done the opposite, where they've looked back at an event like January 6th and said, you know what, we can pardon these folks. They did what they thought was right for the Republicans, and so that's okay. And I think that's a clear difference between the two. That's important.
Good stuff. I'm going to go ahead and put the 3 minutes back on there for you, Tyler. You ready for your closing, sir?
Yeah.
Go ahead and start it up.
All right. Again, I always enjoy hanging out with Castle. We have a good time. He's in my Discord, so we've been talking about this for a while, trying to get this going. It's a little overdue, but all right. So a lot of his points go back to 2014, and what we see global or nationwide is a tit for tat. We see Antifa and Proud Boys, adjacent groups for both, showing up and clashing with each other, and there's violence every time and blah, blah, blah. But that doesn't go back even further. Going back further, we see the most murderous group of people in the country. We have one political party lying on their behalf to pander for their votes and for their funding. Like, obviously they gain something out of it. They're pandering to this group. They're saying, we're going to protect you. We're going to protect this protected class, and we're going to rally against the status quo. It's all a political play. They're gaining things out of it. The same thing, fast forward into crime. We can fast forward into other instances as well, to get the votes of this group that votes majority Democrat to keep them happy. You can't blame the group. You have to find something else to blame. So they blame the system. They blame everything else. They blame people that prop up the system. They blame the police, most of which are just doing their job. Since we've gotten body cams, a lot of claims of police malfeasance have been dispelled by the fact that we have those body cams to show more often than not, it's the person in the car that's being pulled over lying and not the police officer. So I would say if we go and look at the radicals on the right, the Proud Boys, what policy have the Proud Boys changed in the Republican platform? What times have you seen the Proud Boys leaders meeting with and endorsing and campaigning with the GOP? It doesn't happen. They're not coordinated at all. This is a group that just supports them. Whereas you could see that with Black Lives Matter, showing up to events, getting people out to vote for one party, endorsing them, donating to them, campaigning with it. It's clear as day that they're linked, and that was invalidated. If you bring this in, just the riots that resulted from the Black Lives Matter protests are more political violence than the right wing has committed in 20 years. That one event. Oh shit! Just that one event. So at the end of the day, it's a lot about just cherry picking out. We're going to cherry pick out this type of violence and say this is okay and this isn't, and that's how we can get these unbalanced scales. But it really is clear. It's not even close. One side is excusing violence for large swaths of the most violent demographics and blaming the least violent demographics in the interim. So for people to think this is even close, it shows me the propaganda work that I really feel like it needed to be addressed. It's been a tactic going on my whole life. I was for it under Obama because I was a big Obama guy. So just again, I don't see any instances of right-wing violence even altogether combined, even coming close to the damage done after George Floyd died. Like, that alone tells me hundreds of thousands of people committing billions of dollars in property violence for their political cause, a cause that was directly linked to the Democrats. There's just no getting around it. You could just label it something else and pretend it didn't happen.
End time. All right. So good stuff. Brought it all the way to the end. It looks like we do not have anything from the judges. So we do not have any clarifying questions or any further clarifications. So instead, what we're going to do is I'm going to go ahead and give them a couple of seconds once again to sort of collect their thoughts and feel, decide where they land. I just have a couple of things that I'm going to go ahead and put out there, and they shouldn't actually sway the judges at all. But I couldn't help but notice how the term violence didn't seem to get used nearly as much as I expected in this debate. I also thought it was really interesting how one of you, the two of you, was saying something about going back 60 years or more, when I thought that y'all had agreed to to keep it within the last 25 years. So that just stuck out as kind of an interesting thing for you to make references to older than 25 years. But beyond that, I actually. Is goof is an interesting.
It might have been me,
but
I didn't do it intentionally. I was just in the heat of the moment.
I know. Again, like I said, it was just something that stood out on me. Whenever you said it, I was like, wait. But yeah, that said, welcome in Beach. So that said, I'm going to go ahead and go over to Doomer this time first, since Chief took one for the team last time. Do you feel like you're ready to weigh judgment, sir?
Yeah, I think so.
All right, lay it on us.
So again, this one.
By the way, audience, I'm sorry, real quick, audience. I'm sorry to interrupt. There's your vote. Please, everybody out there, vote. I'm going to go ahead and put that into the chat here in the room as well. I forgot I had it ready, but I didn't actually drop it, so that we can put it into everybody else who's streaming on YouTube. Go ahead and click on that, vote. It's free, and it helps if the judges disagree. So, as you were, Doomer, sorry.
Yeah, this one was really close too. First off, kudos to Cassell. Is it Cassell or Castle?
Yeah, Castle works. I'm not.
Don't tell us what works. Tell us
Castle.
what your name is.
Yeah, right.
Who are you? Kudos to Castle for showing up for the first time and being like an absolute ringer. Like, fuck.
Absolute.
Came out throwing swings, putting out the specific examples, which Tyler does address, and kind of, I might have missed when he brought up Pulse, but I think Tyler brought up Pulse and then kind of dispelled it on his own. Felt like a slight red herring, but outside of that, Tyler, kudos to you for literally like gunning down each and every one of the points in opening on your first questioning.
No pun intended.
With two simple questions. Yeah, with two simple questions too. I think the prompt was a little bit lost because I think what was more debated was like which party's legislation leads to like more crime, which would have even been more close, like the winner in my eyes, if that was the prompt, because the prompt was more, what I think was the intent was like more which political party was more prone to violence in general, like on a party basis. I thought it was kind of hinted when you guys brought up the time limit from like 2000, thinking of like the Brooks Brothers riot or something like that, which I felt was kind of missed if that was going to be brought up. Outside of that, I think Castle in the opening brought up January 6th, and it wasn't touched on until the end, which I thought was like the biggest like gaping wound in Tyler's like defense. I think if you had more time to kind of spell that off, I think it could have went more in your favor. I barely gave it to Castle on this one. I will note I gave Tyler 2 bonus points for no ad homs in this debate. But yeah, outside of that, I think if the prompt was more just based off of like what the legislation would have led to, like more violence, more crime, whatnot, definitely probably would have eked out more for Tyler. Outside of that, just more party basis. I think January 6th alone was just kind of brought up and not really addressed adequately enough to give him the win on that.
All right. So from Doomer, it looks like Castle gets the Doomer vote. All right. And Chief, are you also ready, sir?
Yeah, mine's going to be pretty quick and pithy.
All right. Audience, make sure you're voting. Vote, vote, vote. It's free and it matters. Go ahead, Chief.
I feel like Tyler is really quick on his feet and a creative debater. I have to give you props for being a creative debater. I feel like you're going to find something to say, even if it doesn't always like necessarily like sway me in the end. I feel like there's always something in your bag of tricks that you could throw out some pocket sand and make something happen. Totally agree. Castle came out really swinging, laid out some good arguments. I feel like, again, yeah, you could have went harder on January 6th, obviously. And when, Tyler will say things like the right always denounces their side. Don't let him get away with shit like that. You know it's not true. So definitely focus in so you could call out those moments when they happen. I think another interesting thing you could have harped on was that maybe like what he said about Pulse nightclub is, he was saying that the Democrats were lying and trying to hide it, but maybe they were just, that was just what the initial reporting was. So if, the initial reporting isn't necessarily downplaying or hiding the truth, it just, when facts are kind of trickling out of a story, they could you could often get ahead of yourself. And so you could have downplayed what happened there. Back to Tyler's creativity. Property violence, boy, that's a new one for me. I like how you tried to make that really work, but in the end, I think that was just silly, and I'm gonna just eke it out to Castle on this one. Good job.
Right, there you go. So it looks like that is 2 votes for Castle. So unfortunately, just like our democracy, the votes don't actually matter. But I am still going to go ahead and take a look just to see for for bragging rights and such. Either way, looks like Castle got the win. Congratulations on that, sir. I would like to again, I wasn't going to say this one way or the other. I have to sort of give a shout out to Tyler for the shout out I'm about to give, which is that Tyler was the one who gave me access to, or who introduced me to, or whatever, both Confluence and Castle, as well as Indian Jesus. And I'm going to be honest with you, all 3 of you guys have been absolute fucking bangers, and I am so glad to have had you guys here. It is super nice to see solid debaters coming in here. The more of those we can get, the better. So that said, thank you very much for putting on a hell of a fucking show for us. I actually am going to go ahead and put my 2 cents in before I look at the votes.
Wait, really quick before you do that, can I
ahead.
just point out how funny it is that the person arguing on the right has this beautiful floral background, and the person arguing from the left looks like he's about to go to the shooting range, he's the earbuds look like hearing protection.
I thought the same thing. Okay, so and it's funny because I was going to make a Timothy McVeigh joke actually. So I honestly thought whenever you guys decided that the 2000 line was there, I thought it was specifically to rule out the Timothy McVeigh part, right? That said, I thought that it was kind of interesting how it seemed like you were arguing that the Democrats had more crime protection, and so it was criminal violence. And I was surprised, Castle, that you didn't hone in more on the Republican type of violence being more legislative and or warfare. Like, generally, the Republican Party is the party of war, and what's more violent than fucking war? We did not specifically say that it was that, like, the citizenry or the Republican constituents who were violent. It was the Republican Party, and the Republican Party is historically pretty responsive. So I was surprised you kind of touched on it, but you didn't really drill in on it. Turns out you didn't have to. But I kind of expected more on that. With that said, yeah, again, the whole thing was an absolute banger, and I enjoyed the hell out of it. Both of y'all put on a performance, and I appreciate you. Let's see what the audience thought, just because, again, like I said, for bragging rights, we'll see. First vote says... Ooh, we got lots of votes for this one. Dope. So the first one was 66% on the AF. I got to write this shit down now so that ANCOM doesn't have to do my fucking math for me every time. And 20% on the negative, with 13% on the undecided. And then we'll go back, and the new one says... Show results. We now have 52% for the no and 47% for the yes. So the no, the negative, was the one who actually won the audience vote. Good job, Tyler. So it was not a unanimous vote. The power of the people, they have spoken, and you get to at least put that flower in your hat, as well as the ones behind you. So yeah, there you go. All right, great stuff. Thank you both, gentlemen. And we will go ahead and roll straight into this while I get a few things set up. I will say once again, as I said to Mr. Confluence and to Mr. Ancom, I know you've got some, you've already got a date after this, Tyler. So I understand if you need to dip. Castle, if you need to go, you're welcome to. It's also, like I said, it's more fun after the debates are over. That's when we open it up and we let people come in and kind of yell at each other and discuss the things that didn't get said in the debate. Plus, we just talk about whatever the fuck's on our mind. So again, you're welcome to stick around. You don't have to, though, so don't feel obligated. I definitely appreciate you showing up, though. That's for sure. So, yeah, apparently, just so you know, Tyler, Gorps in chat feels that you are, I believe, retarded is the word that he is using. So that word is not spelt approved, everybody. So just so you know, you're welcome. That was for you, Lethe. All right. And speaking of Lethe,
Gorp, you look great today.
Oh, he looks great every day. So speaking of Lethe, we're going to go ahead and roll straight into Lethe's debate. No, everybody in chat, he is not just here to look pretty and eat dinner. He is also here to debate. And I need to, just like I did a caveat earlier for the ANCOM and the Confluence debate, where I changed the prompt up on them, these two are coming through fucking clutch for me. Literally, both of them thought they had the night off on me. Well, Lethe thought he was judging, which is basically a night off. And Circa thought he was just completely out. So that said, when I had people flake out and cancel on me, I hit him up last minute to do a prompt neither of them was technically prepared for. So that said, I'm going to lean on the fact that both of them are solid debaters and they're going to be able to pull this right out of their bums. But let's all try not to look down our noses too bad if either of them flubs it or looks like, if they get that slack-jawed, glassy-eyed stare at some point. So with that said, let me go ahead and put the vote into the chat for the opening. Our next prompt here, everybody, is going to be Control Copy, Control Paste.
Really quick, we did make a Beatles reference earlier with She Came In Through the Bathroom Window. From that same half of Abbey Road, you could see the neon behind Circa says, "Boy, you're going to carry that weight," also from the same album.
There you go. Are you also a Beatles fan there, Circa?
Yeah, obviously. They're okay. This song comes from Cowboy Bebop, but it's definitely in the Beatles too.
There you go. All right. Well, I think it was in the Beatles first, if I'm not mistaken.
I don't know. It might have been
Cowboy Bebop. Yeah, of course.
And full disclosure, Horse hit me up to be on the other side of this debate. He let me know it was either going to be either of you two. I'm like, fuck that, I'll judge. Don't want to go against that.
That's awesome. So yeah, and he's not wrong. Like I said, I reached out to him first to because he had told me that he was going to turn out to be available. He didn't think he was going to be. So, all right. So the vote is in there. I'm going to go ahead and say, everybody, take your time. I've still got one more quick thing to do here, but get those votes locked in. Everybody, this is for the open. Where do you stand on
Hey,
the
HorseRadish,
prompt? Yes, sir.
you want to invite me for a shared chat if you?
Oh yeah,
I can't remember how to
absolutely.
do it. Yeah.
Hell
Nope.
yeah.
I gotta do it. Hang on one second. Let me do one other thing first, and then I will
Sorry,
get
I
you
didn't
in
mean to
here.
interrupt you.
Absolutely. No.
He
I
tends
don't
to
get
just
busy.
ramble
I am
on, so
fucking
you kind of
Yes.
have
hard
no
time
choice
right
but to interrupt
Yes.
him.
He's not wrong. Like again, we're streamers. We
With
don't
love.
have bedtime.
With love.
Yeah. Again, I don't get booty hurt if somebody influences me. If somebody interrupts or yeah.
Can't have dead air, you know? I get it.
Understood, Confluence. Appreciate you, brother, and we will see you around. Hopefully, you come back and see us again.
Did I?
So
Why is this not working?
let's see. Yeah. So companies should not be allowed to prioritize profit over environmental sustainability. Once again, this is a should, not a do. So companies should not be allowed to prioritize profit over environmental sustainability. Now, once again, we have that set up in the vote. We have it set up there. Now, let me go ahead and get Mr. Boom Circa invited into our group chat session. Invite guests.
Dude, I am having so much trouble with this fucking necklace right now. Holy fuck.
Yeah.
It's been Apple headphonefied, dude. Sucks ass.
Boom. There's your invite, sir. And let's see.
All right.
Are you going to be streaming under politics or are you going to be streaming under just chatting? Doesn't matter to me. It's just politics. Then I'm going to go ahead and change categories. Thank you, Lonzo. I'm going to go ahead and change categories for you right quick. And I will go back over to podcasts. I just don't like us competing for viewers. You know what I'm saying? I did. Yes, sir. Look under your notifications. Yep.
Notifications?
Mm-hmm. In Twitch.
Hey, Polexer. Well, I don't see any, but that's okay.
Nope. I'll send it again. Pending. Oh, no. There it is. You are there. So it's definitely in there. So if you go to your Twitch page, like your Twitch dashboard in the top right corner, you'll see like messages and then notifications next to it. That's where you find it, right, Lethe?
Yep.
Yep. Okay, cool.
I'm clicking the invite thing, but it's a little weird.
Okay, you know what? I will remove it. Yeah, no.
I'm gonna knock.
Oh, there. Hang on. Accept. There you go.
Knocked.
Come on in.
I knocked, baby. Let's go.
There you go. And that worked. All right, groovy. All right. So once again, you guys both have done this. No, knocking them boots. So you guys have both participated in this before. You know the process. You know the format. 3 minutes, 2 minutes, back and forth. Then 10 to 15 open. 3-minute close. Judge questions. Audience votes. Any questions? I assume not. No? All right, cool. I'm going to read that prompt one more time. I don't think we need to quibble over this either because I think all of these words are pretty self-explanatory. Companies should not be allowed to prioritize profit over environmental sustainability. And we have Lethe Waterkai on our affirmative, and we have Circa on our negative. Are you ready to go, Mr. Lethe?
Yes.
All right, 3 minutes on the clock, sir. Whenever you, what the hell? Why is the 3 minute? There it is. Whenever you're ready, go ahead and I'll start the clock.
My opponent thinking that this is going to be okay makes him a bad person. I'm just going to start by saying that. The implicit social contract that consumers have with companies to provide them with goods to purchase doesn't take into account the effects that this can have on the environment of the consumer without their explicit knowledge. 12 miles off the coast of Los Angeles near Catalina, more than 25,000 barrels of DDT were dumped into the ocean. Before this was outlawed, the company that was producing them was dumping 2,000 barrels of DDT into the ocean, destroying the environment, which can cause cancer in both humans and animals. Those animals have to eat what's in that ecosystem, and then we eat those animals, which then provides us with more cancer. So then yet again, in 1920, I believe it was, 1921, an American chemist, Thomas Midgley, developed tetraethyl lead, which is an anti-knock agent for gasoline. So to provide more efficient gasoline and cheaper for these companies to continue to profit off of, it put lead in the air for years to come. People didn't understand the consequences. Even at the time, workers at the production plants suffered from lead poisoning. Midgley was aware of the hazards, but believed the risk could be managed. His discovery was later followed by his invention of chlorofluorocarbons, another innovation that was significant negative environmental hazards. So then you look at the Deepwater Horizon incident, where millions of barrels of oil was dumped into the ocean. You look at the Exxon Valdez spill. Both of these companies rake in tons of money. For Exxon, it's 55.7 billion last year, whereas they only had to pay 3.8 billion to clean up the spill. Then you look at Better Petroleum, that had the Deepwater Horizon, 71 billion to clean up the spill. Their net profit 213 billion. All this is a drop in the bucket because the cost benefit analysis is perfectly fine. So if they don't have to cover people's health costs and health care for the rest of their lives for what they do in environmental damage, it's not fair in the social contract. I'll end on that.
Good stuff. Putting 2 minutes on the clock for you, Mr. Circa, and the cross-examination is open to you. Go ahead and start when you're ready.
Do you think profits mean if you want profit, does that make you a bad person in general?
No.
Hello? No? Okay, just curious. Second, I didn't really hear any argument against the prompt here. I heard what seems to be, which we probably could agree on, is that government regulation is probably better suited to prioritize environmental sustainability. But when it comes to businesses in particular, firms operate on profit motive. That's how our entire global system works for it. All the financial markets, all those things. So I didn't really hear anything about why companies shouldn't allow to prioritize profits, but I did hear a lot about how companies should acquiesce to governments, which then regulate them. So profit should still be the motive there. It's just smarter regulation from the governmental side, it sounds like. Would you agree to that?
No. So like I said, Midgley understood what was going on and he thought it was worth the risk. So they understand what they're doing to the environment. They're putting profit over people. This is the problem.
Okay, but how would you run a firm without prioritizing profit?
By taking into account the actual damages being done and doing a
Could you just remove profit? I'm confused.
No, I never even implied you should remove profit. It's accountability.
Okay. Well, that's fine. I mean, you can have accountability and still prioritize profits.
I never said you couldn't. That's actually what I'm asking for in this instance.
So companies should not prioritize environmental sustainability. They should prioritize profits and then be regulated by the government, right?
If you don't have people alive or well to consume your products, it's going to be a net negative in the long run.
So we can get into more than that in a little bit instead of just hitting in the rebuttal here. But
I was about to say, we're going to go ahead and call it there. And it's 3 minutes on the clock for your opening, Circa. You ready?
Yep, I'm ready.
Go ahead.
Yep, whenever. The prompt tells us companies must not prioritize profit over environmental sustainability. What I was about to point out is that the trouble here is one of the terms. Environmental sustainability is not really a clear, it doesn't have a clear definition in science. And what I mean by that is that it makes the entire rule far harder to apply than it sounds. So it has drifted into a political and philosophical idea and concept more than an actual scientific idea or concept. And academia and the literature on this don't really agree on the definition. And they have fundamental differences in how they approach it. So if we were going to think of what I just mentioned related to profit, profit isn't some optional add-on in our global system. It's the organizing principle, markets, investment flows, corporate governance. Retirement funds rely on firms generating surplus. In a world built around competition, capital mobility, and shareholder expectations, profit becomes the fuel that keeps firms alive. That's the baseline we're arguing against right now. And to bring up two different approaches here and how environmental sustainability can work, economists look at it this term differently than like an ecologist. So economists treat it as if environmental assets as capital to be managed. Okay, ecologists insist on minimum physical thresholds of those environmental assets, and they can't be traded away. So we're looking at already two different fundamental definitions of what we mean by environmental sustainability. And those differences tonight will shape the question. So we'll weigh the claims about responsibility and restraint, and then listen for who treats sustainability as a real constant instead of a slogan. And that's my opening.
All right, very good. 2 minutes is on the clock for you, Lethe. Do you have questions for him?
Sure, why not? So,
lay it on us.
How much should the environment be allowed to be damaged in favor of profit?
Well, I actually don't have an answer for that. I guess it's probably somewhere there. Let me bring up another. I don't want to answer your question actually, but in economics, for this, give me 1 sec, okay? In economics, the way that economists essentially like think of this term, right, is going to be requires that economic activity not disproportionately burden future generations. So let's just, for an instance, assume that someone thinks a certain amount of pollution would be, I don't know, too damaging for profit, right? If the question then becomes, what if it disproportionately burdens future generations because of the economic impact? What would you say to that? Because that wouldn't be sustainable for an economic definition.
Yet that's exactly what's being done in favor of profit. They don't mind if they destroy the coral reefs, which will make it so people ultimately can't live on this planet for the sake of being able to make a little bit more money with the cost-benefit analysis. So at what point is this fine?
I know what you're saying, but like, do coral reefs not existing mean that humanity can't exist on the planet?
Considering that's a majority of our oxygen, yeah, I'm going to say that will severely curtail humans' ability to live on this planet.
Coral reefs? Or do you mean like, I thought it was like algae and stuff. Even still, what I'm trying to point out here is that it's actually really hard to define the point at which, where we need to, inhibit this. So the prompt here is companies should prioritize environmental sustainability. And the problem here is that companies are centered around profit, right?
I'm rolling into the 10-minute open, so y'all just go ahead and keep discussing.
So if there is no clear definition or understanding of what criteria actually means environmental sustainability, then how is a company going to actually appropriate that efficiently? Companies are not really good at doing it, but like you just pointed out, companies like DuPont are not good at doing this. So why would we want them to prioritize these things when it probably just end in economic ruin and ruin investment? And we could just do this from a better point of view, which would be the government, to regulate them, but they should still prioritize profits, right?
If the government isn't going to regulate them, then why would they be allowed to run roughshod over the environment when the consumer themselves aren't aware of exactly how far this is going?
I mean, I just don't really see how you, again, are companies going to be able to prioritize environmental sustainability?
Yes, they can.
Companies are good at a few things. Over profit?
So in many instances, companies or corporations themselves, in the case of...
We'll do like ESG and stuff, right? Yeah.
Well, when it came down to climate change, the oil companies had a better understanding of what climate change was doing before even the government did, and they chose to hide those findings.
They did.
So they could have definitely done something to offset what they were doing, but they'd rather make profit.
I mean, DuPont also hired, leading scientists to write papers on behalf of them. It's not that the government obviously was a little bit behind them because of that, but I think that's even more of a reason to not trust companies to try and prioritize this then, right?
Yes, and I'm saying
the government
they should face
to do it?
more consequences once the government actually has to get involved those consequences should go further than
Okay.
just fines and cleanups.
Now, but again, I want to point out the prompt itself. So companies should not be allowed to prioritize profit over environmental sustainability. So I feel like this prompt here, like companies should prioritize profits still, right? They're still companies. They need to, create an economic sustainability, which wouldn't exist if they decided to not prioritize profit, right? At least in the world that we work in, because this isn't like some Marxist idea right now, right? We're talking about pragmatic, what's in reality right now. Prioritizing profit is what they do. It's not an optional thing.
At what point does that become irresponsible?
I guess that'd be determined by legislative bodies or not the company. I feel like companies, again, they're just not efficient at doing it.
I just pointed out where they knew and they ignored it because they wanted more profit. And we don't know how often this actually happens. It probably happens more often than we'd like to consider. So it becomes irresponsible for them to destroy the environment in favor of more profit. They could make less profit. I'm not saying profit in its totality is a bad thing to be shooting for.
Okay.
But there comes a point where it's truly irresponsible.
So again, just to bring it up, so where exactly is the clarity on this though, right? Like I brought up the ecologist thing, right? So, and an economic one again, let me break it down one more time. So like in economic sustainability, it involves analysis to minimize social cost of meeting standards for protecting environmental assets, and it does not determine what the standards should be. So even if DuPont did do those things, they're not really good at determining what the standards should be again. And then furthermore, again, it's supposed to be not disproportionately burdening future generations. So they have like an antithetical approach to this idea that they could essentially govern themselves in this way. For an ecologist will allocate environmental assets as part. An economist again will evaluate environmental assets as part of a natural value of man-made capital. Their preservation becomes a function of an overall financial analysis. So it's always in service of profit, right? An ecologist will instead seek to preserve minimum levels of environmental assets in physical terms and should serve to limit the conventional economic reasoning here for sustainability. So what that means is people who have terminology here of environmental sustainability, like you brought up a few different things, which I agree with, by the way. But it does not have a fit for one, an economic sustainability. And then between the different disciplines, like if you look at something other than ecology, it's going to have an even different, unclear point when it comes to this. So what do you think should be the point of clarity there? Do you think companies are better suited to it? Or do you think that we should let companies do what they do best in private business and have outside regulation determine those things?
I think companies, when they're going to prioritize their profit, if they understand exactly what they're doing to the environment, like let's say, for example, leaving snow chains on trucks is more cost efficient to the company itself than to take them off when need be, and they destroy roads or destroy parts of the environment, that's going to play into what we, the consumer, have to deal with when people are driving over that area. So in knowing that's going on,
correct,
I would appreciate if the government would step in and do something about that. But if they don't, why would I remove any accountability from that company for doing so? They should have to fix.
Well, we're not talking about accountability here. We're talking about fundamental approach that the company takes for this issue. So, for instance, they have let's just assume again your scenario there, right? Where all this company bought tons of, what did you say, like snow skates on vehicles?
They put snow
chains
things
that damage the road.
Trucks, yes.
Snow chains. So let's say they bought like 10. I don't know, 10,000 is too many. Let's just say like 1,000 for the fleet or something, right? Four for each tire. That's a lot of money that they've now invested into that, right?
Mm-hmm.
So for them to prioritize environmental sustainability means them not to do any of these things or invest in these things because they don't know what could potentially, be environmentally sustainable. Do you think that's like a feasible thing for a company to do in every single capacity you can think of?
So we're maintaining ignorance for the corporations for the actions that they take?
No, because they can still be fined and regulated for one, ad hoc or post hoc, and then we could regulate it so it doesn't happen again, right? But companies, again, are not good at determining these standards. What happens is if they're too scared to do any of these things, then they just won't invest, and then there'll be, extreme economic instability.
I don't think so. I think on the
At
whole,
least in the capitalist frame.
I think on the whole, it will make more companies more responsible because they'll think, oh, if we do this thing, then we're going to make less profit because we're going to have to fix this problem. We're going to have to pay restitution to the people that were harmed by these things. So that would curtail their
fine.
want to get more profit. I don't think that would destroy the economy. I think it would just create a more
You don't think,
responsible economy.
again, the baseline that every private company in this country, in the global economy, what is their primary function in private enterprise?
Make money. And
Make
provide
money.
a service.
It's mainly just profit. Yeah, it's all profit driven. The rest of that comes naturally, right? So, is it really prioritize profits over environmental sustainability, or is it we should make companies care more about it, or like we should try to prioritize it more, but just not? It can't be more than profit in the system, right?
Yeah, like I said, profit isn't entirely the problem. You can still make profit without destroying the environment. It's not an impossible thing. Or you can also make profit while offsetting what you're doing. So it's entirely fine, but you can't put that over the environment. This is the problem.
Well, I think you can, for a company at least, right? Because a company, again, for these things to actually work, it needs to prioritize that profit. So if it's too scared because of environmental, lack of a better definition of what environmental sustainability is, then what are they going to do? Would they invest?
Yeah, they would still invest. They would just look into what the offsets are going to be so that they know what liability they're going to have should mistakes be made. That they do cost benefit analysis all the time. This is why I was talking about with the Exxon.
They do, yeah, on things that aren't like exogenous compounding impossible things. Yeah, I mean, how would you determine exactly how much coral reef damage is going to be end of humanity and their like forecast? What if they use like a certain amount of carbon dioxide in their vehicle fleet? I mean, are they going to be crossing the line, or?
Well, in the case that they don't know, they wouldn't be putting the profit over the environment. But if they had any inkling whatsoever,
but they wouldn't be investing.
Yeah, they would be investing because they wouldn't know and they would do it, and then the outcome would be what it is. So say 10 years down the line, because like with the lead, they didn't know that the lead was going to do as much damage as it did, but they did know that this was going to be problematic. So there should have already been offsets there.
That story is pretty pernicious. I'm glad you brought that one up, but the guy from DuPont definitely knew the harm that it could have done for sure. He definitely freaking knew.
Yeah, in these instances, there needs to be more to have a chilling effect on companies being willing to do things like this. And I don't think there's enough. And as long as there's not enough, they're going to continue to err on the side of the cost benefit analysis, saying, well, we'll make more money by the time the fines hit us. So even regulation won't stop them if they're ahead of the government on this.
Okay. So again, the vagueness of the enforcement for this, though, how do you think we should go about enforcing this?
Oh, so once we find out
from a company standpoint,
once we find out exactly how culpable they are in this, there should be more than fine. So the loss of government subsidies, for one, like threaten them. The government's not going to.
Isn't it supposed to be from the company's perspective? We're talking about companies should not be allowed to prioritize something. So it's nothing to do with the government now.
Okay.
These companies internally should not be allowed to prioritize profit, right? So what definition of environmental sustainability should they prioritize?
Offsetting
for a company from a firm standpoint.
Offsetting whatever damage they're doing.
So that sounds like an extremely volatile, just lack of investment type of economic system, right? They're just going to be paralyzed from doing anything.
Yeah, no, that's more of a slippery slope. I don't think they'd be paralyzed from doing anything. Well, not doing everything.
I think the slippery slope's the other way, though, right?
So what things in
because
particular
if they
can you
prioritize profit, what are they going to be prioritizing?
I'm not saying they can't prioritize profit. I'm saying over the environment in totality. So give me an instance or an example of something that would cripple any investment in a company.
I'll tell you what, I'm actually going to go ahead and stop y'all there. And you can answer
Sure.
that question in your closing. I gave y'all a couple extra minutes, but
Yeah.
I feel like we have kind of poked at all the corners here for the most part. So I'm going to go ahead and put 3 minutes on the clock here. Plus, I'm going to be honest with you, I'm chomping at the bit to fucking get in here, and I think so are the judges. So that said, I'm going to go ahead and put 3 minutes on the clock. Lethe, are you ready to do your closing argument, sir?
I think I am.
All right, go ahead and I'll start the clock when you start talking.
So in the episode of South Park, Nobody Got Cereal, Marvin Marsh was responsible for summoning Man Bear Pig. And he admits that he and the other old people summoned him decades ago because they didn't realize that they would live to see the consequences of their actions. We were all young and foolish then, Billy. We didn't think about the future. We just wanted things. Then this creature shows up and it seemed like a good deal for everyone. But then you find out later on that it actually ends up ruining life for everybody in town. So, like, why didn't people stop and think about what's going to be for the future generations? So profit now over sustainability later seems like a really bad deal for everyone. And in the end, Stan had no choice but to make another deal because no one's willing to give up what they have in the process of these things for what they think the current good is going to be. So I can't see a world in which allowing corporations to continue to make more and more profit hand over fist at the cost of the sustainability of the environment is ever going to be good. And as you can see, they're already just trying to leave and go to Mars and be like, well, we messed this one up. Let's move on to the next one. And that's the way it's going to be for time immemorial, because we as the consumer don't have any means to stop them from doing it, but we need goods. But if we knew what these goods were doing to the environment we're living in, I think we would probably be more responsible consumers, and these companies would suffer anyway. And that's the way it should be, because they are literally destroying the world that we live in. And I'll call that my time.
All righty. Stop it right there. 3 minutes back on the clock. Circa, are you ready to close? I will take that muted yes as a yes. If you want to unmute for your closing, I'll start when you start.
Mic muted. Sorry, my bad. Yeah. So before we wrap up, let's come back to the heart of the discussion. We've heard, a few claims, a few posy promises, but the tension between profit and the planet didn't vanish tonight. Environmental sustainability still lacks a concrete definition in this. And when a term floats like that, it's easy for it to become a political shield rather than a scientific guideline. Economists treat nature like capital, and ecologists, like I brought up earlier, insist on biophysical limits, or like limits on environmental assets, for instance. Those are not compatible views for the most part. As you weigh the arguments, ask yourself which side treated the planet's limits as fixed realities and which side treated them as negotiable entries on a balance sheet. And I think I will end it with that.
All right. 10-4. So that was kind of an interesting debate, gentlemen, and I'm very curious to see how the judges weigh on this one. I have my own notes that we will get into, but I definitely do not want to say anything that's going to sway the judges in advance. What I will do, though, is I will go ahead and drop the vote into the chat. I will also put it into the Discord channel in case anybody wants to share it into their chat if they're still on YouTube. Although I think actually that Confluence was the one who was streaming on YouTube and he took off. So that said, go ahead and vote in there, everybody. It's free to vote. It takes you nothing but time, and it doesn't even take much of that. So let's see. I think we're going to go back to Let's Chief this time. Chief, do you think you're ready to weigh in on this one, sir?
Fuck you. I mean, yeah.
So I loved what you said in the chat, and I'm behind you. So go ahead, come at me, bro.
So I said in the chat that this debate for the first time made me really dislike a prompt. So there was that prompt was just like kicked around, and I feel like it was mostly by Circa kicking it around. Where he's like, okay, I agree that there should be some reins on them, but it's the government's just job. So is the prompt that, when we say they shouldn't be allowed, that means there's going to be consequences from the government, as Lethe was getting in towards the end. But then Circa said, no, we're talking about internally. And are we? Fucking, I don't know. It seems like we did a little of everything. And so, like, if we're talking about internally, great. But if not, then why would you allow someone to declare that and let it stand? That, oh no, we're talking internally. I feel like so much wind was taken out of sails at that point. Like, if you're saying more chilling effect is needed, then you're saying that, and we're saying that they should lose subsidies and do more than just fines. That's the government. That's just not internal at that point. So you shouldn't have let him get away with that. I hate this prompt, and even though he's like wrong, I have to eke it out to Circa in this one.
That's
and it's not because you bullied me in Magic the Gathering. That has nothing to do with it.
That was a very reluctant answer.
it was, and
I thought I could have called it a draw. I fucking would have almost, but
I hear you.
It was not fun to watch and judge.
It was not my favorite yet either as well, but that's neither here nor there. Doomer, are you ready, good sir?
And I love you guys as debaters, both of you. I think you're both brilliant, and so just the lack of clarity around the prompt really ruined this one for me.
Yeah. So, Doomer, are you ready, sir?
Yeah.
All right, lay it on us.
So yeah, I think Lethe on like the ethical and moral side of all the arguments, I tend to think he swayed me more there. But Circa, on the other hand, when I read the prompt, I obviously thought more of like the Lethe, like that argumentation would come through. I didn't expect the point of view from Circa, and I think more on like the pragmatic, like realistic side of the prompt. I think he slightly ekes it out. And I think it's just because I still side with Lethe, but Circa dragged me more toward that line, so I'm giving the win to him on that side of things. I also hate the prompt. I just want to second that. But yeah,
I did message HorseRadish and said I would say neither, actually, because
he did. But he has a tendency to do that, for what it's worth. So, all right. Well, we're gonna go to the audience vote. We're gonna see what the audience has to say, just to make sure this is not a unanimous decision. So, one of the things that Chief said that I wish that I could agree with is, if there was a way to call a draw, I would too. Lethe, man. So honestly, I didn't understand why you didn't jump on the fact, and I think this is kind of what the two judges were sort of getting at as well, but I don't know if maybe I'm going to articulate it differently, and the judges might actually pile on me right now. But in my mind, the term allowed refers to an authority. The only authority over businesses is the government. So when Circa is making the argument that the government would have to regulate the environmental impact on behalf of the businesses, yeah, that's what the fuck we're trying to ask for. Like, we're saying that they shouldn't be allowed to prioritize profit over environmental impact, and the only people that are going to be able to enforce that constriction is the fucking government. So like, he was literally like arguing your point, and I was like, why aren't you literally like nailing him to the wall on that? And I kind of missed that.
It does say companies should not prioritize profit, though, right? So like that has
should
to
not be allowed. No, sir. It
fundamental
says should not be allowed, which means that there is an authority figure who is implied. And on top of that, over. The two most important words in that prompt, I think, are allowed and over. And I felt like neither of those words really got honed in on as much as I expected them to, which is why I grew to hate the prompt.
I realize I'm not a judge or anything in here, but yeah,
we've already got our results, so ultimately go ahead and weigh in.
That was bothering me throughout the entire thing, and I'm just like, it says allowed. The only entity that can allow or disallow a business from doing anything is the government. So
I'm
when
glad I'm
you
not the only one
Circus
there.
said,
Okay.
yeah, when Circus said it has nothing to do with the government, I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? The prompt has everything to do with the government. It's
Exactly.
literally allowed to prioritize, and like
It didn't
also
say
another thing.
This
shouldn't
topic has a
prioritize.
lot.
And also, another
Topic
thing
has a
I wish
lot
Leafy
of academic literature, right? It has a lot of
Sure.
academic literature on it, and this
yes,
question
but-
usually comes down to how much are you going to? Do companies are they not allowed to profit maximize from this?
But no, they're
so
allowed to
that's
profit
the thing.
maximize, just not
Right
over.
there.
But anyway, go ahead.
Right
So
there.
there is
Okay.
there it
So,
should be
hold on,
prioritized.
Hang on,
on
Circa,
profit.
hang on. Let him finish, Circa. You're going to get
So
to talk.
this is the other thing I wish had been slammed on more. Prioritization is a list. You don't. It's not an all or nothing. So
Exactly, it's not a this or that.
in a company's prioritization list, it should go environmental sustainability somewhere above profit. That doesn't mean you can't still prioritize profit highly. It just means that there is something above that in the prioritization list that if that thing, whatever it happens to be, in this case, environmental sustainability, is at a higher level, then actions which would harm environmental sustainability should be no longer undertaken, even if they are profitable. It doesn't mean that you can't still pursue profit. It just has to also not harm environmental sustainability. And like, I wish that had been brought up, because I was just sitting here and like thinking,
I did. I could have sworn I did. I kept
That's
pointing
still-
out
that's
there's
still
not no
appreciated.
profit. I kept saying
That's
not
still
over.
prioritizing profit, though. That's
Yeah.
still prioritizing.
So real
profit.
quick,
yeah, but
Real quick, I just want to put this
but
out
it's
there. Hang on,
prioritizing
income.
over something. That's
Yeah, exactly,
The
the word
over
over.
there.
It's still
So
prioritizing.
So real quick, I just want to say the
environment.
audience voted for you, Leafy. Sorry. You swayed the audience by let's see, about 15%. So good job on that. And they were like, you actually went up even though the votes went down, which is unusual. So good on you. So just wanted to put that out there. Again, we did not have any unanimous votes tonight. All of them, the audience were against the judges or were relevant in the debate. So that said, this actually officially concludes our formal debate period. Thank you guys. We went a little bit over the usual 2 hour, but that's because we got a little bit of a late start. So people were trickling in. Once again, I want to thank every single one of you guys for coming in at the end there and short notice and all that jazz. And yeah, all of y'all put in a hell of a performance. Even that last one, which I will take the L and say that was my bad for not giving y'all a better prompt. But it was the only one that the two of y'all were against each other on the list of prompts, which is why I had to go with that one. So otherwise, I would have given you something better, I promise. Next time it'll be peanut butter and jelly. What kind of jelly? So anyways.
Would you
Which
ever
one, Tom?
consider adding
Obviously.
like a preamble section for agreement, for like prompt agreement, to be like, hey, just so we can make sure we're talking about the things, because I feel like nobody wants it to eat into their open. Nobody, like maybe like just to encourage everyone, like,
To be on the same
either
page.
message the person you're debating beforehand, or make sure that you're clear in your prompt or in your open rather, like how you're defining things, like just to avoid any like lack of clarity with the prompt that goes on for an extended period of time.
Sure. So I like this, just so that anybody out there is watching knows, or anybody who's currently in here, those of you who do not know, this is a work in progress. I'm constantly trying to update and
I think the
change
prompt is
things.
good.
Thank you, because you won. No,
that's not why. That's not why.
I actually do agree with you, Chief. I'm okay with that. I'm going to full disclosure. The reason that I haven't allowed that, and the reason that I do it as close to anonymous or secret as I can, is because I worry about the debaters sort of debating it out in advance of the debate. But what I saw tonight between Confluence and Tyler, they've literally had this fucking debate that they did tonight, and they have done this before, but they just felt like it was unsatisfying, or they weren't able to complete it. Plus they weren't in a structured format like mine. So they wanted to
Castle
kind
and
of
Tyler?
Yeah.
Gotcha.
That's what I meant. Sorry. Castle and Confluence. They're both new. I apologize, gentlemen. and yeah. which one? We still have Castle with us. That's right. Yes, it was Castle and Tyler. They've had this conversation before, more than once, if I'm not mistaken. Castle, correct me if I'm wrong. But there wasn't any degradation in the debate. If anything, it almost seemed like it improved it. So I agree with you. I'm definitely down for that. And if you think that that's a workable addition, then I will absolutely do that. So. And if the debaters also don't think that that's going to be a problem, I was worried that you guys would splooge all over the stuff or spurge or whatever the y'all's fucking word is, and kind of get it all out, and then like when we get there, it's like, we've already been through it. You know what I mean? So. But
it could be an optional section. Like before we begin, does anybody feel like does either debater feel the need for some preamble to ensure everyone's on the right page as far as like definitions or?
Okay, well let me ask you, Chief. Let's say they're not. Like what do I do then? Do I have to do I make an arbitrary decision, on the spot?
I think if it's put on the table immediately, even if it's just for a set period of time, like if you're like, all right, max 2 minutes preamble, once it's cut off, it's like, all right, you've had at least a minute to get the ideas out there. Now you could adjust your open accordingly if necessary. But that's why it's just best to message each other beforehand, I think, so nobody's caught off guard, just so everyone could give their best performance. Sure. But if there was like an optional preamble like section, I don't know if that would be beneficial or not. You could always try it, and if it sucks, can it.
For sure. Now, real quick, I do want to address one thing in chat, because this is a thing that I've had a conversation with many, many times. And in fact, just recently had some drama in my Discord channel about. So there is a difference between debate is not about figuring out who's right. That is not what this is. Debate is about figuring out who is better at delivering their perspective, right? So again, a persuasive orator can turn people into bad people if they are good enough at speaking, right? So what we are doing here is we're not trying, and both of my judges, again, I appreciate the fact that they do this. They're not judging based on their preferences or their positions, because for what it's worth, we both agree with Lethe's position in this, or all three of us agree with Lethe's position in this. We are specifically judging this as though it was a boxing match or a jiu-jitsu match, right? Which is to say that we're scoring it based on points landed, and et cetera, right? Like, so there were a couple of places where we felt like one of the two boxers got a one up on the opponent. That doesn't mean that we don't like that person or that boxer more. It just simply means that tonight that person was able to land the punch when we didn't necessarily expect him to. And we acknowledge that whenever it happens. But that's also why, just so you know, we have the part afterwards where we discuss that, and so that we can all work on getting better, because every single one, none of us is perfect, right? All of us have room for improvement. All of us are looking to be better at this, et cetera, et cetera. Also, it's why right now, anybody who is vetted or vouched, what I mean by that is either you've been in my Discord channel before and I know you because you're not just a bot.
What a fucking segue. You're a king.
Thank you, sir. It's almost like I do this for a living now. Anyways, no, anybody who wants to come into the Discord channel, and if you talk a little bit, I know you're not just going to come in here and show your dick on screen. Huzzah, you're welcome to jump in and pile on. Also, if one of the people in this chat says, yeah, no, this is a boy of mine, unless it's a dude named Rampage Lethe, you're still under suspicion. If somebody in here says, yeah, I know this guy and he's cool, then you're allowed to come right on in here and say anyone but Paul. He knew. That's fucking great. Anyways,
I just want to point out, I also vouched for Paul, and I did not realize he was going to be like that.
I know. So did Desperado.
We thought he was sober.
He was sober at that time.
We thought he was still sober.
Listen, we need Game Boy in here. We got Lonzo. Let's get Beach. Where the fuck is Beach in the after show? Get in here.
Can I de-vouch for Gorge?
Where's Roddy?
Yes, you absolutely can. Welcome in, Lonzo. Just so everybody knows, I have to put him on blast. Lonzo has officially stepped down from the debate circle because apparently, I had a debate. He was one of the people who said, "No, sorry, I can't do this anymore." I'll let him make his own bullshit excuses, but yeah. Now,
is it the drugs?
That's exactly what it is. How'd you know?
He's got a fight camp.
Because it seemed like a crutch, and he's desperate for one. He used to come in hot and swinging.
So cocky.
Now he's just some fucking old man with no arguments who's just making up excuses for why he's past his prime, even though he's like still 20.
I'm 20. I'm
For sure.
21, and I'm 21 in a month.
Real quick, Lonzo, before you make your excuses,
23 quarters.
Angling for a comeback.
I do want.
So he's stepping down. Wait, they were seriously addressing this. Hold on.
Yeah. And like I said, I'll let him explain it himself while I go take a piss. But I do also want to say to the chat, because I see somebody out there razor sharp there. Anybody out there who's in the chat who wants to participate in these debates, please slide into my DMs and let me know. I send out prompts every other week. Actually, we're going to be doing this every Saturday now. So I need debaters. And the more debaters I get,
Discord.
the better. Yeah, join the Discord. Let's see
That
if
didn't
that's
work
working.
for me.
No, it didn't. God damn it.
Do I lack powers,
Fix
or is it just not on?
No, it's just it for some reason turns itself off all the time. So let me fix it real quick. But yeah, if you guys join the Discord, let me know that you're interested in participating, and I will absolutely get you guys on the list. I send out all of the prompts for the week, and no, not chat box. Hang on. I send out all the prompts for the week. I get everybody to respond, and then once everybody has responded, where's my fucking bot? I don't understand.
Right,
Circa, do you take that
Somewhere-
SM57 off and put it in front of your guitar amp when you go play shows?
No.
No. Had to ask.
No. I don't have it muted. Oh shit. I thought it was muted.
No, good job.
No. I run everything through Ableton and like Neural DSP right now.
Okay, cool.
I haven't had an amp in a long time. I don't really miss it. I mean, I want to join the band again, but I haven't had an amp in a long time.
Fair
Everybody should be able to, but for some reason, it's not
enough.
working.
Join a band?
Yes, that too. But no,
Not enough garages.
the Duma.
Not the fucking Eagles, man.
What's wrong with the Eagles? Hang on. I'm trying
Big
to do the
Lebowski
thing.
quote.
Oh. Hey, it worked. I had to turn it off, turn it back on again for some reason. That always works.
Oh, that always
So,
works, yeah.
I am trying to decide if I want to go with whiskey or if I want to go with weed tonight, gentlemen. Y'all talk amongst yourselves for a moment while I run off to go tinkle in the bushes. And decide which one I'm going to get fucked up on. I'll be right back.
Valid.
There's no wrong answers, really. So,
All
Lonzo,
right.
tell us about your retirement. This is the announcement, the official announcement of Lonzo's retirement. He's got the
That's like-
hood up and everything.
He's first ballot Hall of Fame.
I'd just like to point out that I've, crazy enough, been doing this since the first debate. Like, since the first one he did on here, like these 3v3 things, I was in the first one. Like, that's when I discovered this show.
So you're
But
an
I'm
old timer.
I'm not retiring. What is this? I'm still planning to run for office in 5 years. Like, come on now. I'm just taking a break because currently I seem to keep blinking out in the middle of my thoughts.
Like that?
No, not like that.
No.
It's much worse than that. That's just me. Like, that's usually just me thinking. But it gets like I'll literally just like lose where I'm talking at. So I don't.
You just had
I'm
some
like,
head fog lately.
Yeah, and I don't want to do a debate and then I can't even, because you know how I do debates. I don't like to. Honestly, it kind of upset me earlier listening to the debate between Tyler and Castle, because though Castle had strong positions, he also did not have. He just didn't have the vocal spirit behind it. It was like, well, actually, if you look at it, it's while Tyler's like, and if you look here, actually, technically, it's a lie. It's actually a lie. The Democrats are the ones blowing up black churches. If you pay attention, actually, the Democrats are the violent ones. It's like, well, I want Castle to take a strong stance against that, but that's how I do my debates. Is not only do I use the information that I have, but I also use a more aggressive response and a more vocal response than that. And I can't do that and not know what I'm saying anymore. If I do that and then
Gotcha. Well, hey, other debaters, Lonzo's in the Discord. If you're preparing for one of the future Saturday night debates, hit Lonzo up. Let him get some off-camera practice on. Let him get his chops up. Let him get his confidence. Stella needs her groove back. And we'll get Lonzo back on the debate stage here soon enough.
I need to say something about that because that's something that people in other groups that I debate and say is that like every time I have a debate when the judges talk about it, they're like, oh, you didn't really attack the other person or go through that like
You didn't
with
need
as
to.
much
You don't
spirit.
need to.
I,
Yeah.
And
I don't mean to.
no,
I don't mean to
I'm not
talk-
saying that I like have to or whatever, but like it's definitely something I've heard before. But it's funny because, and also too with the thought process too that you mentioned, Lonzo. That's something that I deal with too, and I don't know if it's like my ADD or whatever, but it definitely inhibits my ability to like.
Lonzo might
think
have
as
a little
clear
bit
as
of that
Tyler.
going on too.
I,
Yeah.
no, I was kind of ADD.
But like the reason I'm so like chill during the debates is first off, I hate like blood sports types debates anyway, so I'm never really.
Yeah,
like,
no, I think
lumping that
the
into
good
spirit.
faith works well with you.
Yeah.
But you, that
Not with
said,
Tyler.
like when I said like you don't have to necessarily let people get away with like saying like certain facts like that just weren't like not true. Like you could still be firm in those moments without having to go outside of your character that you're upholding during.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think with
Yeah,
Tyler,
definitely
it's
consider that.
because we're closer to. I almost kind of treat it as more of like a discussion than a debate, and that also hurts a little bit when you're trying to make a point because it's like, oh wait, I'm still trying to beat you in this forum rather than like kind of just talk through it. So yeah, I totally get it. I think some of the things that you guys brought up, like some of the things the judges said, totally made sense to me. And then thinking back, I'm like, oh yeah, like I could have done this, should have done that. So, but yeah, I just thought that it was kind of funny when you mentioned it.
I do want to clarify. I do not mean like attacking them as in the person. I mean, I only occasionally do that
Yeah.
as a joke. But no, like I just mean as in like kind of the charisma of it, being assertive in your talking points against somebody. I think that's a very strong thing when debating. A person can be an absolute buffoon in a debate, but if the person that they're talking against is as uncharismatic as somebody like Kamala Harris, it's pretty easy to still win a debate without knowing much.
Or if they're going
so-
over the top and really aggressive with them too, that could benefit them in the same way. So like, there's no one size fits all, and just find out what works for you. As long as like you're being true to like what you feel your communication style is and your point of the debate. Like, they can be blood sports, they can be discussions, they could be anywhere in between. That's up for you all to decide like in the moment, and whether you go fully good faith or fully blood sports, like you have an opportunity to still win either way. It just depends on how the conversation goes.
Okay,
Yeah,
so now I'm
I
going to
agree with that.
debate on the grounds of how violent the left is and the right. Now, as you can see by my name, it says.
Don't forget about property violence, though, bro. That property violence
Yeah.
is.
The
Let me
federal
tell you, I
buildings
know-
It's a hell of
are
a twist,
gone.
wasn't it?
That was amazing, bro.
I know a couple of good buildings who lost their family in the 2020
Yeah.
BLM riots, and we don't talk about them enough. We will not represent the buildings who were hurt during these riots, and that shows how heartless the Democratic Party is.
Real quick, Alonzo, I know you said you had something you wanted to say, but I do want to just weigh in. I only caught the tail end of that, but Castle, I actually agree with what they were saying. I personally avoid, and what you were saying, I avoid blood sports every chance I get. I hate that that's not really debating to me, but some people think it is, and I have a tendency to tone match. So what I'll do is if somebody's like fucking barking at me, I'll bark back and then try to bring the tone back down. But if they keep barking, all right, I guess this is what we're doing. You know what I mean? But I'm always going to try. I'm going to try my best to avoid ad hominem. I'm going to do my best to try to just keep it on point. I'm going to try my best to keep it in line. And that always pays off because every judge I've ever seen, audiences might want blood sports sometimes, or some audiences want blood sports, I should say. But generally what I found is judges, especially legitimate judges, don't tend toward it. Like, you know what I mean? So yeah, I enjoyed the fuck out of what you did tonight. So I just wanted to put that out there. Anyways, you were saying, Lonzo.
I hate.
I think you were about to make an excuse or something, right?
Oh no!
Or did you already make your excuse?
Yeah, excuses.
Yeah, we covered it.
Oh,
Yeah.
We said I offered other debaters to reach out to Lonzo so he could, help get his sea legs underneath him and get his confidence back so he could
Cheers.
be willing to debate again.
He's kind of funny for that one.
All right,
But,
folks. I'm wiped, so I'm gonna go ahead and dip. Y'all have a good night.
Peace out.
I appreciate you,
Later.
Noise Nancom,
Beautiful.
and we will see you again, sir. You're a beautiful man, and we appreciate you as always. So,
Beautiful mind.
I was gonna say I just wanted to, the only reason that really upset me earlier is because Tyler pissed me off. I think y'all saw that. If anybody saw that in chat, I was fucking pissed when Tyler was sitting there trying to like. It what pissed me off is the beating around the bush of his statement where he was like, the Democrats support the group that caused they're the most murderous and violent group in the country, and I'm like, what group is that?
What group?
And he just
What
keeps
group?
going.
Say
And
it,
he just
pussy.
keeps talking about. He's like, they support, and then he just goes BLM. It's like, no, BLM isn't the most murderous. They haven't killed a ton of people. You said the highest murder, and now we know which group has the highest murder rate. But why won't you say it? Because you just said the Democrats support them, and he also said that they vote in favor of the Democrats. Like, what was it, like disproportionately or something? So like we know who he was talking about, but like he just wouldn't say it himself, which is what really pissed me off. And I was like, I would have attacked him for that for sure.
Yeah. So actually, you know what, Castle, I'm going to look to you for a quick question because you have had this debate or conversation with Tyler before, and I'm kind of curious if you know, in the conversation y'all were having about the debate prompt, he said something, and the reason that he said he wanted to keep it 2000 and later was to avoid falling down the rabbit hole of the study that was bullshit, blah, 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 blah. What is his argument? Yeah, okay, you're laughing because you know. What was his justification for that study being bullshit? Because I know which study he's referring to. It's the one that the DOJ decided to shit upon, even though they were the ones who put it out originally. But I did a whole fucking stream where we picked it apart. We looked at all the numbers. We did a deep dive into that study. It seemed airtight. And not only was it airtight, but they had to remove the fucking Oklahoma City bombing from the math because otherwise it was so lopsided in favor of the right being more violent. Like literally they were like, so it would have been like a 79 to like 21%. And we're like, we'll take that out. So that way it's only like a 65. And what was his logic? Do you know? Like, why does he think that's an unbelievable or inaccurate study?
So I don't know. So kind of to bring back some context, like the reason why I think Tyler wanted to have this discussion with me too is I had an original debate prompt with him back with, I think it was on Grid's panel or something. And then I was like, yeah, we can talk about left versus right violence afterwards, like on some forum, some channel. And so when he brought this back up and wanted to do it with you, I was like, yeah, sure. So when he was bringing up the prompts, even in our chat together with yours, I was like, all right, well, when do you want the time frame to be? Like, how do you want to structure it? Like what is the prompt going to be? And he definitely tried to push it a certain direction from the beginning, which I was fine with. Like, I was like, all right, it's your prompt this time. Like, I'll let you have at it. So that's why when we came up with the year 2000, like I would have preferred throughout whatever time frame or history, but I think he wanted to like pinpoint it to a certain date, which I was fine with anyway. But yeah, in terms of the study itself, I think he wanted to exclude some things that had happened in the past that would have kind of hurt his argument more. And in terms of the data itself, I didn't think there was anything he could really argue about that, because like you said, it was these DOJ reports, and there are other reports out there too that I could have cited that I don't know where he was believing that it was wrong data or invalid data, because everything that I've looked at it kind of says the same thing as you were kind of referring to as well, where it was like, I don't know what's wrong about it per se.
Like it cites its source material.
Right. It's like government material too. And like, I thought he was going to kind of like go after why he did 2000, like he's going to kind of go after more of like recent events, like from since Trump was elected, but he didn't even really hit on that as much. It was more like BLM and stuff.
And
like
the quote unquote George Floyd effect, that made me shiver a little bit.
So
go nuts. Are you kidding? Like the chat's like, George Floyd effect. What the fuck is? Yeah. Doomer,
so it just happened to be right at the same time as COVID, but forget all that.
Yeah.
Right.
So I knew he was like, the way he was setting things up, he was going to try to find a way to make those points relevant in some way. But yeah, I mean, like you guys mentioned, like Tyler is really good on his feet. Like
creative.
I'm not as quick as him, honestly. So I have to be ready for those things. I tried as much as I could, but I think some of those things also just didn't work.
Can I just point out the fact that he stated throughout that debate here, like another that pissed me off was he said that the shootings for well, not the shootings, but the police violence. He said that was overly stated and all this and that. The evidence has shown otherwise. He was saying that he was talking about some incident of
Yeah, like body
what was
cams,
it?
like using body
No, there was
cams.
but there was a specific incident he was talking about. A person who I believe was murdered by the cops, and then
Oh, Michael,
the
the hands
Mike
up
Brown?
guy.
Michael Brown.
Mike Brown.
yeah. And he was like, no, the cops were in the right in this, and I was like,
Did we watch the same fucking video?
It's really hard for me in those situations to debate with somebody like that and be like, I'm doing this in good faith, because you're clearly not talking in good faith. You can see video of something like that and tell me you're wrong. They're not doing this on purpose.
For what it's worth, Lonzo, that's where you take the righteous high ground. You point out their fallacies and you just continue. You know what I mean? You'd be like, okay, we all saw the video. This is what happened. If anybody wants to, go watch the video for yourself. Now I'm going to ignore the nonsense you just said and continue with my point. Like, that's the way that I would personally engage with that. You're absolutely right. So real quick, Doomer, it sounded like you started to say something. Do you by chance know what the argument that is made by the right that disproves that study is, or like why the DOJ what's their justification?
Or at least I think what he was bringing up was like gang violence, like Aryan Brotherhood, like prison violence that was just being lumped in as right wing. And I think that's why he brought up the Pulse nightclub shooting too. Like he was saying like Obama was framing that as right wing violence, which I don't think happened either.
That came into play because he was saying that the left will always make an excuse for what it was, and he said, like he brought up Islamophobia, and I feel like the Pulse nightclub, that one was, they thought at first that it was someone just doing like an act against a homophobic like shooting or whatever, but it ended up being like kind of like a far right Islamic terrorist attack in some ways.
Yeah, and at the same time,
Muslim, so that's automatically the left, right?
At the same time, real quick too. Yeah, Tyler at the end, and I think it was at his closing, so you couldn't really even bring it up. But he mentioned that like the Proud Boys in these groups didn't even have any actual ties to like the party or whatnot. It's like what were like Roger Stone literally like was with Biggs and Tario, like the leaders of the Proud Boys.
He pardoned Tario.
He also tried,
and Stone for it.
That is actually one of the things that Tyler has going for him. I'm sorry, Lonzo, give me 1 second. One of the other, not only is he a creative debater, he also is very good at timing his shots, which is to say that he is a closing sniper. I've seen him do it more than once, where he will say a thing when you no longer get to respond, or like he'll hit you at a time where you can see the other person get thrown off guard, like they're stunned you fucking said that, and then whenever it goes to them to try to talk, they'll still be stumbling and distracted. So again, it's just it's a tactic that I have seen him employ before. It's an effective tactic. It's kind of slimy, but it's an effective tactic. I also wanted to say, well, never mind. Go ahead, Lonzo. You say what you were going to say first, and then I'll say what I was going to say.
It's kind of hilarious to me, the idea that he would want to say that like clearly right wing extremist groups like the Proud Boys, literal nationalists, white nationalists, that they're not able to be seen as a part of the Republican Party because they don't literally have direct political association with them. Mm-hmm. But then he also, in a very covered way, tried to align black people as an entirety in any violence that they do with the Democratic Party. He tried
to dodge a monolith and then built one. Absolutely. So what I was going to say, and this is something that only Castle will be able to confirm, the irony to me, or a standout fact about the Tyler debate, and to be clear, I am not bagging on Tyler. Okay. It's funny that he did this in the preparation and kind of what Let's Chief was talking about, because that's why I'm as willing to fold to what you were saying, Chief, or the advice that you were making, was because that's what I watched happen between Tyler and Castle, where they were sort of setting up some prompt parameters. They were sort of discussing where they wanted to keep it. And so I saw the benefits of that. But I also watched as Tyler put it in a trash can and set it on fucking fire. So he was the one who said, first of all, 2000 and later, and then he starts making comments about 60 years and more. It's like, bro, you said we were going to keep it here. But then he was also adamant that he did not want it to be a left versus right. He specifically wanted it to be Republican versus Democrat. And then he kept talking about left versus right. Am I wrong, Castle? Like that was, it was.
Yeah. I was gonna say that's why I brought up more of like the legislation or political parties themselves at one point. And I know people mentioned like, oh, you didn't go back to January 6th as much as I should. Yeah. And the reason I didn't was because in my mind, whenever I brought it up, he definitely deflected, and I was like, all right, well, that's just a losing issue, so I guess he's just accepting it out. So like that's why I didn't, because I was like, all right, I don't want to like dog on him too much.
Would have felt like you were chasing it 100%.
Yeah. But yeah, I think that when I was bringing that up, I was like, yeah, you can just look at like certain political legislation, or you can like look at the people in the party like Trump for January 6th in particular, because I knew he was going to be like, well, you know, you mentioned this, but like, what about this BLM right? Or what about this Antifa thing with the Teslas or whatever? It's like, I know you can like, we can go back and forth all day. So I had to bring it back to kind of the parties themselves, because I think one of the other judges said, if you talked about like legislation that leads to more crime or something, it would have been a different story, which I could kind of agree with too. Like I think certain legislation you can make that argument, but for this prompt with the political parties, I think it helped for me a little bit more, because Tyler always had to revert back to certain groups of people or individuals, which I was like, it's not
that we're not Republicans or Democrats,
right? You can't, like, when I talk about like Antifa or think about Antifa or BLM, and like I lean more, I would consider myself more like center left. I think like a lot of people in Antifa is they hate Democrats just as much as
100%. You should have said that.
I was waiting to say yes, exactly.
So I don't even think that you can really categorize that as like Democratic. Like no Democratic politicians approve of that stuff either. So that's why I also didn't think it was going to be helpful for him. But yeah, like there's a lot of populism out there that's on both sides that you can't really categorize into a Democratic or Republican party these days. So it's tougher.
Yep.
I'm surprised Hortman didn't come up at all.
Hortman, remind me who that is?
The
legislator that got assassinated.
I'm gonna be honest. The timing I had, I was literally at a bar before that. I didn't do any prep. I was really bad with the prep.
Most people don't for some reason, and it's funny because most of the debates that happen on Twitch and even on YouTube, in what I've seen, has been very impromptu, improv stuff where zero prep. That's what leads to the blood sports and just people yelling over each other. I'm trying to build a house where people actually like prep and like try to take it seriously, et cetera, et cetera. That's not like trying to sound like hoity-toity or anything, but it's funny because everybody comes into this. Everybody comes into these debates their first time and is just like shooting from the hip because that's what they're used to. But then once they see the waters they're swimming in, they're like, oh shit, I got to fucking prepare for this shit.
Yeah.
Which is
like
why,
with Tyler,
and then you
get
people like Lonzo who tap out because of that.
I know what I'm dealing with Tyler, so that's why I care more. But
looks like he chose whiskey and violence.
I'm sorry, what were you saying, Castle? I'm sorry, sir.
I was just saying with Tyler, I know what type of debater he is, so I knew I had to do some prep, but I could have done more on mine, because like the Hortman stuff, like that's a good point. Some of the other things I could have improved on, but yeah, like he's a good he's a tactical guy, like you said, Horse. Like he'll come at the end and hit you with points at the very end, and like you can't respond back to them, which I did to him once, and it was funny to see his reaction to that. But yeah, so he's very crafty.
I have a question. Have you ever heard of the Black Panther Party endorsing the Democratic Party?
No.
Have you ever heard of the Black Revolutionary Army endorsing the Democratic Party? But you've heard of the Klan endorsing the Republican Party. So
yeah,
and David Duke.
I mean, David
endorsing the
literally
Democrats.
But one group is literally directly violent. The other group gets assigned to working with them. Like they'll bring up like the violence of like BLM or whatever and say that's the Democrats, even though they're not saying we're with the Democrats. Antifa doesn't say they're with the Democrats, but the Klan can literally say, hey, we like that guy. And they'll say, what do they have to do with each other? What are you talking about? They don't, Trump doesn't know anything about that.
Some of those that work forces are the same that burn crosses.
Yeah. So like Trump literally called out to the Proud Boys, told them to stand back and stand by.
Down, yeah. So a funny thing about that, this has been a theme that we have discussed on stream before, that this is, and funny enough, Let's Chief has been trying to find a way, or I've been trying to find a prompt based on a point that Let's Chief made regarding the fact that leftists use the term liberal as a slur, right?
Yes,
and the reason I think, and I think that the chief agrees, that the right has as much power right now, and I'm sure this probably isn't even like a fucking like fancy thought. Like I'm sure this is common knowledge. It should be if it's not. The reason is because the right is willing to collaborate despite their differences, whereas the left seems to not be willing because they have too many purity tests. The right, like the far alt-right, is like, well, y'all ain't far enough, but I'll take what you got. Whereas the leftists, the far left, are like, fuck you guys, get off my boat. And that's literally, okay, go ahead.
I want to talk about this, but I'll let you guys go. Yeah.
I'm gonna give you my quick response. So I think that the right is also more accepting of their far right flank than the left is, as in the Democratic Party on what's on the left in our political system. The Democratic Party actively will do anything to push out anybody that's further to the left of them, which gives the farther left no reason to even want to work with the Democratic Party, because they know that there's no way that they can ever be involved in their politics without them trying to completely remove everything that makes them a leftist in the first place. So that's why it's a bit harder for us to go and vote for them regardless, whenever they clearly don't want any of our actual political beliefs involved in this system.
Because you're not willing to negotiate and work with the party in a larger sense, it sounds like.
No, when negotiation basically means remove all your policies, then what should we be negotiating for?
For what it's worth, Let's Chief, I would actually say that it also has to do with the fact that because the corporate Democrat Party, or the corporate wing of the Democratic Party, is as powerful as it is, anybody who is anti-corporatist is literally antithetical to their, like, that's the nipple they're sucking on. And so if you're trying to say down with corporation, downs with the capitalism, well, the fucking Democrats are like, no, bro, we need that.
Right.
That's
well, if
you're
further than a democratic socialist and you're just like, hey, we should like do something radical and corporations shouldn't be making money, then, you know, maybe your time just isn't now. So when you talk about nobody wanting to work with you because of a position like that, that makes sense. But if you're like, hey, you know what, we all want universal health care and, you know, school lunches because that's going to improve people's lives right now. So let's at least work together and get people in office for that. And you're like, but this other thing, I can't. No, come on. It's as much as it's a two-way street, like all of the feet dragging comes from idealists who don't want to cave on any single principle. Like any leftist could become a single issue voter if it's a thing they disagree with the Democrat on.
Real quick, Castle, you said you had something to weigh in on this subject. I'd like to hear your thoughts on it.
Yeah, Chief kind of said it for me, but to kind of address Lonzo a little bit is like, when you think about corporate Democrat, or just like Democratic leadership, I live in New York City. We just elected Mamdani, for example. And so
I would love to hear your input on that.
I have seen it all, and I was just arguing about someone with this on Twitter too. But when you think about the mayoral race, I was someone who at the beginning was like, yeah, Cuomo's going to win. Mamdani has no chance. And then all of a sudden he wins the primary, and then it's like, all right, well, let's see what this guy has to say. Maybe I can support him. And then by the end of it, I was like, yeah, I support him over Cuomo. But I think when
his platform's good.
When I think I thought about it that way, you don't kind of get that credence on the left. And Hakeem Jeffries endorsed him very late. I'll admit that he should have endorsed him earlier. Schumer never even endorsed him because he's a coward, but also he's in the Senate, so he'd make that excuse.
How many?
I think
you just condemned him in the House, right?
Yeah. Well, they condemned.
Yeah, so they just voted.
So like 280.
But my
literally actively aggressive to what is even the soft left flank of their party. What is the argument here that it's like we should move a little bit further to the right for them? So to get to my point, though, what I was trying to say is like Democrats will get there. Like Mamdani ran under the Democratic ticket. Like Democrats gave him that platform to run under there. They've done that for AOC, who also upset a more like moderate Democrat and Joe Crowley before. So like,
I think leftists get upset because they push back more, leadership pushes back more on these types of candidates. But when they prove themselves, it's hard for them to stay away. And I think you've been seeing like the Warrenites and the
That's how
AOC types.
populism works, though.
They're moving the party left. Like the left is not the Bill Clinton left it used to be 20 years ago, but you're still seeing leftists say, you guys suck. We don't have health care now. We don't do this and that. It's like Chief was saying, it's always coming down to single issue votes where they'll complain about healthcare. It's like, dude, you didn't vote for Kamala because you were worried about Palestine. So give all the power to Republicans because of that. I'm not saying it's either right or wrong, but it's like you can't distill it down to one thing and expect the left to win ever if you're going to not vote for them at the end of the day.
Especially when there's always something.
Right, you can make a vote.
Let's just replay 2016 and Bernie, after he was like kind of dismantled by the Democratic Party, right? The DNC. Would you have wished that Bernie did the same path that Trump did? Because Bernie was a populist candidate. Because I feel like Trump and Bernie
yes, they did. There was a huge shift from the Bernie camp to the Trump camp. Like this is well known. So yeah.
Yeah. No, I think
that, and they both are populist kind of candidates, but one of them has like a conscience, in my opinion, and it's obviously Bernie. Bernie cares very deeply about people, but I don't
Different
really
flavors
think
of
Bernie
populism.
was capable of
I would
doing
also
what
say
Trump did.
Bernie is a populist. Trump pretended to be a populist. I think that's also an important distinction.
I mean, they're both populist. They both just appeal to the general person, right? The general public.
Okay, well, I guess we would have to define populist. Does that appeal to, or does it support?
Finish his thought
Appeal
first
to
before
the
Yeah. I want to hear Circa.
Yeah.
It's just appeal. You can be someone who's disingenuous, opportunist as a populist.
No, continue the original thought.
For sure.
Continue the original thought, sir.
Yeah, finish what you were saying.
The original thought I wanted to ask him was like, do you wish that Bernie did what Trump did? Because Bernie had the chance to splinter the DNC the same way Trump did the RNC. But Bernie being an actual, I'll just let you answer it first before I give my opinion.
Yeah, no, well, I think it's direct at Lonzo, but for me, I think that's a good point on my end to showcase that Bernie kind of knows how politicking should work.
Yes.
He supported Biden, and I think he knew that, and I think he liked Biden more than Clinton anyway. But he worked a lot closer with Biden and knew he had a chance to kind of instill his in what he envisioned if he were ever in power. And I think that's a lot of what leftists don't understand is like, let's say Bernie won in 2016. What fucking Senate would have ever passed universal health care under him or anything that he would have, or his leftist cohort would thought was possible under him? So I think even Bernie understands what the power dynamics are like in Congress and how much he can really get done.
How much he was willing to act like Trump, right?
Sorry,
Yeah, I was just about to say that.
So do you
probably depends on how much he was probably willing to act like Trump.
Yeah, well, I think Trump actually had enough people in his hands, like senators, Congress people, that he could get fired or hired. Democrats, even Obama couldn't do that. So I think you have to give. Trump
he did lose.
Really shift.
The Democrats did lose like the House, the Senate, the judicial, and the executive all in 2016. It was pretty gnarly.
Yeah, they did.
I just gotta say, so. Oh no, I'm blanking out again. Jesus Christ.
Well, so like this time around for Trump, like he has every single like part of the government just to lay down for him. Like he has Congress just to abdicate their duty and be like, you have the power of the purse. You have the power. He's not even using them though because he doesn't want to make. Well, yeah, like he doesn't have to. Like they just are. They left. Yeah. Like they're just letting him do that. Like they do have
sure he's
the power
doing that so he
to
doesn't
fight
have to
that.
produce any documentation.
Yeah, but like for Bernie, like the Senate and Congress would have fought him more than they would be fighting Trump right now.
Yeah, the thing I was going to bring up though is that like Bernie didn't have like the conscience of like a horrible person to do the thing that Trump did, right? So a lot of people wanted in this country, they wanted a Trump on the left. Like that was not.
Yes,
we would champion someone like that in this country because of populist ideas, right? We were very much on the cusp.
And
of going
the road has
the
been
other.
paved by Trump now.
It's still there. Yeah.
What's interesting, Circo, too, is like a lot of people who, and you see it in primary polls, a lot of people who think Newsom should be president like him because he's starting to get into that lane now of pushing back with either certain videos or memes or whatever in a way that digs at people's character or the use of government to get what they want. So I think it's kind of interesting.
he's doing that on the tails
I
of
think-
starting
I
a
think Newsom's
podcast
is
where he
strong
gave
choice.
Steve Bannon a reach around. So
Also,
Well, I don't know. I don't think he's
Newsom's a strong
genuine, but I can see how that's starting to become
I
normal
think Newsom would have
politics.
won
instead
of Kamala, personally.
I think
sure, and he's probably
people
going
don't
to
really
win the
know-
20. Yeah, the next
No,
one
he's
he's
just-
going to win.
no. I disagree. I think he's.
Yeah,
I think
he
Newsom,
would appeal to a lot of Republicans. He's definitely dangerous to
Yep.
them. I don't know why they're taking him not seriously.
I think Newsom is just playing the blood sports part of politics. Maybe he's a bit charismatic in that part, but he completely is missing the point that Trump and both Zoran are very popular on, which is the populist point. Newsom is going to be very similar to how, like, you know, like how they had the whole thing where the crowd was cheering when Kathy Hochul was up there, and she gets up there and she's like, well, we're not going to tax the rich, but we're going to find ways to make things affordable, and everybody started booing. That's how I see Gavin Newsom's run is going to be, where he says, he's going to say the insulting things about the Republican opposition to it, but as soon as he gets up on there on that stage and they ask him what is his
still a
actual
corporatist.
policies, he's going to go, well, I think
Have
we
you
should
read
tax
his
cuts to
economic
the
blueprint,
rich.
his policy?
I think he's swarmy enough. Hochul's also not a very good public speaker.
Have you read his platform? Alonzo?
Awful.
Who?
Has he put forward a presidential platform? I wasn't aware that he
has one
actually
for California.
declared.
It's like 111
Oh.
pages.
Do you believe that his California plan is going to be the same as his U.S. plan?
I would hope
No,
not.
but it gives a good insight into his
Yes.
what he
Okay.
wants. Yeah.
Gotcha.
He could probably
I mean,
always lean
he
on
also-
the
he doesn't- I don't agree
budget
with him on a lot of
surplus they
things,
had
though,
of
to be
like
honest.
almost $100 billion 1 year too.
I'm sorry, what?
He was talking about
I
the
said
California
Newsom.
surplus.
Yeah, Newsom could also definitely lean on, you know, when it comes to fiscal responsibility, you know, changing everyone's mind when he had, you know, California had a budget surplus of almost like $100 billion like a few years back, and just kind of like
Pretty sure we have a
leaning
deficit
on.
now, right?
Oh yeah, I'm sure it ebbs and flows.
Yeah, it kind of goes up and down, but we have a deficit now. I think it's like
And then the
$18 billion or
Republican
something.
will-
Yeah, $100 billion deficit or surplus definitely
Surplus?
carried for a few
That was
years.
a while ago, man. That was like
2022.
8 years ago, 7 years ago. 2022. Okay.
2022.
All
Yeah,
from Ronald
3
Reagan's
years ago.
governance.
What about Reagan?
What the hell was that from?
No, I was
The
making a
greatest
joke
president
about-
ever?
Who talked about
No,
Top
because he was
God
the
Ronnie?
governor. Because he was the governor of California. I was saying that surplus is all from Ronald Reagan. Like it just
Yeah.
carried over for those 40 years.
True.
Gotcha.
I
That was all that
I-
trickling down water.
Yeah, it was,
I want to
it
go
was
back
trickling
to
down.
Lethe's debate since he's been waiting patiently, and I know, you know, Castle's like the new kid on the block, and we're all like, "Ooh, shiny new thing." Let me get to Lethe real quick.
No, get after
Objectification
it.
tonight.
We did massive spending in 2022. Why did we do so much spending? What the hell?
Because we
I'm
could.
curious to hear what you'll come up with that.
Was it
But
that monorail? that-
so for Lethe,
Bill-
for your debate, did you, in your mind, was it a little more of like businesses internally, or was it like a government authority in your mind at
No,
all?
even in my notes, I was pointing to what the government should be doing because,
Mhm.
as I pointed out in the debate, every time that corporations should have done so and had an onus on them to do so, they didn't do it, and the government themselves not utilizing further actions to make sure that it's too painful for them not
Right,
to do it.
especially when they're making just the raw calculation of, oh, we estimate that the settlement for this suit would cost X dollars, but just
you
doing
agree
the
that
thing
that's
will
not
cost us
a-
Y dollars.
that's not forcing
so
a
like
business
making the
to
calculation
prioritize
to just say like,
something
oh, we'll
else,
pay
right?
the settlement for knowingly poisoning everyone is like, you know, that's why a fine isn't enough in that situation. I could understand
gonna-
that, right?
Yeah, I said
I'm gonna
absolutely.
simplify
But that's
fine
not
for
changing the
that.
prioritization.
Yeah, definitely.
Of the company.
But
I'm going to simplify this for you, Circa.
Wait, if it was internal though, like circa, if companies did like independently arrive at the same like decision or outcome that the government would have regulated
Probably wouldn't be
anyway,
companies anymore, then.
like wouldn't that still be like, would that be like more ideal than having the government do it, or the same, or what do you think?
No, because
What sorry,
profit maximization and profit prioritization are extrinsically linked. They're not, or sorry, intrinsically linked.
Exactly.
They're not.
Which is,
They're not separable.
We investigated ourselves
no,
and we
I'm gonna-
found that we
the
did
pursuit,
nothing wrong.
the pursuit of profit maximization inherently requires the prioritization of profit.
okay, now
They're not
I'm going
separable.
to point out, Circa.
Internal affairs
that
at the police office.
Wait,
you are
so
absolute-
so it would, I don't feel like the question was really addressed, which was
yeah, that's what I'm
that-
about to do for you.
If you weren't in the debate, and that's why I'm kind of pressing the person that was. So when you get back in, let me know. But that's why I'm asking, wouldn't it be ideal if the companies did do that? I'm not saying like the company should not
No, it wouldn't.
prioritize profit. So it would not be
It
ideal
wouldn't be
for the
ideal.
for the DuPont to say we shouldn't do this. That's not
That's
the
not
ideal.
what you asked me.
Yes, it's
not what
literally
you asked me.
verbatim is what I asked.
That is not what you asked me. No, you injected.
I didn't
this
say
like
what he's
quote. It's
asking
written
now-
on the paper in front. It's written on the paper in front of me. I'll read it again. Isn't it more ideal if companies independently arrive at the same decision or outcome that the government would have regulated
It's
them
ideal
to
if companies
anyway?
include social responsibility. Yes, you are correct.
Okay, I feel like that if that was explored by you, Lethe, then you would have had it both externally through the government and internally. Because
Yeah,
he's
companies
saying like
can
if they arrive at the same
prioritize
decision that the government's
things like
regulating, if it's
social
internally
responsibility.
done,
That's
then
not a problem.
Okay,
So
so
like prioritization of profit is the number one thing always that a company should be doing. That's what it's supposed to do.
look,
But it shouldn't be allowed to. Go ahead, Alonzo. What were you going to say, bud?
What I was saying was, I'm going to make it very simple for you, sir, is that the question itself, and I guess you want to interpret it some other way, which is a very hard thing to do with that question.
You mean like the
Is-
classical way, the theory of profit maximization?
Is that a
What do you
business? You're not wrong in the sense that a business absolutely should focus on maximizing its profits because that's what a business is designed
Yes.
to do. However, the question does not imply that this is a business needs to regulate itself in order to limit its profits because it wants to value the nature.
That is exactly what prioritizing something other than
No.
profit would do.
What the question is asking is if there should be whatever governs over that business should not allow them to value profit over the environment.
So businesses
That
should
is the question. Not the
prioritize
businesses.
profit.
Yes, they should
limit
prioritize profit,
that.
and then the government should. Yes,
There you
you
go.
were saying exactly
The
what the
government
prompt
should
was
not allow
asking.
them to.
You are in fact
The
saying
government
you
should
were in
limit
fact the
that.
entire time you were arguing exactly what the prompt was saying, except you were arguing against your position because you were saying exactly what the
I don't know
prompt is
how
saying.
I'm arguing against
The
my
I wasn't
position.
gonna stop
government
him.
should regulate the business.
Right, but I wish
and
that you
the
would have
business
pointed
should
it out
focus on
harder.
profit.
But businesses still prioritize profit even in that scenario.
They should. And
But
the
they shouldn't be
government
allowed to.
steps in if they ever are threatening the environment.
Well, no, they should. You're allowing them to prioritize profit.
God, this
That's what
fucking
we're
prompt.
doing. We allow them to act as business.
Still,
Yeah, that prompt was pretty bad.
Regulating them is not telling them you have to prioritize.
you brought it back to this
environmental sustainability.
conversation,
Yes, it
Chief.
I know.
They're not telling the company that
It's
they have to.
antithetical to a business.
government
Once
is
again,
just
okay, like
writing.
it's inherent
government has decided that the
in
government-
profit
that
maximization.
I don't think it's
Not prioritize
antithetical
their
because
profit.
if
They
you
will
know
still
a
not-
company is being ethical, you're more likely to want to endorse that company.
And what I was about to say is I wish boycott power had a little bit more weight.
I think
So
it
what
does.
environmental
It could have
years
more-
making
sustainability
sure it
would
doesn't.
you
It has
say
more
is
weight
what they
if
should
enough people
prioritize?
do.
What environmental sustainability should they prioritize?
Well, okay. So no, this
Profit.
was actually another point that I thought that you were going to make,
was
Lucy,
great.
and I was kind of surprised you didn't. Was the idea that if you lose the people that are buying your product because the environment is no longer able to support life, then you're losing the profitability. So by trying to focus on profit, you should focus on profit sustainability, and the profits are directly related to the environment and the resources provided, right?
But
So
Circa makes a
if-
Aren't you
great
still
point that like that could
prioritizing
mean
profit
fucking
then?
anything.
If you run the tape
Sure.
back, I
Aren't
did
you
say
still
that, but I didn't
prioritizing
say
profit?
that.
Right.
Gotcha.
You're saying you're still
I did say that.
prioritizing profit by considering
And I guess I missed
the
it.
people that you would lose by
I thought
making
maybe you said
the
that.
bad environmental decision. Like
Companies
I feel
can
like
absolutely prioritize, environmental sustainability. They just can't do it over profit. They cannot prioritize something more than profit.
Well, that's why I gave you the
I feel
example
like
of the tires.
yeah.
That's why I gave you the example of the tires. Like, when that's an instance when you know that what you're doing is going to cause damage to the environment and to your consumers, it should be on the corporation to pay for the damages that are being done. And that would disincentivize the issue, because if you can't have people that are able to pay for your products because they're fixing their tires because you want to have snow tires on all of your trucks, it's going to wreck your profit.
I got a
What are
question.
they prioritizing there?
This is it's the governing entity
What are
over
they
them.
prioritizing there? What is the company prioritizing in that
They're
scenario?
prioritizing in that scenario not taking their profits by not taking the tires off, because it's by cost benefit analysis they think they're winning. You have to make it so that's not
Cost
the
benefit analysis is fundamentally tied to profit, my friend.
The business, you're right. The business is prioritizing its financial profit,
We're
but
talking
the
about
government
opportunity
is
cost
not
is what you meant to say
allowing
there.
them to do that by offering consequences for their actions. Do you see?
That is still
Like they're
allowing
not
them
being
to prioritize
allowed
profit.
to. Their
Yes,
motivation
but it's
is
saying,
prioritized, but they're not being
wait,
allowed
wait,
to.
hold on, stop. I think I have it. So you're allowed to prioritize profit up until this line I set, at which point you must prioritize the environment over your profit or be punished.
But that's not changing the company's ability to prioritize. That's just
It's
enacting
saying
the
they're not
regulation.
allowed to prioritize profit beyond this line that's set, the regulation that you
No, they
agree
still
should exist.
prioritize profit.
And I gave
up
you the
until
win
what's
still.
legal. What?
And that
Their
was
goal
kind
is
of-
still prioritizing profit. They just
That's
have to
what
do
I
it
wanted
legally.
to point out, but like we kept getting back to that. So profit's bad, and I kept saying no, profit is fine. But once you get to the point where you are now irresponsible, and then I tried to.
It's not a
differentiate what
1 or
that
a
line
0.
is. Yeah.
Yeah, but again, companies are not who should be doing that. Companies are not equipped to be handling what is and what isn't appropriate.
That's
But
right.
I pointed
That's
out that
just
they
not
are.
how it works.
They're controlling their amount.
So companies will always prioritize profit. We don't want them prioritizing things they're not good at.
Yeah, that's what the allowed part is. That's how you know that it's a fact. It's
That's why the word
factoring
allowed
something
is
that's
arguing the
controlling it, something that's governing it, something that's telling you what to do.
So the prompt
It's not a
is
question
very
of-
general, though, Lonzo. The prompt is companies should not be allowed. Not we should not allow some companies in some circumstances.
Not they shouldn't want to. They shouldn't be allowed.
And so that's
a difference.
As in, like the full stop, they cannot be allowed to prioritize profit. That's what I disagreed to.
over the environment.
Environmental
Over the
sustainability.
Yes.
Which I kept pointing
Yes.
out.
Profit has to come number 2. But other than that, it's
No,
priority.
profit comes first. Still, the government enacts regulation, so companies still have to prioritize
By not
profit
allowing
legally
them to,
within some bounds.
to focus on profits.
And so
I'm gonna
that
give you
was
a
the
No, they
other-
still focus
Real
on
quick,
profit.
I want to flip this because I actually want to argue against Lethe's points real quick.
Cool.
Because there was something that you were saying, like if I had been Circa, when you were talking about the impact of the accidents that took place, that wasn't part of their profitability prioritization. That was accidents. They didn't want those things to happen. All of the examples that you gave were accidental or like subsidiary effects, as opposed to sustainability. So like resources, like, can we keep doing this? Can we keep up the supply that is required by this business? I was surprised that you were going with just impact from unintentional, unprofitable things that the companies didn't mean to do.
Oh, in some cases.
Can you give me example?
So that's
Go
what I
ahead.
would have pointed out had that been asked, that these companies knew that these problems existed and that this could have happened or was more than likely to happen, and they didn't make
no.
the fixes.
So you would have argued that it was preventable, and because they didn't try to prevent the problem they knew was there, they were focusing on
They
profit.
said it's cheaper for us to continue moving in this way rather than making sure that this doesn't happen, for our profits to go up. And when we finally get fined, it'll be so little, we've already made so much money, the fines don't matter. Which is why I pointed out what their annual income is versus what it cost them for the cleanup or whatever happened in regards to the ramifications.
Got it. That's a great argument.
I realize
That
that
was
this
just-
argument.
Go ahead, Lonzo.
But I
Like,
still
if
lost.
you literally want to, if you want to interpret it the way that Circa is interpreting it, it really is a bitch to do this argument. Like, you could mentally just interpret it however you want to, I guess. Now that I think about it, because you could, if he can always just make the argument that by prioritizing profit in order and not damaging the environment because the government will step in some way, you're still technically prioritizing profit over the environment. It's like a weird argument that he's making. He's saying that they're
It's
always
also just how
prioritizing
companies
profit.
fundamentally work. That's what I'm trying to get at, is that you cannot change that.
That is true, but the point that we were trying to make Never mind. Fuck it. I don't care. This prompt is stupid. You're right. I'm not doing this.
Yeah, so like
I've
right
got
here,
like 3
Let's
different
Chief brought us
times.
back to this. I was talking about the fucking parties.
so here you
Listen,
go.
What was the
I
third
felt like
debate? Remind me?
everyone should have the opportunity
Mike.
to recap a little bit. So
Oh, so here you go.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Horseradish.
What was-
Yes, the Exxon Valdez oil
Yes, sir.
spill was caused by negligence with a combination of factors, including the captain's intoxication, an overworked fatigue crew, and Exxon's policies. So more
So
than
it was,
just
about
the
putting
coincidence.
lead in our
profit
gas.
motivation that led to the disaster that was this. But again, like I said, the word sustainability, I just, if I had been Circa, I would have held you to the word sustainability, right? I would have, like, can you give me an example where like the profits cannot be prioritized over the resources given, right? Like you can't sell shit you can't make. And you have like the companies are inherently aware
That's still
of the
prioritizing
continued
profit.
resource. Right. No, I'm arguing your point. I'm agreeing with you right now.
Yeah.
Circa. I'm
Okay.
steel manning. So again, the company knows that they only have X amount of coal in the mine, right? So they're going to make their business decisions for their profitability based on their knowledge of the sustainability of their. That's the way I would have argued that case would have been the focusing on sustainability was the word and not letting you bog me down in the. But again,
That's
sorry.
honestly what I was expecting, but he did more than I expected, so it was
Yeah.
interesting.
Well, he went from a pure economist perspective, which I knew he would. Right?
Yeah, I'm using theory, profit maximization from classical and neoclassical principles.
Yeah.
And
Which
that
again, yeah, you're
the
absolutely
profit
right. The business
maximization
is-
presupposes profit prioritization, which is logically a priori and evidenced in business practice.
Yes.
So
That is what the business is always going to want to do.
well,
Yes.
I'm using underpants.
So unless we
gnome
change
logic,
fundamentally
and step
what
3 is
firms are
always
supposed to be,
profit.
then it cannot
That's
not
underpants,
prioritize profit. It is the
Question mark,
pursuit of
question
profit
mark.
maximization, which inherently requires.
Do you think they should be
prioritization
allowed
of
to,
profit.
Circa? Do you think they should be
Yes,
allowed
companies
to?
should be allowed to do that.
You don't think that should be
Yes.
inhibited?
I didn't say it should be inhibited. I'm agreeing with
Oh,
it should be
well-
inhibited during legal bounds.
Okay.
But companies
So
need to
there
be
are
able to pursue
requirements and
profit
constrictions
above everything else.
within their allowance.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, cool. So you agree that they shouldn't just be allowed to prioritize profits. We have
Right,
to
so really,
constrain them
it comes
from that.
down to
number
a
one
matter
priority.
of debating.
That is their number one priority.
So it just comes down to debating your interpretation of the
I'm debating
prompt. So
both
If you push
anyone,
bounds
yeah, I know.
on
So that's what I'm
they
saying
can
is
and
that
can't do,
anyone could have
you're
won
not
this
telling
at
them
any
they can't
point.
prioritize profit. You're telling
Somebody
them
asked
you
me
can
if I
make
debate.
profit your priority
I
this
debate
way.
everybody. I debate myself.
Do you see
Yeah,
how
no,
that
like I said,
works?
you're right. The business is always going to prioritize their profits. Yep.
Yeah.
And debating yourself is not that's actually the classification, in my opinion, for somebody that's insane. You can talk to yourself and like have ideas out loud.
No, sir.
but you
I have
cannot
arguments with
disagree
myself
yourself.
and lose.
When you disagree with yourself, you
Yeah,
should
my
be inside an
supplementary
insane
argument
asylum.
was that companies, because they deal in an economic way, right? They have an economic understanding of environmental sustainability. We don't want them to prioritize something other than profit. We want, things like the government or scientists to come up with a definition
but not
for them.
impact. That would have been the difference. Sustainability, not impact. Because impact is what Lethe was trying to frame this as. And had I been you, I would have focused on sustainability. Sustainability, like I said, they're going to
He started talking
prioritize-
about like DuPont and how private businesses have.
He was
you know,
using examples of impact, not sustainability.
No,
That's what I'm saying.
they've known about problems and things before the government did, right? But
So they were
I mean,
negligent.
We didn't really
and
have.
they happened
we didn't
because, like,
have an
like Lethe said.
EPA, until the 70s. DuPont was made in CFCs were made in like the 40s, I want to say. Freon in that and carbofluorochlorides. Actually, we started fixing that problem. I think Dr. Rowland from UCI, kind of close to where I live, was the guy who spearheaded that in the 70s. We don't have that ozone problem. That was before, he was talking about before the EPA was even a thing. So, companies again are not equipped to handle these things. They're not good at doing environmental sustainability. Like, they should not be prioritizing that. It would lead to bad outcomes.
Who are you arguing against?
Wait, hold up. Speaking of environmental outcomes and sustainability,
I thought we were arguing that companies should prioritize something other than
We have
profit.
argued every single direction, sir, ad nauseum.
Right.
We have poked every direction. What was the third debate last night? Tonight, whatever.
I wasn't here for
The
it.
environment one.
No,
Yeah.
no, the
No,
first
No,
one.
that's
He's
the one
talking
we
about the
just
first-
discussed.
Oh,
And
talking
it
about
was
the
the
first one.
Democratic parties. What was the
Yeah.
third one?
I wasn't here for the first debate.
Sex work.
Oh, I think it was sex.
Oh
Sex
yeah,
work.
sex work.
Sex work. Oh, so and neither of the debaters involved in that are here still. So I guess we're not going to really discuss it too hard.
Well,
But
let's talk-
like I
Other
said,
than the soy fucking chatter just being like, you don't have a woman here.
yeah.
Yeah.
Which,
That's what I
again,
really do.
there are women invited to these and they don't respond. So again, I can't force anybody to show up and
I mean,
participate.
Look at the
Everybody's
panel.
welcome. If you have one who wants to involve in one of these debates, I would love that.
No, they
But for what it's worth,
shame
I
you.
also think it's inherently sexist for you to assume that a woman has to be involved in a sex work conversation, as though women are the only ones involved in sex work.
You have done
I wish
plenty
I had
of.
thought of that also as a reply to
Come
the
on.
chatter.
I said it. I literally chatted that.
Yeah.
Why do you assume that it has to be a woman sex worker? That's interesting. Think about your biases,
Misogyny.
bro.
Yeah. I
Beware of your blind spots.
I'm kind of surprised with the line of argumentation ANCOM used. But I guess I would have used something more along the lines of, why do you have the right to tell a woman what she does with her body? Because
Or
that's
anybody doesn't have to be a woman, sir.
Well,
Why do you have the right to tell
Yep.
anybody what to do with their body?
yeah. This is I'm coming in from a different angle because ANCAP philosophy and whatnot, but I know the left uses it a lot for something like abortion or
Can I point out that this dude did the same thing to Ancom tonight that he did to me? He just tried to cool guy his way through a fact and act like it wasn't reality when we all know that the Netherlands have legalized. It's like, it's not legalized. It's just, no, it's full on legalized,
It's
bro.
not my job as a moderator to bring in the fucking evidence, sir. Like,
Wait, what
I'm sitting here
happened?
like, fuck me. Why are you not?
he's
it was the
confidently wrong.
decriminalization,
Yeah,
decriminalization versus legalization.
And it's
Y'all
legal.
are
It's
also
persuasive.
They're
That is
also
the
wrong.
problem.
It's not just a left-wing
Yes.
policy to say that it's a woman's right to have an abortion. It's actually a very popular policy amongst both parties, yet for some reason, the representatives of both parties want to pretend as if it's only the Republicans that are against. I mean, it's only the Democrats that are for it, which is, again, another sign that the constituency is not well represented by the representation.
Correct.
I was
On
just
another
using
note-
that as an example. I wasn't
You have to check out my
necessarily-
Minecraft server.
That's awesome. Actually, you know what? As a matter of fact, that is going to be where I'm going to close it. I'm actually going to cut myself off a couple minutes early because, frankly, I'm getting tired. So I've had an absolute blast. I enjoyed every minute of tonight. I thank you all for listening to me babble. Yes, sir.
Radish, before you go, do you I can hear myself. Can
You
you
could hear
do
you
you know
twice.
anything? Do you know anything about the grudge match between myself and Gore? Because he said
I was trying to do it for next week. He is not going to be available. So whenever you guys are available, I'm doing this every Saturday now.
yeah, next Saturday he's available. I should be so.
Oh, okay. Then it'll be on the books. And again, I will put out some. So I will resend out some because I exhausted the last list. So I will come up with some new prompts and I will send those out here in the next couple of days. And everybody respond if you're interested. And if you know anybody else who's interested in playing along, send them my way. So
playing
I have a
along.
question
Lee,
for
you
you
said
real
you
quick.
are. Yes, sir. I'm gonna go ahead and get up the raid
doing?
set up. I'm getting
For
the raid set up
everybody's,
while you're questioning.
Like socials, are those posted anywhere so I can?
So
follow
I always
people from
have what you can do. The easiest way is to click their name in the chat. I guarantee you that they have chatted at some
Okay.
point. Every single person in here. That's what I usually recommend is to everybody just say something in the chat, so that way everybody can click their name, click that follow, and yeah, if you're on YouTube, feel free to drop your links and such in the chat.
Which
with
chat's
that
the most
said.
used? Which one should I?
It's
check?
well, it's they're all shared right now. That's the beauty of it. So everybody is seeing everybody's chat. So if you put it anywhere, it's going everywhere. And of course, Mr. Lethe, I will go ahead and just drop everybody in there with you, sir, if that is all right with you. I assume you're going to have an after party, and you guys are already here hanging out. So thanks again, everybody. I will see you guys next Saturday.
Thank you.
Thanks,
once again.
Horse
Have a
Radish.
great week.
Sorry for being late.
Appreciate you,
bro.
No worries. I appreciate you
I
showing
was
up.
hoping I was going to get a
Where's the
buy.
do it? Good night, sir. Yeah, if
Jeez.
everybody has, yeah, I will say everybody good night evenly.
Well,
So
wait, yeah, definitely though. I do need to say the Minecraft server. I'm hearing you echo because of the stream.
Yeah, it's because you're
Oh
talking
my god,
about
the
Minecraft.
Minecraft
Stop
server.
that.
No, really though. I sat here. I'm trying to make a better server. I don't know. I'm struggling to figure this out. And Ancom was supposed to help me out today, and then he did this. Never said anything to me.
I would like
Just
to
nothing.
argue that Minecraft is a degenerate behavior and shouldn't be endorsed.
True.
I think it's haram.
Who said that?
Roblox.
Oh, that's the other part. That's like what it leads to. So it's a gateway drug to Roblox.
That might be true, actually. Well, no, I play Roblox before I play Minecraft. That's how my generation grew up. You know, like shitty video games. I feel bad for the next generation because theirs is going to be much, much worse, or so far it already is, actually. But with that said, what was this whole? I wasn't here for the whole sex thing debate with the person who was supposed to be helping me with my Minecraft server versus some other person.
Well, yeah,
I missed that whole thing.
was busy debating, which is what you should have been doing tonight instead of hanging out in the chat.
I am here to debate. Who wants to debate me on the grounds of anything?
Minecraft is degenerate. Let's go.
Let's debate him into debating.
Minecraft is a
Whoever
beautiful
won.
game that has led a lot of people into getting into things such as engineering. I think that is and now when I say engineering, I mean generally because I don't fucking know all the different styles of engineering, like mechanical and all that other bullshit and mechanized and all that. Yeah, you know, they all ended up working at Lockheed Martin anyways, but they started off with Minecraft. And now they're dropping missiles on kids in Palestine. So I would like to tell you that Minecraft.
Wait, what?
Minecraft is the bomb of space.
Exactly.
What?
That's the new,
anime.
that should be the new logo for Minecraft. Minecraft is the bomb, and then just like an American missile over. No, I'm not gonna do that. I can't even make that fucking joke.
Like a creeper riding on top of a missile.
Lonzo, counter argument. Minecraft is for nerds.
Well, it's a good thing that I am a nerd.
Engineering is for nerds. What the fuck are you talking about?
I know.
No, don't worry.
It's not
No,
meant
no,
to be a
no.
serious argument.
I know.
No. None of these people are like not getting bullied in school. I'm trying to point out the fact that it's a great game for those people that get bullied in school to have a better future. That's what I'm trying to say. I'm saying that it opens up the innovation and creativeness of a person's mind so that they know how to, you know, like I said, make missiles for Lockheed Martin. So
let them build mob traps so they don't
give me
shoot
a
up the
good
school.
time.
Then they just get bullied in
Okay,
Minecraft.
no, most of them, but not all of them. The good ones make it out. That's what I'm trying to say. Like me.
Yeah, the good ones.
So I call survivorship bias.
Okay, you know what? I have a question. Here. Do any of y'all have engineering degrees?
No.
Neither do I, but
I
that
hate
doesn't
math.
defeat my point.
I'm gonna say
You
it
get what I'm
does. Even
saying?
if I did, it would be because I didn't play Minecraft.
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
good
That's my
training.
point. You know, you just proved my point, which is exactly why I just won this debate. He conceded my point. Do you hear what I'm saying? This is exactly why I'm the best one here at debating. No, seriously though, I really need to know how to make this server. I was trying to get like
You
a
need
bunch of
confidence to be the best, that's for sure.
I would try to get a bunch of people for it, and then everybody said something in the thing there after I asked about it, and then nobody. followed
Maybe
up on that.
Ancom will
So,
help you tomorrow because it's still the weekend tomorrow.
I don't believe that. Ancom looks like he's a churchgoer.
No, you
What?
absolutely isn't.
What?
I'm
He's
fucking
finally an
around.
atheist. Like I'm so happy he's
what I'm
finally
saying?
like openly an atheist because like I argued with him
He-
about that.
Wait, he wasn't. He wasn't before.
No, he wasn't before.
As opposed to what?
Like this
He was
was
It's funny that all the
couple years, a year or so ago, he was still claiming to be a theist, and I'm like, why? Like everything that you
Wow.
know
Wait, what?
goes against
Why
the
is it-
belief that you say you hold. Why are you?
It's
Wait,
pretty
what
funny.
was he? What specifically was he, if you know?
Christian.
Out of
or
curiosity.
just- I believe he believes
I've
in a Christian
never
God
heard-
or just a God in general.
I've never met an anarcho-communist who's also a theist.
I was gonna say it's funny how you can almost tell a person's an atheist if they look like Jesus. Like if they have that look,
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? They're usually an
true.
atheist.
Can I ask Circa something real quick? Can you or do you know how to play Sultans of Swing at all?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I don't know. I'll try it. It's been a
Am I
while.
the only one noticing a delay?
I mean, you don't have to. I just want to know how extremely good at guitar you were, because I saw you playing off when you're on mute, and I was like, okay, it looks like he has some legit electric guitar skills.
Let's try it. It's been a while. That's not the right fucking sound.
I think it's one of the best solos of all time.
Let
But
him pull
also,
up his
if you
petty
guys,
presets.
if you guys know or into rock music at all, the guy is like considered the
It's been a while since I played this.
greatest guitarist of all time.
Oh yeah, he's literally one of the best ever. The Dire
the
Straits
Dire
guy, or
Straits.
sorry,
Yeah.
he's fucking crazy.
Yeah, he's insane.
Castle, before Circa
Mark,
plays, what does Tyler believe in? Because I've never really understood his.
Okay, so I was going to talk about that because it's funny. I've been in
I've
his
never
channel
understood
and he
him.
says he's a left-leaning or like center
Bullshit.
left, and it's like every time I
fucking
talk to him,
liar.
he's like the biggest Trump supporter. So I don't even know he knows what he really is. So
I've heard him call himself a post-Keynesian, and that's definitely left. But then he also
Yeah.
heard him support Trump,
He's-
and that's right.
yeah.
So I'm
No, I
confused.
think I think he's just a populist, honestly.
He's a well-read Roddy. That's what he is.
Dude, speaking of
Rock
populist thing, I was gonna pick Circa's brain on something because of what he said earlier. I think he's jamming out
We
though.
can't hear that. We can't hear that, Circa.
Yeah, we can't hear that, Circa.
It
I wanna
looks
hear
like
that.
you're playing your heart out.
I
but,
want to
that's
hear
good.
it. Yeah,
I can't hear a single thing, bro.
I was going to imagine hearing it.
That's what being deaf is like.
I also
Like,
play guitar.
time
I can
racing
kind of tell what he's playing, but I'm also not as good as he is.
I just heard a
Or
single
maybe it's like
string.
maybe it's really bad. It's like rah.
It'd
He
be
actually
funny
doesn't know
if
how to
his
play.
volume wasn't off and he's actually like just playing it and it's not like it's just completely silent.
Hey,
Like it's not that his volume is
Yeah.
muted.
Yeah,
He's
it
just
just looks
playing
like
it,
it.
he hears it.
Thanks for giving Lonzo a sub. Loser.
Wait, huh?
Got some unique chords there.
You got a sub on my channel.
He got gifted.
I got a
It was gifted.
Oh, they gave me a sub. I thought somebody subbed to my channel. I'm like, why do people keep doing that? I'm not streaming. I'm not like every time I streamed, I got subs, and I was like, guys, I'm not streaming enough for you to do this. Please stop doing that. You're wasting your money.
So
Yeah,
you
tell
refuse
that to
get
Gorp.
the-
Gorp needs to stream more.
But it is
Gorp needs to
your
stream more.
it should be your priority to maximize profit.
Let's do.
No,
True.
it feels like I'm maximizing people. I don't want their money for no reason if I'm not actually getting them any output. I'm a socialist. Come on now. What are you talking about? I don't want free profit off of somebody else's labor.
Lonzo, where are you from in the U.S., if you don't mind me asking?
No, I'm from Nigeria.
Come on.
Okay, yes, I'm from the U.S. If
Yeah, I know.
you haven't noticed
Where?
from my
What region?
oh where I thought you said asking if I was from the U.S.
No,
I'm from,
I know. I figured you
I'm from
were.
the southern region of America, down towards the border of Puerto Rico, known as Florida.
I guess.
You
I
hate
think.
to hear it.
Correct. Let me know if my theory is right, but I feel like a lot of people on the left who are not from, or at least maybe in like the South and Midwest, are more socialist than, I guess, in like the Northeast or like typical like maybe California.
Yes, I think you get far more like liberal, more comfortable with the establishment type people. The more north you are, the more like you
Yeah.
know, like on like even on the West Coast, like California type places.
Unless-
I think the southern, more rural leftists are like the more almost. I'm not even gonna lie. Some of these people are damn Trotskyites. Like they just want endless revolution, but like a lot of them want like revolutionary change.
I don't know what chords is doing, but I can play along to it.
Unless it's Vermont.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah.
I think that. I think the
Vermont's
populist
actually
agenda sells
crazy.
the best to Southern folk.
Yeah, no, it makes sense. I mean, based on anecdotes, I thought it was true, but yeah, I could see that being a theory.
And I will generally hold that the inverse is also true for Republicans, that the ones who live in more liberal areas are generally more farther right.
Yeah, I mean,
aggressively,
if you
like, yeah.
in New York City at least, and I think it's kind of similar in LA. Like the Republicans are crazier here. Like I don't know how to explain. I mean, like the New York Republican Club for Trump here, or whatever. Like a lot of the people who are the craziest leftist voices on social media originated here. Same with LA. A lot of the really super Trump people are in LA. I mean, Florida's kind of always been like that, just because the demographics.
It's
It's
been
Florida.
People talk about how bad Georgia. People talk about how bad like places like Georgia are.
How
Bro,
good this
our
song is
fucking
actually.
politicians in Florida are so fucking insane. It is crazy. Like I don't
Have you seen
understand it.
Oklahoma?
I genuinely don't.
That's what you're in New York City with that square footage. What borough are you in, bro?
I'm in Queens. I moved out from Brooklyn.
On
'cause
top
it
of that
got-
7 train.
I'm off
like a
the
$7,000
10 train.
apartment?
Oh, is that more like a Astoria?
Yeah,
Like more
I live with my
okay,
fiance,
cool.
so that's why I can live in a bigger place.
Okay, word.
Yeah,
Isn't that where
we can afford it.
Isn't that where Mom Donnie's from too? I mean, isn't that where he's at?
Yeah, it's actually
Astoria,
funny. He's been like
Danvers.
on my street and or in my area all the time. And now he's mayor, which is I never even followed. I didn't even know he existed until like this year. So it's kind of funny.
You're just chilling at the beer garden with Mom Donnie. You didn't even know it.
Yeah, the whole time.
Getting the chopped cheese.
If you didn't know this, he's actually from damn it, where did they say that that Obama was from?
Nigeria.
Oh, Uganda.
no.
Yeah, he's from
Nigeria.
Uganda.
No.
No.
They accused
I was
him
just
of
repeating
being
your joke. And
Kenya.
then you said
There we go.
Obama.
That's the joke I was trying to make, is that Mom Donnie's actually from Kenya.
I need
If
to
you
change
didn't know
that.
this.
The debate already happened.
Did you guys hear that that Mom Donnie is going to mandate the teaching of Arabic numerals in New York schools?
Yeah, it's a shame, man. I can't believe it happened so fast.
Maybe he'll teach algebra. No,
Wait.
wait, that's Arabic.
Wait. Are you
Circuit needs to have drums on the
Wait a
keyboard
second,
so
are
you
you
could put them.
Did you say? Wait, are you saying he's going to mandate the teaching of numbers in school, or is that literally what you're
drums?
Arabic numerals.
Yeah, it was a good-
no,
it was a sick joke.
Arabic.
Are
Yeah, those
numerals.
are
Well, it's called
those
algebra.
are
no, I'm being
those are
joking.
numbers.
Yeah, I was joking because there was a
Algebra
bunch of
is
dumbass
Arabic.
right wingers on Twitter who didn't know that the numbers we use are Arabic numerals.
But we also
Wait,
hate
for real?
Obamacare, but we love the Affordable
Yeah.
Care Act.
Odd shit show.
Wait,
by the way.
Yeah,
No, the numbers-
Wait, no.
exactly.
The numbers
People are
you
not
use are
that
Arabic.
people.
I've been using Roman numerals
want-
since
do you
I was
want a link?
5. So
Do you want a link, Lonzo?
I want to
Since
see
you were a
this,
V.
yeah.
since I
That
was
doesn't sound real. There's no fucking way people don't know that. They don't know the actual number system that we use in this country.
Oh, I guarantee
or
you they don't.
just in general throughout
world.
most of the
like
Western
Lethe
world.
said, people
Actually,
don't even
probably
know the
entire Western world.
ACA is the Obamacare. Like people just don't know anything. It's like why
Are they-
Cirque was saying Gavin Newsom could win the election. It's because he absolutely can. Because people just look at people and they're like, I like how
Gavin
he
Newsom
looks.
is really good when he talks. Like Lonzo said, he's really charismatic. He's
He
I
just
don't really know
looks
if I
like he could be
agree with
like he
him
could
that much.
play a president. Like that, people literally would look at him and be
Yeah.
like, "Oh yeah."
I feel like people haven't heard him talk, and I feel like he's dangerous to the Republican Party because people who are trying to jump ship right now have no one to go to, and I feel like he would have stolen a lot of voters in 2024. I'm not sure about in 2028.
I
Yeah.
think that if he doesn't
Um,
adopt at least some form of populist agenda into his instead of the corporatist agenda that he's currently running on, also
He's
loses
doing a
some of the
little bit.
people
If I'm
who
being
are,
honest, Lonzo.
You probably
but
will.
also loses some of the people who are currently funding his campaigns too. He's going to have some issues if he doesn't lose that part. Also, what's his stance on
Yeah, see, that's the thing. I mentioned Bernie earlier doing something similar Trump did, right? And the thing is that Trump has no care in the world about anyone else but himself, right? So he was perfectly fine splintering the RNC. Bernie, though, I don't think Bernie was ever capable of being what Trump does, a one-dimensional piece of shit. So Bernie, when he was pushed out by the DNC, he had a choice to do. He could have done what Trump did. Just, the DNC's awful. Fuck all of them. Fucking establishment, and separated himself. But, he has a conscience. But this country was really ready to go like the other way with Bernie, right? Because he wants change. That's why I keep bringing up the fact that like the most gnarly pseudo-conservative psycho you can think of, who lives in like the Appalachia, will tell you they like Bernie Sanders more than they like, Joe Biden or like John McCain. And even if he's a fucking communist, right? It's because he's a populist. So
Yeah, I think Trump kind of proved.
Well,
it.
gang, the one judge just did Irish goodbye, and then on behalf of both of us, thanks for the debates. And I'm about to peace out, but you all enjoy the rest of your night.
Thanks for the dub,
Thanks for
bro.
the entertainment. I appreciate you
Whenever
all.
you want to play Magic, hit me up.
See ya.
said Leaf in my
Oh
regards.
man,
dude.
it might be a minute once my butt stops being sore before I play Magic with you again later.
See you, bro.
I did
What the
nothing
fuck?
wrong.
Was that guitar in his hand a second ago?
It's
Am I
always
tripping
been in his
or something?
hands.
Or-
You just aren't paying attention.
yeah, you're probably right.
I found the.
Leafy, you're
I
looking a
found the
little yellow.
post. I found the post, but it's mostly people who. The top comments are mostly people who have figured out it's rage bait.
Oh, okay.
But I can still send it to you if you want. You're gonna
Why
have
is
to
that
scroll
even
far
rage
down.
bait? It just sounds kind of stupid to me. Like the idea
I
that
mean,
you'd be like, yeah.
It was Brian
So-
Crantenstein who did that post, and he was trying to. The only explanation I can think of is he was trying to rage bait a bunch of right wingers into saying something stupid.
Mission
He
accomplished.
does
Now I have a
not.
question. What? Now I have a question. What do you think?
That was a great question.
Like,
Could you reiterate?
That's the
it?
thing. I feel like a lot of people don't. I feel like a lot of people don't ask themselves this when it comes to a lot of things. Is okay if you think that sounds dumb. Ask yourself for a second. What are we currently doing? Like, for example, when it comes to like healthcare and not giving it to illegals, and they're like, what are the Democrats fighting for? They're shut down. They're trying to give healthcare to illegals, which is what they've been doing through Obamacare. Okay, go and look at Obamacare and tell me if there's a thing in there about illegals. There is a thing in there. It says we will not give any of this to anybody who is not a legal registered U.S. citizen. The only way they could receive any healthcare benefits is if they were an emergency hospital, which I mean, obviously you would treat them. So like, I was like, just look at if you think that it doesn't make sense and you're like, oh, that's fucking stupid. Why would the Democrats do that? Fucking read it. Figure out if it makes sense. But no, they can't fucking read it. And they genuinely, a lot of cannot read. I know that because I'm one of them people. That's why I had right-wing leaning tendencies before, not that long ago.
I
But
think that's
before, I
kind
was
of
one of those.
I was going to say, like, my point about that is, like, that's the winning message, though, is when you have to have the other side explain what it is that's wrong, you're already losing. So for me, and I was going to kind of say that just Circa pointed out, but, like, for me, Democrats just have to start putting out dumb policy. And when I say dumb, I mean, like, this is easy
Dumb
to
down.
understand, even if it's not happening. Like, oh, we need to stop giving healthcare to illegals. We don't. But Democrats should just say that anyway. It's winning. It's a winning issue. And I think that's what you
It's
have to
literally-
kind of focus the message at.
It's easy. It's so easy to do that, which is personally why I want to be involved in politics, because I like simplifying the message that we have to give. I'm not the most well-educated. I'm not going to sit here and pretend as if I've read all the writings of Karl Marx or anything like that. I'm not going to even like lie at all. I don't know, all that shit too well. But I do know that there are popular policies that could be implemented that would save us money and improve the well-being of our citizens. And I know that just needs to be summarized and simplified, because the second you start saying stuff like free healthcare, people start going, huh? Communism? And the right just goes, yeah, communism. Now, if you just say, we want to make sure all you are healthy, and we have a plan to bring, I have a policy plan to make Americans healthy. That is what I'm running on. Make America healthy. That is my policy plan. That is literally what they have been fucking talking about with the Maha or whatever bullshit. Like, make America healthy. And people are sitting there listening to this man, RFK, who sounds like he gargles fucking nails for breakfast. Hearing him talk, and they're cheering because they believe that he's going to make them healthier, because he simplified the message to, we will make America healthy again. And people are going, yeah, absolutely. That's what I want to hear. Like, It's not that hard. The Democrats, that's what makes me feel like these people who have been in politics for nearly, 40, 50 fucking years don't know how to do that messaging? This is bullshit. They're doing it on purpose, it feels like, because there's no way you could be that bad at politics and do it for that long.
I don't
think the problem with-
necessarily- Go ahead.
I was just going to say, I think the problem with Democrats is they got too old to realize how to message, and the people who are messaging for them are folks who focus on extreme, like 80-20 cultural issues that just aren't winning issues. And I think that's the problem is like the Democrat, like Hakeem Jeffries could say something extremely sensible, but nobody listens to him. They'll just listen to whatever Fox News says. Oh, this Democrat on Twitter said this. This is their new policy. Like gays should be running the Department of Defense or something like stupid and ridiculous. And then people are like, yeah, that's the Democrat policy. So Democrats need to up their game.
I agree. Gorp should definitely be running the Department of Defense.
Well, yeah, Republicans are more willing to lie, and they also get away with more lies. So even if everybody's telling you, hey, they're lying to you, the tariffs are going to be paid by us. Like it's a tax against us. Your goods are going to go up. They don't believe it. And then every time a Republican says they're trying to take your taxes and they're going to give it to illegals, they believe it, like on face value. And this is the problem. Until
Funny part is illegals pay taxes.
And they say not enough, or
they don't get any.
Illegals literally, like the IRS forces illegals to pay taxes. That's why we even have an EIN number, or not an EIN. It's for businesses, LLCs. It's the TIN number or whatever, the ETIN. It's literally for illegals to pay taxes. So because you have to like have a bank account, right, to get an apartment, to get a car. So illegals have bank accounts, right? And the IRS would absolutely go after you if you did not if you didn't pay taxes. So illegals, for the most part, pay complete taxes and get nothing for it.
Yeah, we need circuit to debate Roddy now. That's what I want to hear. That's the debate I want to see, guys. So we can hear like Roddy look at that statement and go, no.
Yeah, it's crazy. Like straight up, the amount of money that illegals pay in taxation is about the same as you and me. They pay income taxes. I did not let them get away with not paying income taxes.
Here's the funniest thing is his claim was like, they don't actually have a check that it gets removed from. I'm like, okay, if I paid somebody with money that I got paid for working a job in cash, that cash that I just gave them was already taxed before I gave it to them. The same percentage it would have been taxed if it was taken from them. Like it's the same amount either way. Actually, more so.
Illegals, if they get paid in cash again, they have to put it somewhere, right? They have to spend it, right? So if you make a bank account and then you try and get an apartment or something like that, right? Like these are all things that normal people have to do.
Yeah.
If you do that, then you are essentially, the bank sends your information to the IRS, whether you like it or not. You don't have to hit the 10,000 number. So if you just spend a bunch of money and get like a loan for a car, the IRS is not just going to be like, interesting.
Yeah,
you're
going to
be like, where did you get
live
this
off
money
the
from?
grid.
That's why we literally have a TIN number. Is so illegals can pay taxes.
I was talking about the federal income tax, that like is taken off each check individually. I meant like, because he was saying like they're skipping out on that part, but I'm like, no, they're not skipping out on that income tax because the person who's paying them in cash is having to pay that income tax. It's going to be the same percent either way, even if they get to.
No, they're not. If they're paying cash, they're not paying income tax. They're paying income tax after the fact.
The person who let's say you work a job, a contract there, and that check that you get, well, that won't be a check exactly, but let's say it's through a company. So you get your check from the company there, and it's $2,000. That $2,000 is going to get taxed before you get it, just like any other job you work where your check gets taxed before you receive it. No, I'm saying they're like, let's say they're having illegal immigrants work for them on those sites who get paid.
If they have a check, then yeah, they're getting taxed.
But that's what I'm saying. I'm saying the person who's paying them in cash is receiving a check that's getting taxed by that percent. So when they're giving out that cash, it's already been taxed that amount. If you split that check up between all of them, anyways,
you keep saying cash and check. Don't conflate them.
Are you not? No, you're not. You're not hearing what I'm saying. The person who's paying them in cash is receiving a check. Well, like for example, if they work on a house or something and they go grab some people that are illegal immigrants to work on it with them, and then they receive that check, that amount. From the corporation that they work under that gave them the contract to work on that house. Are you?
They don't give them a check. They give them cash.
No, not the illegal fucking immigrant. The person who's paying the illegal immigrants to work under them. How are they receiving their money for the job that they work?
Oh yeah, but I think we were saying like the illegal immigrants themselves, they're not getting taxed.
No, but I'm saying the way that the immigrants are getting paid to go work on those sites is in cash from the person who received the check that already got taxed. So even if you took that amount of money,
that's not them getting taxed, so that doesn't matter.
Yeah, but it's the same amount in taxes either way coming off of. No, but
it's not. You're being taxed on the income from that guy. No, you're not paying income taxes for people you pay out underneath. That's insane.
But you're taking the check that you I'm talking about that money is being taxed either way, though, for that work.
The amount of money you get for the job, the contractor will get taxed if it's an income. Yes, he will have to pay taxes on it, but he's not paying taxes on the labor that he never claimed. That is not happening.
I'm saying that they were saying that there's no income tax for these illegal immigrants who are getting that money. I'm saying
There technically isn't. There is technically no income tax for them. But
okay, well, fine.
Again,
technically, they're getting money without income tax on it. But the reality is that it's less money than it would have been if there was no income tax on the person who had originally received the fucking money to pay them out.
But they're paying income tax, my friend. That's what I'm trying to tell you. They end up paying income tax because, regardless of that, the amount they're getting is probably lower than minimum wage, if that's what you're saying. So they're probably getting paid less. But they do pay income taxes because I sent you a link. We have something called an ITIN number, okay? The ITIN number is specifically for aliens, okay? It is essentially because of the way that our government works and the way spending and consumption happens, we have so many ways in which the IRS knows where, like, if you make money, because you have to have a bank account to get an apartment, to get a loan, you have to show proof of income. All these things get sent to the IRS. And the IRS gives an out to illegal immigrants. It says, you can pay taxes or we will come find you. They will literally find you as fast as humanly possible if you do not fucking pay your taxes.
Taxes are truly unavoidable.
They're pretty much unavoidable, yeah. And there's only a few people who probably get away with avoiding that, and that's going to be people who are homeless.
I'll tell you what. There's no issue with taxes being avoidable to some people, like Gorps and them, who think that's the worst thing to happen in the world is being taxed. I think the worst thing to happen is that the taxes that I already pay.
People who think that have lived under a false sense of security in this nice country of ours, and to that I say, go live in Somalia, my friend. Get the fuck out of this country. Go live somewhere that doesn't have taxation at all and see what it's like. It's not fun. Okay.
I think
every developed country on planet Earth has taxation that is feasible and good. If you want to live somewhere that doesn't, be my guest. You know what I mean?
Like, I don't even think they realize it, but they really just sound like anarchists whenever they're so opposed to taxes. Because the alternative to taxes is basically saying, what we all trade communally now? Is this
Worse.
like
They sound
you
like
don't have the
libertarians.
support
I don't think that
system?
it's a libertarian idea. It comes from the freedom from aspect of it. You know, like the laissez-faire libertarian side of liberalism that forked from social liberalism in the 1900s or the late 1800s. And it really stems from the fact that freedom from is really important. So that means like freedom from the government, freedom from other people, freedom from tyranny, you know. But they oftentimes forget what freedom really is because it's a pretty multi-dimensional word. It's not just freedom from. But it's usually libertarian people who get stuck on the idea of like, you know, the individual is tantamount. And they really don't think that far ahead because, you know, they just say like, well, you just sue them. If like a company like dumps into a river, right? You're like, what do you mean? Well, who do you sue? How do you know? How do you know if it's like bad? How do you who actually tells and informs, you know, the judge of like
who pays
whether or
the
not
judge
this
if we're
chemical
not
is
paying
actually what's
taxes?
hurting you? And they just assume that it'll all be there because it's the way it's always been.
It's kind of antisocial behavior, really. It's like people who just want to be
I think,
alone.
I would definitely classify this.
And then they expect to just live a life that's like the best without ever having to like interact with other people. Yeah, I don't know. It just doesn't go very far as a concept.
Almost
Yeah, and you're like,
definitely
well, how do you know your car won't explode? And they're like, I don't know, it just won't. And you're like,
Yeah.
what do you?
I read on it. I know how to build my own.
Sadly,
Wait, there was
I feel like
actually
it's
somebody who made that argument with like healthcare from like a left perspective. I forget what.
Pretty sure
channel it
Destiny
was.
made that exactly. How do you know when you turn your car on with your
Yeah, it
turn
was
keys,
Destiny,
won't
but
blow up
somebody
like
arguing
fucking
against him
fruity?
was like, "Oh, we can develop it was about like healthcare companies, and it was like, oh, well, we can develop our own like labs and create like cures for stuff." And he's like, "How the fuck would you ever figure that out or something?" I was like some people
How
are
would
just
you invest
crazy
in
like
that?
that.
How would you get the tax deduction the private companies get from
That
the
was the-
massive government spending that allows?
Yeah,
That was the leftist position.
yeah.
we could
It was
just build
somebody.
well,
Do you know Demon Mama? I don't know
No.
if you guys are
Wish I
familiar with
did.
like Vosh or like that community, but like that was her
I mean,
argument.
I don't really get what the argument was. Like, oh, I see you. Damn it, I forgot his name. The guy that just left. Gruffus. Is that what his name was? Or no, that was a different person.
Oh, the
You know
guy
what I'm
that
talking
was
about?
like, yeah,
The
yeah,
dude
it was
that
like-
just left.
Wait, so
Like,
Lonzo,
I'm not getting this right.
do you like me yet or what, bro? You still hate me or how's this?
No,
going?
no. I don't fuck with you. But
I don't fuck. Let's go. No. I don't fuck with you.
but when it comes down to, I do think you made some good points today. I just think I wasn't here for any of them. And
You do realize that in the prompt, I actually said I'm kind of playing devil's advocate on this prompt. I hope you guys realize that.
I had a feeling
I
you
think
were.
companies need to have more limitation on this shit. It's just the prompt was so like interesting because a company by nature of it being a private company cannot prioritize something other than profit. And we keep reverting back to government, right? And government should be prioritizing what companies can't. Is kind of the whole point.
Yeah, I wasn't there for the whole conversation, but afterwards when you guys were discussing it, I was like 3 different times. I was like, wait, no, I get what he's saying. But then I was like, but I don't agree. But I'm like, wait, but he's right. I was like trying to get my brain around it.
I literally said, I was like, oh, Circle's kind of cooking with this one.
Companies
Yeah.
companies have a
I'm like,
duty
no.
to get profit for investment for their shareholders, at least in the current hegemonic economic system we have, which is what I was assuming.
All right, but what you
it
didn't
can't be separated.
what you didn't calculate though was Costco offers me dollar hot dogs as a loss leader, and they're losing money. So
And
They do that because they know you'll come back and spend more money, man.
no, but not me. I literally go for just hot dogs.
Circle, I think
All right,
you're
well, they're a game of probability. Most people come back for the hot dog and buy like $200 worth of shit.
no, let me correct
I know
you.
that's actually me. That
Companies-
is actually me.
Companies' focus is not to profit, it's to thrive in the market that they are in, meaning that a company like Uber would be willing to take an absolute massive loss in profit for the first 5 years if it means that they can completely dominate the market that they're in, which is a very strange thing in America, where companies can only think
That is
beyond
not
the
that is
next
not what
quarter
happened.
whenever
Uber had
it will
massive
eventually.
investment. So that's
but
not
they
what
weren't-
you're
but
talking about.
they weren't
But
bringing in
Uber
any
was not
revenue.
profitable.
So what Leafy
was
said
not
earlier about
profitable.
opportunity cost, he said a cost benefit analysis, but an opportunity cost there for an investor is massive because they know Uber will make massive profit at some point.
Will control the
So
market,
they're still prioritizing profit.
would
In
control
fact,
the market.
Uber put out millions, or not millions, but at least a dozen 10Ks, essentially showing as much. Like the whole point was, at some point they will make massive profit, kind of like what Tesla was supposed to do and did for a bit, and then now isn't doing it because Elon Musk
Yeah, but they're
can't stop fucking doing stock buybacks.
But think about this. That's not their, but their immediate goal was to control the market. For example, your immediate goal could be to improve the environment around you, even though the outcome may eventually be
What is the
massive
priority there
profit.
to control the
But
market?
the
What is the
prioritization
ultimate
there,
priority? What is the
the
priority?
priority was control of market, so that secondly they could then
Do what?
profit.
To do what?
Profit.
To get profit.
That's the follow up. That's the second thing, though. That's not the first thing.
That is
to
not
it.
the second thing. That's the fundamental root thing.
That's pretty much
Nope.
what Amazon did.
Why
They
else would you
basically-
try and control the market if not for the profit that you want? Right?
It's kind of hard when you
Oh,
think about it. It's
wow,
kind of
we're
hard to
gonna-
not.
In the long term,
It's all
too,
about
that's a-
profit, man.
No, it is, but in the long term, that is also. I'd just like to point out that's a very strange thing for an American, for any American company to do. Can I just point out that that's the only time we see that happen is whenever they're trying to screw over something like public transit that would have been that we should have been improving for the public, but we can't see them think past their next quarter whenever it comes to things like the environment.
Yeah, that comes down to like what type of good we're talking about. So like in my opinion, private enterprise is not good at everything. That is just, like when I ask extremely laissez-faire, anti-government conservative friends of mine, which I am not, I'm a pluralist. I think economics schools, each one of them has something to offer differently than depending on what the country needs most. But like something I like to do with my extremely conservative, anti-government friends is ask them, okay, well, why don't you want to privatize the military? And every single time I just see a fucking twitch in their eye and they go, we can't do that. And I'm like, well, why not? It'll be better, right? And they're like, no, it's in the Constitution. And I'm like, I don't give a fuck. Like, what do you mean? Like, why can't we privatize it? And it always comes down to this big vibe and fifi battle. And like, the truth is that some things are best optimally done by the government when it's like a general good. And then there's
So are you saying that you should
more-
privatize the military?
No,
we
it's
should
just an
not.
argument
No,
against
absolutely.
Oh, okay. Because I was like, what the?
Because the
fuck? That's a
military-
horrible idea.
The military has a lot of exogenous things that privatization would never be able to do. One is like pride in your country. I mean, people die for this country, right? I mean, if it was private, I mean, historically, mercenaries and private militaries don't have any of that, right? Like, there's a lot of things we would lose, right? So I think it's more optimal if the government finances and sustains the military, because it's more of a community-driven thing, and also it's like a general good. If you buy a missile defense system, who is enjoying the missile defense system? Is it one person, or is it going to be like a few people, or hundreds, or thousands?
Imagine
So like it's fundamentally a different type of good. If it was like a donut is something that's like a personal good. It's an individual good. If you eat a donut, no one else enjoys the donut.
That's
You know
not
what I
true.
mean?
We could split one.
Yep.
No, I'm fucking
Huh?
with you. I'm just kidding with you.
Well, then we each individually enjoy half a donut.
Circa, do you?
But if you buy like,
do you-
if you make a dam, you know, a dam is not something that one person can enjoy. If you make a road is not something that one person can enjoy. If you make a missile defense system, there's no way that one person's going to be able to enjoy that. So there's also another problem in economics where once we get into these general goods, when people know that if they buy something, other people are going to enjoy it, they end up not paying for it. It's called the free rider problem. So like what ends up happening is people go, well, I don't want to be the one to pay for it. And then no one ends up paying for it and no one ever gets it done. So there are many things in like our economy that probably should be done by the government. And public transit, in my opinion, is one of those that like, why would we need to make profit off that? Like counties and cities, they need to spend money. Deficits are good for an economy because you don't want your government to be sitting on profit, right? That would be just dumb. Just sitting fucking bags of cash in like the fucking back room. No, you want to inject it into the economy. And I can't think of better spending when it comes to like your community not being homeless for one, like having transportation to jobs, probably promoting better fucking lifestyle in cities and stuff. I just can't think of better spending dollars than something like that.
Let me give you a counter argument to that. If we were to build more public and fast buses, then all the homeless people would live on those. And I think that we should try and keep our homeless people as homeless as possible. So we should probably avoid public transportation altogether. It just
no, I disagree with that. I was homeless for a long period of my life, so I
think
definitely
with
disagree
that
with
argument, though, I do think like
no, that was a genuine argument against Mamdani's plan to build faster buses in New York by Cuomo.
I was going to say, because I saw that argument a lot, but I do think there is a legit argument that you need to have strong law enforcement to make public transit work. I'm not saying that you shouldn't have fast and free buses, but the way it works and people use it is for them to feel safe on it. So I'm definitely a proponent of making sure that we do enforce stricter laws, whether it's getting homelessness off the streets.
I think the people who are going to be using the transit, right, are going to be who are in psychotic episodes or in psychosis, like you're talking about. They're going to be using the bus whether they pay or not half the time, right? So it's not really that important, I think. Plus, I'm just going to speak from experience here, okay? There is one thing I can tell you that is more important than a home when you're homeless, and it is transportation, man. Because when you want to hold a job, like I was in business for like 3 years, and from like 17 to about 20, it depends. Like sometimes I found couches, sometimes I lived in my car, and whenever someone offers you a bed, it could be like across the fucking 30 minutes away, and you always say yes, right? But you say yes knowing damn well you probably won't get to work tomorrow. So I can't think of a better way to like make sure people retain jobs and, you know, help people get back into society than what Mamdani proposed in that, personally. It'd probably do a lot to help homelessness problems.
It would also help with another issue that I currently myself fucking hate, which is how shitty the requirement to use a car to get back and forth from work has constantly created this. It's just a horrible travel time. I mean, I can take anywhere between an hour and a half to 30 minutes to get to work. I wish there was just a train I could hop on and get off there the next station. It's only fucking 6 cities down. Like, it shouldn't take this. It's only 34 miles or something like that. I should be able to take public transit to get there. That is a bit quicker than having to hop on the interstate with the other fucking 2,000 cars trying to go the same direction as me who can't drive. Old lady slamming their brakes every 3 seconds. I should be able to do that. I think it should be affordable to do so too. I think it would also be better for the planet because I don't have to drive and pollute the air as much. It'd also be better for my vehicle, so I don't have to damage it by having to drive.
I think most cities, larger cities, should definitely try and do that. The one thing I didn't like in Mamdani's platform was the instant unilateral rent freeze over the entire city, which I thought was just
It's not.
It is. No, it's a complete rent freeze.
No, it's only it was a specification for the actual like ones that be froze. Like, look it up. I think.
Wait, what are you guys talking about?
Yeah, I looked up his platform.
No, Mamdani can only impose a rent freeze on a number of housing in New York. It can't be for everybody. It's only for certain types of.
Yeah, only for New York. Yeah, the city.
Well, no, but it's specific housing in New York City though that he can do this for, not all of it.
Right.
Yeah, he wants to immediately freeze the rent for all stabilized tenants. That's all stabilized tenants. I think that's a little.
I think that's like a million or so
scalpel,
people.
not a sledgehammer. Huh?
I think stabilized tenants in the city is like
2 million.
2 million. Okay, 2 million people.
That's a lot of people, man.
It is a lot.
But I mean, what it does,
New York,
like there are people who actually are not. Landlords are not all the same. Like some of them, you could end up with like some foreclosures and stuff. I think it needs to be more of, again, like a scalpel, not a sledgehammer. But other than that, I like this platform. Like I don't know, it seemed fine to me. It was much better than Siwa and Kumo's. That wasn't even a platform, but Siwa's was like, I don't know if you guys looked at it, but it's literally entirely
about crime.
We're going to give money to the budget. We're the police. We're going to give money to the police. That's literally all. I was like, huh? Every single thing was like, we're going to give the NYPD this much dollar. Like, do you know how much money the New York already spends on the NYPD? I literally looked at this. I'm like, this is retarded, bro. like every single thing is NYPD, bro. Like,
I do think though the one Mamdani policy that was kind of meh was the whole grocery store thing.
That one I don't know how it'll work out either. Yeah,
it's just like it exists in the city already, and people are like, you can't how is that? It's like it already exists in the city. Like there are grocery stores that are kind of like owned by the city already. I just think it was kind of like at first it was like we're gonna have like 1,000
out
of
this, right? Is that I think he doesn't understand that grocers don't actually make a lot of
money.
profit.
Yeah,
So,
yeah, they don't.
Yeah, they don't. It's not really the grocers that are making the prices higher. It's the food, fabricators, distributors. Right. So like Tyson and all them. And what this will do is if we have like a city-owned grocery store, they're gonna find stable, not volatile. So like governments are less adaptable than businesses, right? That's kind of a fact. They're a little bit slower. So if you do a city-owned grocery store, they're gonna buy from specific people, and they're gonna have like only a few, and they won't be able to move away from them once they get contracts with them. So the bidding on them is going to be way more sticky, right? Mm-hmm. As opposed to like a private company who can be like, fuck you, I'm going to go use this distributor. A government doesn't like to do that type of instability. So what might end up happening here is the groceries might end up being more expensive if the people who are selling to those grocery stores, which is only going to be a few, and once they get comfortable, they're probably just going to jack up their price. And unless there's a good framework in which the grocery stores can adapt, which I don't really see happening, it might just end up with not even helping at all. And
it's also he's going to have one in each borough, which is like what's one grocery store in Queens going to do to really change prices. So I think it was more just like
I think it's
a bone. Well, it wasn't policy.
Yeah, I was going to say it's more like an image thing, right? I didn't think it was that. It just felt a little naive.
Was it about the prices? Because it says affordability, and I'm confused on how that
is
would
about
lower the prices of.
He thinks it's going to lower prices. Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought that they believed there was some issue of food deserts in New York, which I don't think there is. Is there?
No, I think people have said that, but it's not like an actual thing here.
Like in Florida, I can
like Kansas
say,
and there's.
No. Like literally, I can describe. Or even when I was in Texas, for example, the place I was at over in Dallas, actually a little bit south of Dallas, was I remember going to a community there that I was like working in and looking at like trying to see like, okay, can I go to a gas station, which was funny, which like just for a gas station was 3 miles away. I was like, okay, and I was like, well, what about the Walmart? The Walmart was 5 miles away. I'm like, I have to drive that far just to get to these, and it's supposed to be like a nice community and stuff, but this shit ain't anywhere near here. I'm like, okay, well, what about like local like grocery store? Nothing. There was just no regular grocery stores or anything near. It was all housing, and then you'd go like 5-6 miles, and you could actually buy food and shit. And it's like, what do you?
You know, it's kind of
why?
funny, like, you know, did you guys ever hear about the whole George Soros, like, 15-minute city? Like, people were like, oh, this is gonna be communist. Like,
15
people in
minutes.
Kansas would love that shit. Imagine if they didn't have to drive 5 miles to a Walmart and could just, like, step out of their townhouse or house or whatever and just, like, walk to wherever. They would love that shit.
I'm sorry. 15-minute city sounded like another word for red district. I thought you were talking about like prostitutes
No,
and shit. I
no,
was
no,
like,
no.
15 minutes? Is that what we're?
No. It's like everything is just in
Where's
this
that
like
at?
15-minute radius, which is like basically what people really want. I think they want convenience in their life, so why not?
Yeah. Not even like the
That
convenience.
was a fun debate, by the way, Leith.
Yeah, definitely.
Sorry for being a little bit late, by the way.
No, as soon as HorseRadish was like, "Oh, you're debating Circa," I'm like, "Oh, this is gonna be brutal."
What does that mean?
You didn't disappoint.
Jeez.
Like, I knew it wouldn't be easy to talk through your understanding of economics and everything else. I'm like, he's gonna come at this economically. I am not equipped to do so I'm going to avoid it.
Well, it was fun. You won the crowd though, so keep that in mind.
That's my least favorite type of debates is economically based. I get really stupid when that happens.
I mean, economics is stupid. That's all I'm going to say. What I learned in economics, I constantly was like, this is fucking retarded. Why are we just assuming everyone fucking knows what they want, dude? No, they don't. No, they don't.
It's like they'll be like,
If you
when the
ask someone
company
right now
loses-
why they bought a car, they're going to be like, I don't know. My parents told me. They have literally zero clue what they buy things.
I don't
I
understand.
remember when I
economics
took
'cause it'll be stuff
macro
like-
and micro economics. I majored in finance in school, and economics killed me because of like the implied like rational and irrational actor. And it's like, what are you talking about?
yeah.
This is not rational.
Finance
to me.
is honestly not even like the same as economics, but they're so
No.
like linked in a way, right? It's like they're completely different compartments, but they're very much connected.
Yeah.
So if you
It is-
ask me
it's like a
finance
social
stuff, I'm
science.
pretty. Yeah, I'm pretty like fucking stupid on it. I'm gonna be honest with you. There's a lot of complex stuff in finance that I'm not too familiar with, but like the macro side of like how economies work. I love talking to my other buddy because he is a finance. He got his like, what is it, Series 7? Is that what it is? Where you can be a brokerage?
Yeah, a trader. Yeah.
Is that it?
Mhm.
Yeah. So he's one of those guys, and I love trading like back with him, because then I can understand finance a little bit more. But it's kind of weird how much we like feel like we know what we're talking about, but we're like sitting on this cusp of like not having the definitions or even. It's very.
Oh, don't
weird.
worry. It's the same thing happening at the Federal Reserve. I mean, it's like, let me be honest with you. I didn't even want to try with economics because the first thing that confused me, like just hearing about economics, was like, they were like, so during a recession, during people losing thousands of jobs and stuff, or millions of jobs really, and then people ending up homeless, nobody being able to afford anything, it's like, okay, so that must have been a terrible effect on the economy. No, the stock market shot up. It's like, well, then how the fuck do I actually understand how this works then? Because that doesn't make sense to me. So when people have a lot of jobs,
If you have a
the market's
depression,
down,
the
no, it
stock
still
market
goes
can't
up.
shoot up. The stock market. You mean like afterwards, right?
No. In the immediate, like currently, for example, what was it earlier this year that happened with Trump? Where I think they were saying this might have been after the tariffs. It's kind of like how the market
the
can
stock
shoot up
market right
even
now,
if
man. The stock market right now has zero. Well, economic indicators lag, so keep that in mind. I fully predict the stock market in a depression or like a recession again to happen in like I said a year and a half to 2 years when Trump got elected. He might be speedrunning it because he's straight up fucking with too many economic like numbers. Like the BLS right now, I don't know if you guys know, literally is not releasing October's CPI, employment cost index. They're not releasing the employment situation. They're not releasing real earnings. All this shit is lagged though. So the stock market adjusts to it. And I don't think it's going to be good in like a year and a half. But right now the stock market there's only a few things that people can invest in. And if you've paid attention to the S&P 500 right now, everything is being invested in like 7 companies. It's all tech AI companies because Trump is hamstringing. He's paralyzing any other type of
investment. If you look
investment.
at the NASDAQ, which is like all the tech companies, it's like running so far ahead of like the Dow Industrials or S&P right now, a lot of it's really inflated. And once that investment dries up, it's going to be
Yeah, it's all fake. It's because right now businesses are like private money, like investors don't know where to put money right now. They're scared to do anything that Trump says he's doing. They're not going to build a factory if they don't know whether or not it's going to be, 10,000 million more dollars the next month or next week, or like no one is investing money in anything tangible right now.
So what you're saying is actually putting puts on Nvidia at the current moment, or can you put puts on the S&P 500? Actually, I don't know. If
you can. Of course.
Okay, directly. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Actually, putting them out to. You said
I'm not going to give you
now?
advice on how to lose money, my friend. It's technically
with you.
options are pretty much just gambling, but.
Yeah, no,
I've lost too much on options. Buy gold. You know what? If you want to be safe, buy gold. That's what you should do.
That's where we're at right
Actually,
now.
I know, joke. I bought.
Gold's gonna go back down. I promise you, man.
Don't buy it now. It's too high now.
It would have been good to buy gold 3 years ago.
No, literally 2 years. I think it was 2 years ago, actually. Before I moved to Texas, I bought a bunch of gold on the stock market. Then I lost a bunch of money on the market, and I just left it all alone in my what's that thing called? IRA. I left that alone for a while, and then I just go back and look at it. Yeah, my Roth IRA, and I just go back and look at it, and I saw that gold was the only thing I had invested into. I don't know why I did that, because your Roth IRA, usually if you do it through like Robinhood, it just spreads out to whatever. But I was like, fuck it, I'm just going to buy a bunch of gold and leave it alone. It doesn't change in price that much anyways. And then I came back and I'm like, oh my God, what happened? And I'm like, oh, well, Trump's been in presidency for about a year now. So it actually makes a lot of sense.
Whenever the volatility of like the stock market goes up, gold and, commodity type items that can quasi function as like a stock of value, or what is the word I'm looking for? Casey Castle, do you remember? It has like a specific fucking word. It's whatever cryptocurrencies are trying to get right now, right? And gold generally goes up by a bunch of people who don't know how the stock market works, and I think it's a safe place to put money. If you look at like 2008, it happened there too.
If you look, I was just looking, if you invested in gold in 2012 and then 10 years later looked at the price, it went down by 0.9%. And then in the past, just go back to August, gold is up like 98%, which is like absurd.
Yeah, as soon as people realize, like, wait a minute, I can't buy a home with gold. What is wrong with you? What the fuck are you talking about? And you're like, what the fuck?
To Circus' point, don't buy gold now. It's way too high. But at one point, you should have bought gold.
But what I'm not understanding about that is,
since you know finance, you probably know the finance where I'm talking about. We're like, we just need to go back to the gold standard, and you're just like, dude, what are you gonna buy with that? But like, no one fucking takes gold, bro.
No, the gold standard is
very
stupid.
It limits your economy as well. So if you went to a gold standard on money, like it just wouldn't be possible to.
Yeah. The growth would be.
How hard it is to physically move that for international trade?
Are you saying that our Federal Reserve is not currently just a vault with a bunch of gold coins in it?
No, it's not.
I thought that's what we were backing our USD by.
It's fake. All of the money's fake. It's all ones and zeros.
Yeah, it's like
all
printed.
ones and zeros on spreadsheets.
I thought our entire time we backed up on gold bars and
they actually do.
No, most of the money we have is
reserve
debt.
Somewhere.
Most of the money we have is literally just debt over like maturity. It's not even real.
I am joking. In case y'all didn't peep that, that is entirely sarcastic. But that was the plan of the people who wanted to stick to the gold standard, which was like, gold should definitely back our currency. It's absolutely the most safe and solid thing. It's like, yeah, it's solid physically, not solid as in for an economy.
It's not safe. No. You know what? The only thing that's safe for a currency is the government behind that currency and its ability to act on its debt. That is the only thing that matters.
I know that. I'm saying that if you go and look back at a certain person in history who was the first person to ever attempt this, it didn't turn out too well once the amount of gold didn't match up with the amount that was being the amount of paper being printed, as you could call it for the time, I guess. But
I'm trying to think of what you're talking about.
France.
Recently?
No, before America was even established. Actually, the person who I believe named Louisiana's city after the person who helped him get into the position. It named.
Did they ever print money?
It's the capital of Louisiana. He's the person who. Yes, no, not literally print money. That was the. I'm saying that.
I'm like, wait a minute, what?
No, this before America was discovered. They didn't even have printers back then.
I think they had paper money, right? The livre.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a
Yeah.
it's like a coin though. Yeah, it's a coin. Yeah, that's what I thought.
I guess really his plan was to try and separate. Was actually technically to get away from the gold standard, but still his application of it did not work out. So I guess technically my point was actually a bad one because he was getting away from the system that we're saying was bad. He just did it wrong.
Yeah, gold is not easy to fucking buy anything with. In fact, no one really had gold as like a coinage back in the day either. I mean, most people worked off debt. You know, if you like a noble would never pay you in like gold coins, you know, because for one, as soon as the king or whatever government, you know, that was there, a feudal government like overturned itself, that was worthless because it was minted by a dude that's no longer the government, right? So what most people did is they sold their labor and they worked on debt to the noble of like the farm or whatever they lived on. So they used their labor to get the things they needed.
Yeah.
It's also one of the ways they were never able to accumulate money and get their own fucking nobility, right? So it was a way of making sure people stayed peasants in a way.
But in some way, I feel like that. I don't think that's what these people are implying that they want. I mean, if they're talking about going to the gold standard, I don't think they mean using gold coins and silver again. I think they just mean backing our dollar with gold.
Yeah, it's because they had this from, you know, the Wizard of Oz, right? You know the Wizard of Oz, the movie?
What? Like that? Yeah, explain.
So the Wizard of Oz is actually about a movement in the early 1900s that was about silver movement. So we've had multiple different renegotiations of what like metal for money as a fiat or like as a backing of a currency is supposed to be, and it really is just propaganda. Like it's just fucking good old storytelling. Like the Wizard of Oz is literally about that. It is about getting back to the silver standard.
Wait, for real?
And a lot of people don't really realize that, but it's made because of that.
Yeah, and each character.
That's not the message I got from it.
Each character kind of represents a part of the proletariat. Scarecrow's farm.
And then the silver slippers are they the silver slippers or the ruby slippers?
Wait, so does the wizard represent
ruby?
Wait, so the wizard represents the Democratic Party who told all the proletariat?
No, the wizard represents the banks. The wizard of the Wicked Witch of the West and East represent the banks of the East and the West. Actually,
I know that. I'm making a sarcastic joke about this, but I'm saying that the wizard was like telling everybody in the proletariat, "No, you already have a heart. You already have food. You already have a house. What are you talking about? You need more." Saying that they're comparable to the Democratic Party in that sense, if the people are supposed to represent the proletariat.
Proletariat. I mean, it is kind of in a way meant to be like it's a movie made on behalf of like the farmers of the time, so it's against the banks, and it is kind of a proletariat type of. It's supposed to be because a lot of farms are going under, and I think in the late 1890s or whatever.
Was this before we subsidized?
It's meant to be like a story of, huh?
Was this before we started subsidizing? Well, let's be realistic. We got like mega farms and then we subsidized them. That's really it's the terrible.
Before the Federal Reserve was created, honestly before the Great Depression, we honestly did not have the government do anything. We were balanced budget all the way. The government never fucking really invested in anything.
Yeah. So
wait, you know what? This reminds me of the.
Oh, the Scarecrow represented the American farmer. The 10 Woodsmen was the industrial workers. The Cowardly Lion was like based off of a person who was a populist leader, and the Yellow Brick Road was the gold standard.
Oh,
isn't that crazy?
That's stupid and
it's such a weird story actually.
Like a stupidly smart story. I don't fucking like that at all.
And the shoes were silver. They made them red because they had Technicolor.
The propaganda is really strong even in the schools there because I think about it when no, don't blink out now. Fuck. What was I gonna say? Oh
yeah, man. It doesn't matter if the gold standard means anything. All we need to hear is you're not in Kansas anymore. That's all we need to hear. We're fucking sold. Listen,
when it came to the Great Depression, I remember in school they were trying to tell us that basically the people realized, and this is like no fucking joke. This is where I remember the teacher saying this. That the people of America realized after the Great Depression that they needed to not rely on the government anymore, that they had to work harder in protecting their own future. That
Is
was
that
the
why Social
lesson that
Security
she
was established in
she
1933? Like the only thing I
and
got us
now
out of
I'm
that was Keynesian economics. So
I'm thinking back on this on what this woman told me, and I'm thinking now, like, did she really try to convince people that the lesson to learn from the Great Depression was
there,
that we need to be more independent of the government? What the
no,
fuck
there
is that?
literally is a big group of conservative writers, especially Milton Friedman, he wrote extensively on this because he hated Keynes. He fucking hated Keynes so much until he had to capitulate and do neoclassical synthesis in like the 50s. But he thought that the Great Depression was caused by government influence. Okay, so that's where that kind of stems from. A lot of really laissez-faire fiscal conservative types that you can think of who like thought Milton Friedman could do no wrong. They tend to believe that, and to that I just don't know what to say besides like, do you know when Keynes wrote General Money on Theory and Interest? Because it was definitely after the Great Depression. There's literally no way that could ever make sense chronologically, but here we are, I guess. I mean,
what is it? The tariffs that they're blaming? I guess is like what part? Because that doesn't
no,
make
no,
sense.
there was no
because
tariffs. There was no
aren't-
tariffs then. I mean, we've
No,
always
yeah,
had some
the
form
Great
of tariffs, but like we didn't have big sweeping tariffs then.
No, was it no during the Great Depression? That was part of why we didn't have we didn't open up for trade throughout the world was that we had tariffs placed on numerous of the people that are currently our allies before World War II happened.
I have a paper on this
Yes,
actually.
we
I think
all-
Milton Friedman tends to think that it's because the Federal Reserve increased the money supply while monetary base was increasing as well. If I'm not mistaken, give me one sec to find it. But I think there's a good by Paul Krugman, who most people hate him, but he's right in this sense, at least in this one, where he disproves that by showing that the monetary base either fell or it did the opposite of what Milton Friedman said. So he thinks that the federal government influenced too much of the Great Depression reaction, and it inadvertently caused it to get worse. That's what Milton Friedman is kind of writes about, and that just couldn't be further from the truth. I can't really remember which way he was wrong on though. If it was money supply was increased while monetary base was falling, or it's whatever the opposite of what Milton Friedman thinks it was.
You know what I was talking about though, because there wasn't the president at the time, Hoover, I believe, was the one who was it Hoover? It was Hoover, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Who was the one who then proceeded to put tariffs on numerous countries that then cut America off from global trade, which was then opened up by FDR, which led to a great influx of global trade. Also, we were supplying other countries with arms, which greatly boosted our economy too. I'm not agreeing with the person, obviously, but I'm saying that was something that was stacked on top of the Great Depression.
Yeah, you're talking about the Smoot-Hawley tariffs and that worsened the Depression.
Oh, so Milton Friedman thinks that the Fed turned a normal recession into a depression by failing to implement an expansionary monetary policy in the early 1930s. But it's essentially produced by government mismanagement. And if the government stayed out of the way, it would have not been a depression, which
is absolutely for giving out loans on.
Well, it's because when the government, the way it gets out of a depression, which by the way, it took us a few years before we actually even started doing that. Okay, Keynes didn't, write General Money until 1933. So keep that in mind. It took literally until early 1933, and for the government to even try to influence the fucking depression. So that was like 4 years after it happened. So chronologically, it makes no fucking sense what he's talking about. Okay, and then second, there's a bunch of different types of money supply. There's monetary base, there's money supply 1, money supply 2. So when a government creates debt, they borrow, which means sell a debt security to a private bank, right? That the private bank there is assuming an M2 there, a money supply 2, which is not immediately in the economy. It doesn't add inflation yet because it's going to take a bit for it to actually come out of the debt. So it's like a maturity loan, essentially, right? And then there's also a monetary base. And monetary base is going to be, if I'm not mistaken, the sum of all physical currency, and commercial bank reserves. And commercial bank reserves are going to be not the debt entirely, but whenever a bank purchases one of those debt securities, they are required whenever they take a deposit to put 10% of that into reserves. So monetary base is going to be money in circulation physically, and then the reserve ratios that all banks have. And the monetary base was declining the entire time, even though Milton Friedman, I guess, thought it increased, which is just not true. So that means that essentially the reserves in the banks was cratering, which is not good. That's how you can go bankrupt.
I have a question about these about these loans when they buy our debt. Well, I guess buy our debt. Is there an interest rate on that?
Yes, of course there is. That's how the government makes money.
Like, is it different between? Wait, government makes money off of this?
So when people say the interest rates are going up or down, they're talking about the federal interest rate on these debt securities, because that's the fundamental base. So housing and everything else will go up in interest rates depending on where the Fed's interest rate is at. And what this does is it makes it so it's never going to default, by the way. Because if banks have to... Sorry.
I'm sorry, those are okay, so for example, bonds are small parts of those debts, right? Isn't that or
sorry,
something else?
You were doing all robot man there. Can you say that again?
Like bonds that people can buy, aren't those parts of that debt too? So
bonds are
money off it.
I don't know why my thing keeps fucking up.
Your connection's getting iffy.
Yeah.
Hold up.
So, repeat that one more time, Alonzo.
Yeah, I'm looking at my connection. Okay, bonds, from what I understood, were some of the government individuals do that purchasing bonds, which then goes up in value, which you can then sell. I don't understand how that works. If it's debt, it's money that's
you have to be you have to be brokered to sell treasury bonds. You can't. No one can just sell treasury bonds. You can do it on. There's a secondary market, which if you're in finance, like Castle probably understands, there is a secondary market to buy debt securities, which doesn't have regulations the same way the primary debt securities do. But the government debt that we have is completely based on spreadsheets. It is 100% transparent, and we know exactly how much money is being sold and bought using the US dollar. And the banks, the primary banks that we use, we know exactly the reserve ratios, and we know exactly what liquidity we have. So it's very regulated. We have something called commercial entry bookkeeping, which is essentially like double entry bookkeeping, but it ends up being like a 6 entry bookkeeping thing. It's really just accounting terminology, but to be someone who can sell or buy, or whenever you buy a treasury security, you have to do this book entry system, and then you have to do you have to buy it from Treasury Direct, or you have to be a brokered or accredited, someone who follows these policies, these procedures. So it's extremely regulated. And then I think the second part of your question was it goes up in value and stuff. And yes, bonds can definitely go up in value, depending on what the US dollar is. So, and then governments can, decide to make less money. They can try and spur more investment, but most of the money is made by private banks. So most of the money is not made by the government. So we want to get out of depression. What we do is we borrow. We essentially have the government sell these bonds, and then private companies, private businesses, and private banks will expand that money, so on and so forth, after they give a loan out to like a private company. That private company will then use that, pay another company. That company will go back to a bank and deposit it, right? Now, bank takes 10% of that, gives out another loan. So that's how we create money. It's done through private bank lending. And the dollar can technically go up and down and influence this.
That's exactly why I don't know the whole this shit ever.
Your connection it's awful. It's
I'm
awful.
gonna get to another one.
Lonzo, I'm just gonna say you're fucking right, dude. That's all I'm gonna
It's like, oh my god.
It was fun talking to you guys. So, you guys have socials, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Lethy Work on
Do you guys stream on Twitch too?
I'm on Twitch and YouTube
Occasionally.
currently.
I'm gonna follow you guys right now, just before I forget. So
Yeah, I'll shoot you a follow as well.
with the water.
Soon I get back stream. Maybe tomorrow.
Don't do it.
We got Robo guy.
Drink my
It's like,
damn it, now I'm stuttering.
Okay.
Now I'm fucking stuttering. It's not helping the lag.
Are you live right now, Lethe?
Yeah, I'm live right now.
Oh yeah, you are. Left water guy. Yeah, there you go.
Oh,
And then, do you stream Castle?
I used to more. I can send you over my Twitch, but I'm really more active on Twitter. I don't know if you guys have
On Twitter?
Leith, you have a Twitter, right? I should follow you.
I have a Twitter, I just don't
yeah, if
use
you guys
it.
have Twitter. Okay. Either way, I do have a Twitch though. If
I have
you,
a TikTok.
Oh, you do?
No, Moon.
I always
nobody needs to
actually,
talk
I
to
always thought
Kevin.
about doing TikTok, but then I was like, I really fucking hate the Chinese government. But then we bought it, so.
I thought
That
you were
is
saying I hate the
so
Chinese for a second. I'm like, what
crazy.
the fuck they do to you?
Like, how
It's
is
kind of a
that
cheat
not
code a little. I'm gonna be honest, guys.
I know it is. I was like, I might just say fuck it. I mean, now it's easier, but yeah.
How is
the
that not a
time.
blatant conflict of interest in like creation of state-run media?
What?
For what?
For
The government buying
China?
TikTok.
Oh, it is.
Oh,
It is a
in the
conflict of
US?
interest.
Yeah.
The funny part is like we let every company do whatever they were complaining about with TikTok. If you want to change this, just change the fucking laws, write some legislation, and make us more private. Like fuck. Like all they're gonna have to do is just turn around and buy it. Like Facebook's gonna be selling it instead of TikTok now. Who the fuck
Yeah.
cares? Like, it's just legal in this country anyway.
Oh, you're talking about selling
We are
information?
so far behind on that.
You're talking about selling people's information? There should be
Yeah,
more
the
stricter
United States
enforcement
is so
on.
far behind on like private information sales and like
Well,
what should be protected.
I feel like if anybody in Congress actually like proposes a bill that's useful to the like public in any manner, they might turn to dust the second it reaches the floor. So I think that's what they're all worried about. I think that's the general fear going on in our halls of Congress right now.
I think they're just
That's why
throwing
murder-
shit at the ceiling, bro. They're literally retarded. Like they literally voted to condemn socialism or something, bro. Like what the fuck are y'all doing? 280 of them. I mean, I know it was like a trap vote because the Republicans right now like to do this because if they don't vote against it, they're just going to run ads that go, my opponent voted for socialism. You know, like that's exactly what's going to happen.
Yeah.
But I mean, I still don't understand how this even gets entertained. Just vote not present, bro. Like, come on, guys. What are we doing?
All right,
I love the
appreciate
idea
you.
that
Oh, go ahead.
I love that they ran on like the whole thing. And Zoran was like, he's the radical socialist, communist, Muslim, wants to bring Sharia law. And I was like, guys, none of those things are in agreement with each other. Like all the principles you just listed are not in agreement with each other.
Yeah.
He wants to
Dude, fucking Siwa in that debate, right, was like, you support global jihad. And I was like, what the? There's no fucking way this guy said global jihad, bro. I'm like, I literally paused the video. I went searching. I'm like, there's no fucking way. And then like 10 seconds later, immediately, Mondani was like, yeah, I've never said that. You know what jihad means versus Antifada? They're vastly different, man. I literally was like, how the fuck did this guy literally just say that?
We're declaring war on the world. That's what he said. You did
Dude,
hear
like
him.
that's like ISIS shit. They'd kill Mondani. Like, what are you talking about?
He wouldn't have fucking made it through like a single speech about that.
He's all got that stupid beret on, bro. I'm like, what the fuck?
Oh my god! But no joke, like the whole thing about they were like he wants trans. That's what like Trump keeps fucking saying that trans everyone, and I'm like, or what does he keep saying? Something like trans for all. It's like, what the fuck are you saying, dog? He's gonna turn everybody trans.
It works, bro. You know, people come to my chat and go, yeah, but like, think of the trans people, and I'm just like, no. Stop. I'm like, there's like fucking 2 kids in this entire country. I'm not even kidding. In high school, I looked it up. 17 kids. 2 qualify for the whole idea of a boy in a girl's bathroom. 2. And one of them didn't even play. They were injured. One person in the entire country got Trump to literally sit USSR style and sign an executive order with like 5-year-old girls, 150 of them, No more fucking men and women. So it's just like,
That's crazy.
what in the
That's
hell is going on in my country,
insane.
bro?
No
It is
more-
insane, bro. You guys saw that video, right?
Oh yeah.
It was literally like
Yeah.
some Stalin shit.
He signs a fucking executive order. No more clown shoes in basketball games. Like the
Well, they're all
fuck are you
clapping
talking
all
about?
over. Oh yes, thank you
So
for protecting
brave.
me. And I'm like, dude, there's never even been a case, dude. Like, and even if there was, that's not how it works. It's
The-
just
The issue
but
that
people
out
come in
that's
my
been
chat and
affecting
ask me
all of
that.
us.
Literally, dude, that they cannot stop talking about it. I'm not kidding. They're always like, well, what about the
It's-
transgender people?
It's funny because I think it's really the only the political like even people who like what he says about the economy. Not that he actually has policy for the economy, but that he's like, I'm going to bring the prices down. That Joe, like people that like that stuff,
Drill,
I feel
baby,
like
drill.
there's a lot less emphasis from them about this, like about the identity politics. Honestly, I feel like that a lot of those people are the ones who voted for Romney because they genuinely just want to see prices go down. Where like this section that's probably the
Yeah,
loudest.
they're panicking, bro.
and-
They're panicking right now. I mean,
Dude, that's what
the fact that they're not releasing, straight up, they're not releasing October's like everything. I don't even. This is like very not normal.
Yeah.
Like no real earnings, no CPI, no employment situation, no jobs opening, no. Like it's just what is happening, bro. They must not be good.
Lonzo, I was gonna say once the economy starts going south, you're not gonna hear about like Islamic terror or like anti-Muslim sentiment or like because then people are like, wait, I got to make money, and then when people make money, then they go back to that stuff. Like you'll hear it back when the economy gets good again. But like, no, dude, trust
Everything
me,
starts to fucking crumble right when all of a sudden you're like, wait, we need fucking.
we're like living.
food.
We're like living. The sentiment I see online is like back when Bush was president, when everybody was worried about like Islam. Like I'm seeing things in New York City because of Mamdani being like, yeah, Muslims are taking over. Like the Somalians in Minnesota are taking over. The Indians are taking over like our Costco's. I'm like, this is like 2004 all over again before the economy just tanked.
I don't get that
I think-
insecurity at all, man. I don't get it. Like I'm a grown ass man, bro. I'm not gonna look around and be like, oh my god, brown people. Like fucking, it's so stupid, bro. I
Yeah.
literally can't understand it at
But
all.
I think the loudest ones on the right are the ones who fear those things. I think they're only going to get worse the more the economy goes down because they're going to be panicking at the one that they're becoming
100%.
unpopular, and two that they're now like, I have to get my voice out there so people will agree with me. Aren't you scared of the Muslims too? It's like, I can't afford fucking food. No, it's the Muslims.
I mean, it works. It works, unfortunately, because it's simple. People want simple solutions right now, right? And
Yeah.
liberal democracies don't really have that. They work slowly and methodically, and people want to break everything right now. So they want I mean, this is a historical thing that's not new. It's not novel. I feel like we already went through this, and this type of fascism that we have in this country, and it's fascism for sure, 100%. I will defend that forever right now. It's just we've seen it before, and it's going to use very simple language. It's going to use simple answers, and it's going to deceive people using that simple rhetoric. But it feels good, right? Like when someone says "Make America Great Again," your first thought is not, "Wow, I really want to make it worse." That's the trick. Like it's meant to be simple and appealing. We could get better jobs if we just kick all the illegals who aren't supposed to be here out. It sounds good. I mean, yeah, we shouldn't have that many illegals, right? They're probably bringing down wages. The truth is much more complex and not that simple and totally unethical. But like, it sounds good.
Well, because the right
That's the
answer
problem.
doesn't fit on a
it's
bumper
gonna get
sticker,
worse.
and their attention span needs, "Hey, I'm gonna make line go brr." And if you don't say I'm gonna, make
Yeah,
line
like
go
Trump's
brr,
slogan, "Make America Great Again." I cannot think of a more fascist slogan if I tried. It is palingenetic. It is a complete fucking, thinking of a new government, a new state that doesn't exist, but we're still, having that like feeling, that nostalgia for an old one. It is, a simple fucking patriotic, but it's really perverse rhetoric. It's just the most fascist slogan I've ever heard in my entire life.
But
yeah, because then we ask, when was
am I
America
lagging
great?
again?
We get stutters.
When you ask them that, yeah, we do. Yeah, it's always like, well, that's the thing. with fascism, whenever people say like we need to get back to a greater time, they don't mean that. They mean like a new time, but they prey on people's like nostalgia of what a better time was earlier in their life. So it's a really dangerous ploy, a really dangerous move, in my opinion.
The idea like there was less brown people at the time. That's why like you remember it so well, because it was like that was beautiful about the 1980s and 90s is that no brown people around.
So Alonzo,
For a few, it's going to be that for sure.
Alonzo, you're a big fan of Thomas Sowell, right?
Oh no, yeah,
that was you.
yeah.
Actually, I remembered it was you.
Yeah.
I fucking hate Thomas Alva. I fucking despise him, bro.
Black people were doing better during.
He is straight up. That guy has never produced a single economic publication since like 72 when he took his, I'm gonna kick the ladder out from underneath me and complain about black people not, being like fatherly enough or whatever. He is fucking so annoying.
He's like the important that yeah, he's a community. He says exactly what the rest of us think.
Should I make a beat to it?
That's what I was just thinking.
You're just like doom 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 doom.
Am I lagging that hard?
Oh, bro.
Yeah, you're lagging again.
No, you were just hitting the big robot.
I don't know what's going on right now with my Wi-Fi.
Wait, I want to hear what you think about Thomas Alva. What were you saying about him? Hopefully, he doesn't robot.
I think he's doing it on purpose.
As what? What are you talking?
We're fucked.
Holy shit!
We're fucked. Oh man. Well, I'm gonna call it here, guys.
Yeah.
It was a good conversation at the end. Thank you for the debate, by the way, Lisa.
Yeah, absolutely.
I hope you guys have a wonderful night.
You as well.
I'll catch you guys later.
Go ahead as well.
All right, we're gonna raid into Ice Beans. Appreciate all y'all.
All
Eventually
right.
when Lonzo starts working again, he'll say goodnight as well.
Have a good night, y'all.
Thank you, Lonzo. I really did want to hear what you had to say about Thomas Sowell too. I knew it was going to be a banger, but the beats were just off the chain. All right, we're raiding out. Thanks, everyone. Catch you next time. Peace. All right. Close this out.
Lizzie! Oh no! Lizzie, I'm raiding out! I'm raiding out! Yo! Thank you for the raid. I really appreciate it. I am raiding out though to Parallax, so now you can't? No, I literally have to go to sleep. I'm so sorry. Thank you for the raid though. I really do appreciate it, okay? All right, y'all hold on here. Let me restart that raid. Like, how do I cancel the raid? How do I
Lonzo, you even there?
Okay, all right. Get the fuck in there, okay? And when you get in there, you can
Completely froze. All right, I'm gonna leave.
All right. Have a good night, y'all. Say hi to Para.
I think my personal favorite is I drafted Gronk the year he punctured his lung. Oh my, Raid City tonight. Beans. Hi, Beans. Hi, Leafy. Hello, shitbag. How are you? Hi, B-Re, Antifa, Super Soldier. I-Re, I don't know. Whatever, B-Re. Hi, Beans. How was your stream? How was Saturday, Ice Beans? so much for the follow. Welcome in, and we'll hopefully see you again. Hours of my life. It's a very low amount.
I'm finished. Haven't been the same since that one game.
What one game?
The 5-goal loss.
You got it.
I gotta get off.
Oh, you're done.
Playing like buns.
Okay, boy. Thank you for the games.
Yes, sir. Have a good night.
Good night. Hello, testicles. Shelby, what are you doing, babe? He doesn't deserve that. That man has done nothing but talk shit since the moment he got here. What are you doing? Hey, thank you, Crest. It was really nice to meet you, and I'll hopefully see you soon. You teammate who's not as good as me? Hold up, let me finish my. You goofball. Let me wait for Shelby to answer me. Not in those words, Leafy, but yes. I'm surprised Joe was smart enough to keep his mouth shut when I told him to keep his mouth shut. Nah, Fab. Yeah, no, not right now, not right this second, but like maybe. Shelby. Guys, if you were here and you're not following Ice Beans, you know the next. Do we know the next part of it? Do we know the next part of the line? What's the line? 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 I'll punch you in your metaphorical face. Crew, thank you for the games, dude. Reminder, 5 gifted subs or a tier 3 gets you a wheel spin. We are at 95. 5 more gets us to our next goal. And a tier 3 also gets your name put on a display that's going to be behind.
Yeah, you want me to take a picture?
For like the next year on stream.
Hey, cheese.
It also gets me 6 points out of 100 toward my plus goal. So you get my gratitude.
Wow.
Yeah, Testy. Yeah. Wonder if I ordered today. Yeah. Yo, Sarah, if you're lurking, I finally got my $900 back. Fucking